Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. I am your host, Brian Atlas. I'm joined by my co-host, Kiki, back there. She's a bit shy. A few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer supported. Heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. Some quick maths for y'all. If you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. Let's see. Donations and super chats $10 and up will be will be displayed in Stream Overlay. Donations and super chats $50 and up will be read/answered. If you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message. $100 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. And let's see here. Oh, please keep the super chats, donations, and TTS respectful. Playful roasting is okay, but if you go too far with it, we reserve the right to not show or read it. We have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. Thank you, Kath. You can also gift memberships. We're also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab, go to twitch.tv/whatever, drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. Quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. We've got merch, shop.whatever.com, stuff you can wear to not be naked. Don't be a criminal, get some merch. Follow us on Instagram at whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. Follow me on the Instagram, BD_Atlas. Check out my nonprofit, Big Labia Matter, or BLM Scuffed. Good job, Nick. Well done. Open it up. You scuffed it. Okay, well, I do happen to have a nonprofit. It's BLM, Big Labia Matter. Mason over here, he's part of the board now. He's a board member of BLM. So if you're if you need some labia encouragement or you need to be talked out of labiaplasty, DMs are open. Definitely not a ploy or any ulterior motives. If you can't catch the full shows, we have a Clips channel. Link is in the description. Go subscribe. Without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, occupation, and also where are you from? Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Holly Treats. I'm 28 years old and I live in Los Angeles, and I've been a full-time content creator since 2015, and now I'm like designing jewelry and doing other stuff too.
And when you say content creator, what kind of content are you making?
I've been doing some sexy content on OnlyFans for quite some time.
Since 2015 though?
Premium Snapchat and then OnlyFans and then camming. Like the whole...
so you're an OG.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. What about you?
Hello, my name is Carla Eli. I'm 23 years old, and I'm a relationship coach, and I live in San Diego.
Okay, and you kind of, you've had a couple of viral articles on you from, there was the New York Post, the Daily Wire, the Mirror, the Sun, all these, yeah. So we'll get into those a little. Okay. And you've reacted to one or two of our videos, so we'll get into that. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Kendra Lee Ryan. I am 32 years old. I am from Los Angeles, California, and I'm an adult film star of 14 years, and I also now started managing lovely women like Holly Treats over here. So,
okay. Yeah. And you said 14 years you've been involved in that, so yes. Since you were 18.
Correct.
Okay, you got started at 18, and were you doing some dancing? You were doing porn, like that kind of?
Yeah, so I started dancing at 18. I started doing professional films at 21. I've been up for a few awards, so it's been fun. Okay,
all right. What about you?
Hi, I'm Abigail A. I am 22, and I'm from Missouri, and I'm a personal trainer.
Missouri. I detect a little accent, so.
Yes.
And you also recently had a little viral moment.
Yes, I did.
On TikTok.
Yes.
And Matt Walsh reacted to it. We'll check that out a little bit. But yeah, welcome.
Hi, I'm Monica Holt, Swedish Bella. I'm a bikini competitor.
Can we have you tilt your microphone up just a tad?
Up?
Yeah,
Okay.
just
Like
perfect.
I'm a bikini fitness competitor. I do OnlyFans. Used to be a teacher. I'm from Sweden. I lived here 8 years.
Okay, age?
I'm 40.
40, okay. Used to be a teacher. What did you teach?
I used to teach European history and religion history.
European history. Okay, all right, cool. What about you?
Hi, my name's Anna. I'm from Ukraine. I lived in the United States for 4 years. I'm doing acting and e-commerce.
Age?
26.
26, okay. What about you?
Hi, my name is Gloria Calderon. I am from New York, and I'm a real estate investor.
Age?
31.
31. Okay, welcome.
Thank you.
My name is Mason Gregoire. I am I got crap for this time before, but I'm a follower of Christ primarily. Other than that, mechanical engineer, powerlifter, competitive powerlifter, content creator, age 27.
Can we see a little double buy? Fuck, Myron, holy shit, dude. And you're also a bodybuilder too, right?
Yes, I do personal training.
Little double buy?
Come on, let's go.
It's a little hidden, but maybe
I think we can have a gun show in this table.
Yeah.
I feel like
and you're a fitness competitor too.
Yeah, she does.
Oh, she okay.
She's got the abs.
competed.
Oh, heck
Damn, okay.
Yeah.
And she just won.
Yeah.
Oh,
All
wow.
right.
Okay.
Oh, really?
Cool.
Thank you. Yeah.
I had In-N-Out yesterday. What's up?
You win too. A
I had
win's a
it
win.
Too,
I had an
hadn't
In-N-Out
had it for
after
years, so I was happy.
my show. Yeah.
Good times. Okay, cool. So we're going to go around the table once more. What's everybody's current relationship status? So, are you single, talking stage, situationship, friends with benefits, relationship, married, poly, cool sex, cult, harem? If you're single, how long have you been single? And what's the longest relationship you've ever been in? Go ahead.
So I am currently single and definitely upgraded my dating game, and I'm dating multiple people, but very curated. And my job takes up a lot of my emotional bandwidth for dating, being on OnlyFans, because I'm kind of giving in that energy. So I want to reserve my dating life, even though I'm single, for being stuff that's worth it. And then my longest relationship was 8 years, and that was I got out of that 3 years ago, and even though we weren't married, it was enmeshed. So I'm definitely enjoying my freedoms. I'm really excited to see what I've done for myself since getting out of that, and I'm it's all been good since then.
You said you guys broke up 3 years ago?
Yeah, I want to say
was this right before the pandemic?
It was a little bit after. I think it was 2020, maybe 20. Yeah, right around that. Yeah.
Okay.
But we didn't break up because of COVID. We should have broken up years before COVID.
I see.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So you were pretty much from 18 to 25, 26 is the period of the relationship. Gotcha.
Yeah.
And was that your last relationship?
It was my last long-term relationship. Yeah.
Okay. So would you say you've been single-ish for about 3 years?
I kind of had a wild phase right after that relationship.
Okay.
Yeah, I definitely had a rebound dude who was awful, my Pete Davidson, if you will.
Okay.
He was worse. And we went to swingers resorts and did a bunch of crazy stuff, fully participated. Needed to do that for myself. And but not definitely in a different place now.
How did you describe it after the breakup? You had was it a crazy phase? What did you?
I just got with this guy who was really wanted to disturb his own life and probably wanted to disturb my life too, and he was just super chaotic and trying to have sex with everything that would move, and really didn't have a type. It was more just kind of and it honestly
anything that moves.
Anything that moves, and honestly,
Animals.
that's just really exhausting after a while as a woman to always feel every situation could turn into a sexual situation the way this guy obviously does, right? So that was just really exhausting, but it was also super fun for 3 months. So I'm super glad I did that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. And you said currently you're seeing multiple guys.
Yes, currently I'm seeing I would say 3 guys, and they're all pretty I want to say high value men, you know what I mean? And they're super busy and I'm super busy, and no one's really being okay, this is where we're going, you know what I mean? But it's also kind of I don't know, it's pretty new for all of them, so we're seeing where it goes. You said you consider them high value men? So I consider them high value men.
What makes them high value?
I think that I really, on a sapiosexual level, love what they've done with their careers and their lives, as a fan almost, of kind of hey, I don't really want your job, but that's impressive, good job. You know what I mean? I really, I don't want that, but I'm impressed that you did that. And because for me, with what I've built, a huge problem that I have that I didn't really honestly know, and I'm sure I'm gonna get trolled for this, like I didn't know that OnlyFans would change my dating life to the level that it did when I first started, because it was way long ago before people were talking about it on podcasts, and I was just figuring it out as I went. But now I have a bunch of followers, and it is weird to date.
Okay.
Because I have to consider, are you trying to use me? Can you actually benefit my life? Is this a waste of my time? Should I just be at home making jewelry and doing my graphic design, or doing camming for whatever, right? Making at least positive income instead of hanging out with you.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Still a
that's
lot
kind
there.
of the new issue I have.
Okay, so you're currently
Yeah.
seeing 3 guys, though.
I'm currently seeing 3 guys. 2 of them don't live in the same state, so it's kind of like more long distance. And then
Okay.
one of them is in the state, but I don't really, it's whatever.
Do you consider it, because oftentimes you hear these terms like roster, do you consider it a roster?
No, because it's not a leaderboard. There's not like you know what I mean? It's not like a running leaderboard where everyone's a competition.
Okay.
Yeah.
How often, you said one of them does live in LA, though.
Yeah.
How often?
You're like, well, we're making it a competition.
Well, how often?
Whatever is going to make this a competition. That is how I laugh, homie.
No. So he lives in LA. How often do you hang out with him?
Man,
how often do you see
are
him?
we really talking about this right now? Okay, like probably twice a month.
Twice a month?
Yeah.
Okay. And what about the 2 other guys? Once a month, maybe less?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're talking in between that.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like,
Are there any other people in the picture like that aren't?
Someone just fell off. Okay, if we're gonna call it a roster, someone just fell off the roster.
One of the 3?
No, another
Oh, there
another
was
one.
4.
Yeah,
There
there
was
was another
4.
one. He was an actor and he was really cool, but I honestly just like his life's too chaotic for me, and I'm kind of like, okay, I feel really stressed out having to like keep track of what you're up to, so I'm just not gonna keep track of what you're up to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Are these guys also seeing like multiple women?
I would imagine. I don't ask, but it's because I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you intimately involved with all 3 of them?
Yeah.
Having
Not all
sexual
together as a group.
intercourse? Huh?
Not
No,
as
no,
a
no.
group.
Not like
yeah.
a polygamy type of thing, but
You never know what
polyamory.
these conversations are going to
Sure,
turn into.
but
yeah.
you're hooking up with all of them.
Yeah.
Basically. Okay. I see.
Are you ever worried that they're kind of just pursuing you for the sex?
Maybe she
yes,
wants
but
that.
I mean,
maybe.
there's
If she
a lot.
wants that.
Yeah. So here's my thing. Like, there's a lot of relief in that. Because in the same way that a guy will be like gets a lot of relief in like paying girls to have sex, even if he's good looking and everyone's like, why does he do that? You know what I mean? It's because there's a lot of pressure that gets taken away when it's kind of like, hey, these are the bounds and the terms of the relationship. If we decide that we want to talk about it beyond that, we can, but let's keep it really defined and simple for now, right? And there is kind of a lot less stress in that for me too, when it's like, hey, I'm not the only girl that you're hooking up with. I don't have to decide right now if we're gonna get married, because I honestly don't want to make that decision in my life right now.
So marriage is something that you want eventually?
I potentially do want to get married, but I'm also not like, I know that whatever I do is going to be unconventional as fuck, because that's pretty much how I've done my whole life. So I need to, my therapist says, my objective needs to become very clear on what I want and what my goals are, and actually track them out. And then basically just like make sure nothing disrupts that. And if the right person comes along that is on that vibe, then that's good. But otherwise I'll just be victim to be like, okay, I'll become whatever you are. Okay, I'll become what, you know what I mean? I need to just kind of watch my own stuff.
No, that's fair.
Yeah.
Would it be an acceptable situation for you if you eventually just never found anybody?
Yeah, I've thought about that. And then right as I thought about the craziest stuff, like I was like really getting low like that. You know what I mean? Like, oh, maybe I just won't have anybody. And I was somewhat okay with it, because I'm actually like, I have a lot of love in my life like this, right? But then just recently I was talking to somebody and was like, hey, so I really want a baby mama, but I really don't want a relationship. And I really need someone who's gonna be a good mother, but who's also gonna know that while we need things to look good and healthy for the kid, I can't be tracked. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to be kept tabs on. I don't want it to be a conventional relationship. But we could talk about the terms of that, but I know that that's unconventional and that it would be an arrangement. And I was like, you know what? That's actually the only terms in which I would have children. And that
We'll dive in. We'll dive in.
Yeah, this is,
We'll
yeah,
dive
we
into
gotta
that
go to
later.
other people. Yeah.
Go ahead.
What, were you proposing there for a little bit? No, I'm just kidding.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You're like,
yeah.
so,
What do I have to do?
Someone just fell off.
He's at number 4.
you're like, so you're getting.
Someone just fell off. Yeah.
What about you? Go ahead.
Happily married.
How long have you guys been married?
We've been married for 1.5 years, going on for 2 years.
So congratulations.
Thank you.
Nice.
Thank you.
And is that your longest relationship
Yes.
that you've had? Or
Yes.
oh, yeah, okay. Someone. All right. And we might have your husband crash the show a little bit later.
Hell yeah.
Yes.
A little bit later.
Yes.
Nice.
All right. Cool.
like
that
it.
was
I
the
like
phone
it.
call.
Can I already pick your team? Can I already be Team You?
Yeah, you can.
Go ahead.
I'm Kendra. Oh, I already said that.
Yeah. Just,
I'm
relationship status.
Oh man, this is actually really crappy right now. So my ex-fiance and I just broke up about 5-6 months ago, but it's all good. It was very toxic.
Yeah.
Oh my God, yeah. For
So
2
happy.
years, I was paying the bills. So, and then he took my car that I was paying for and had a mistress for a year. So, got out of that. I've been single for 5-6 months. I met a wonderful woman because I'm bisexual, pansexual, bisexual. But it's just like friends with benefits. Like me and her both need a man's presence, but we haven't been together with a man yet. But we both like date other men, and then we just hang out. We're not really sexually intimate, but it's like more of a. So with women, it's more of like a cuddling, comforting, like a best friend, but you can make out or hang out or kiss or cuddle or not. Like there's no pressure. So it's nice to have that because when it comes to like creating what I create, it's very, very draining.
Do you consider yourself bi or lesbian? I'm assuming bi, right? But
I mean, I'm more towards the women than the men, but like I said.
You just had a fiance who was a man.
Yes.
That's my understanding.
Yes,
Okay.
I've only had long-term relationships with men,
Okay.
but I've been with women since I was very young.
I see. Okay, so you're currently in a situationship with
Yes.
this woman.
Yes.
I see. Okay.
What was the timeline? Sorry if I missed
You're
it. Between ending that relationship, starting this new one.
2 weeks.
How long
Okay,
were you
okay.
guys together? How long were you and your fiance together?
4 years.
4 years.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
2
And
of
you
them
said-
were long distance.
And that ended 6 months ago, or a
yeah,
couple
July
months?
2023.
Okay, we'll say
5-6 months, something like
She
that.
turned you on into women. I'm just kidding.
I was already into women. When I met him, I was only with women for 3.5 years.
Okay, not to put her on blast, but the girl she's seeing right now is fucking hot.
She's really hot.
Like I'm more lean towards the male. Like I don't get me wrong. I've done a lot of content with women and I love hooking up with women. I never want to like have that be off the table, right? But I'm really straight, but her girl is hot.
Are you super straight?
I'm like moderately straight.
You're not that straight.
I'm straight. I'm
that
straight,
straight.
but I've got a little zig.
You're not that straight.
Okay. All right.
Whatever.
So, your current situationship, according to her, is mega
hot.
super hot.
Yeah, she's super hot,
Okay.
super fun. She's down to do anything. Like I'm like, let's go to Six Flags right now.
Sure.
Let's do it.
Okay.
So
All right. Got it. And you said, but you're also dating some other men too, it sounds like?
I wouldn't say dating.
Sleeping with, having
Yes.
sex?
Yes.
Do you have a roster currently?
Yeah.
What's your roster? What's your roster looking like?
Yeah, what's some numbers?
I usually have 5 at all times, but I'm down to 2 right now because they're
5
just
at
getting
all times.
messy.
Okay.
They're getting too connected.
You got 2 in addition to the woman?
Definitely gonna guess.
Hold on, let's do some math
Yeah.
here. Let's do the math.
They just get obsessive. And I'm like, no.
So is that like a rotation type of thing? Like you
Kind
just
of.
rotate through
It's like
guys?
if I'm bored, who's
Sorry.
the closest? You know, whoever's the closest, I'll hit you up. And
No, I'm saying like the roster definition. Is that like I've never heard it before.
It's
Is that
like
what it means?
basically
Like
if you have a bunch
like-
of people you're talking to at the same time, and then everyone else defines it differently after that.
Okay.
But for me, it's like, and I've had this since I was probably like 14, 15. Like,
You've had the roster since.
yeah.
Okay.
Because I don't ever want to get married. I don't want kids. Like, even my
Okay.
ex, we had a partnership, a life partnership. Clearly not fuck.
Well, just because you don't want to get married and have kids doesn't necessarily mean that you have to have multiple partners. But I mean, I'm not saying that you
Yeah.
can't move that way. But
But I don't like polygamy either, and I
okay.
don't want my partner with anyone else. Yes, I am selfish. Yep.
hold on. Oh,
Wait.
whoa.
Absolute
Yep.
double standards.
I want to cut.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
If men can have double standards, I can too.
So you want it open on your end but closed on theirs.
Absolutely.
But you said the current girl you're seeing, she's fucking other dudes.
Because it's a dude. I can't give her that. I can give her something really similar if I strap it on right, but I can't give her that real thing.
Okay, all right.
Plus, I find it hot when a girl's with a guy, but I don't. Okay, wait, that's.
So your male, if you had a male partner, you would not want him with women.
Not without me there.
I see.
I'll just watch it.
But you would, it'd be okay for you to be with other men when he's not there.
Yes.
And they're okay with that?
They have to be, or else they're not with me. Deuces.
I ain't taking that deal.
I don't know. I don't
No
think many
offense,
men
but it
will.
wasn't
That
offered
hammer
you. You're not my type. You're a little too white.
Oh.
She knows what she likes.
Hey, I'm fine with people having racial preferences. That's totally fine.
Yeah. Everyone has a preference.
More for them, I guess.
Yeah,
I think.
absolutely.
Good for them.
Absolutely.
Good for them. Okay, so you roster-wise, what's the most? So you said 5 is the normal. Right now, it's 3, including the woman.
Yes.
What's like the most at one time that you've ever been seeing? Like a baker's dozen? What are we talking? Here?
No, probably like 5 to 6.
Oh,
Yeah.
5 to 6. Okay. Yeah. And just going back to you, I know you said you currently got 3. What's the most that roster? The biggest roster. The biggest roster. Is it more of an NBA team? More of an NFL team?
I'm trying to think of it.
What are we talking here?
My biggest roster probably happened when I was in high school, and it probably you know what I mean. Like that's when I did my most damage. Ooh. And then I got smart, and I was like, you know what? I can do this, obviously, but I should be smart about when I do this. And
was
so
it in high school?
Yeah. You have no idea what a slut I was in high school. Like this girl saw it for herself, so she knows.
Excuse me, we competed.
Like I had a threesome with 2 dudes and got Eiffel Towered in high school. Like at an ecstasy party in Laguna Beach. You know what I mean? We were
What's an Eiffel Tower?
We were crazy.
You don't want to know.
It's not.
I actually do want to know.
It's a non-bisexual. It's a non-bisexual male threesome. So there's a bisexual male threesome, and then there's a non-bisexual male threesome.
Oh, so they don't have an interaction.
Yeah, they don't. They're more like, yeah, buddy. I imagine that's how they feel.
At what age did you lose your virginity?
15?
15?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said you did most of your damage in high school.
Yeah. Because then I got into a relationship when I was really
okay.
yeah. So it was yeah.
Okay.
And even though he was horrible, he definitely saved me some mileage. So whatever.
I can't.
Oh, so I don't know why I played that one. Okay. Wait, so okay. Hold on. So, how big was your roster in high school?
I mean, probably I think I probably had was in love with probably 6 dudes at one time, and it was maybe one of them will love me.
All at your high school, or was it
different?
multiple
No,
high
I was
schools?
because I was out partying amongst all of Orange County.
Well, we had
this
five
was in
high
Orange
schools.
County. We went to high school in Orange County.
What high school can you say?
I went to University High School, which is the same high school that Will Ferrell is from.
No,
so.
he went to Irvine.
No,
Yes,
he went to
my
uni.
drama
They
class.
talk about it. He started the Gecko Club at uni, and it's their biggest. It's the best thing they have going for them, except for me. But they can't talk about me because I have OnlyFans. So.
Wait, what's the best thing?
Will Ferrell. It's me and Will Ferrell from University High School.
You and Will Ferrell had a
yes.
thing?
No. We both went to University. No.
breaking
We
this
both
on the
went
show?
to University High School in Irvine. That's our graduating class. Yeah, our graduating high school. So we're the 2 coolest things to come out of that.
Cool. Okay. Wait. So okay. It was a bunch of other high school.
Yeah,
boys.
so it's there's this culture in Orange County where you make friends from other Orange County high schools, and everybody goes to these crazy parties all around because it's a bunch of rich kids with mansions, and their parents just don't pay attention to them, right?
They're always gone.
So they're always gone, and so these kids have parties to make friends and whatever. So there's a whole group of people like that. So it's very common to meet a bunch of different people from other high schools, and I was just well, this is a great way to make friends. Let's have sex and confirm our alliance. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, if there's one way to describe Orange County families, it's absentee parents.
Yes.
Yeah.
And pill poppers.
And their kids party when they're gone, right? So it's if you're an Orange County parent, just know your kid is absolutely doing bad stuff to you.
Are you from OC?
I'm not from OC.
Oh, but
I
you're-
live in OC.
Oh, you
Yeah,
live in-
no. So you see it like it's like they have like Mercedes Benz, and you're like, why
it's-
do you have this car?
You're like
It's
15,
wild.
yeah,
Yeah,
and they're
there's,
like
like-
drunk
It's
drive
insane.
crashing.
There's like
it.
no
Yeah.
adult supervision.
Exactly.
Go
I
Yeah.
was
crazy.
upset that
That's
I
where
got
we went.
I was upset I got a Scion and not a BMW because my family told me I was going to BMW.
God.
I got made
was
fun
like-
of for not having a Mercedes.
Yeah, that's how it was. If you didn't get it, you're getting bullied. And
Yeah.
we're like, what if we don't have the money?
Okay.
Then you get bullied for not having the money.
Good talk.
Streets are hard out
times.
there.
When I
Yeah.
asked my mom for a car, she just looked at me and I went away. I was like,
What about you?
I am single.
Oh yeah, we're still in a relationship.
that is all I have.
So single. How long have you been single?
Probably about since January.
Almost a year.
Has okay since January. Okay.
And I
Longest
was-
relationship?
Yeah. Okay. My longest relationship about 2 years.
2 years. Okay. Let's see. And in that 1 year period of time, but you've been dating though, I'm assuming, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I was seeing a guy for about 6 months of that,
Okay.
on and off.
Okay. Got it. We'll do. All right. What about you?
Married. Been married for 6 years.
Oh, okay.
My longest relationship in Sweden was 11 years. Met my ex when I was 19. He
Okay.
was 10 years older. We broke up because it just didn't work. I dated a little bit in between that, and then I met my husband. I actually slid into his DM.
You slid into your husband's DM?
Yeah.
Okay. All
He
right.
thought I was a cam girl or selling glass Ray-Bans.
Oh.
It was either or. And we were
It's generally hard for men to believe that
Yeah.
women will slide into their
yeah,
DMs.
I did that. I was like, "Hey, you're hot." He's like,
It's usually like a scam or
Yeah, exactly.
some
He was like,
computer
"Oh,
virus or
"The link is coming," but there was
Exactly,
no
exactly.
link.
Just send the link.
Yeah.
Just let's get it over with.
So we started talking, but he was like, it was so weird. You spoke fluent Swedish, so he was like, I was very confused. So we started talking, right, and he was like, so what are you into? I was like, the butt, and he was like, yeah, and that's yeah. I misunderstood his question, and he was like, he knew I was the one for him.
That was the fact.
When you mentioned being into butt stuff, like you pegging.
No, well.
Oh, you received.
Well, I'm into that too. So any takers, please.
Wait, what do you mean takers? You have a husband.
Yeah, the thing is, he's not into it, right?
Into what?
The pegging part.
Wait, is it you guys got an open marriage?
Yes.
Only for pegging though.
No, so we do. What happened was, so this is, if you marry a guy who loves women, either you let him or you leave him, right? So either you're fine with him, you know.
Wait, so
seeing
it's
other
like
people.
open on his end, closed on your end, or open on
No,
both
I mean,
ends?
if I went to him and said, hey, babe, this is something I really want to do, like I met somebody that I really vibe with sexually, like, would it be fine? We would have that discussion. I just haven't really met that person yet. I'm very particular with my men, so.
So wait, you guys see other people then? Is what
Well,
are you guys
he-
swingers?
No. Well,
Okay.
I mean, we have had like multiple women like in our bedroom. Actually, the first time I came to America to visit him. 3 days into that visit, we had a threesome with a lady that was like 62.
Wait, 62?
Yeah, she was hot though. She was really good looking. No, like for real.
There's
really
some hot
good
gilfs
looking.
out there running around.
Yeah. She
Hot
was-
take. I don't know if there's such a thing as a hot 62-year-old.
No,
I've
she
seen
was.
one.
She's hot. Like
How old
she
is
was.
Nina Hartley?
Who?
Oh, never mind.
Who the fuck is that
No,
guy?
she had like a six pack. Like she was good looking. If she wasn't hot, I wouldn't go for it.
To be
trust
fair,
me.
like the best way that a woman can like maintain her beauty is go to the gym.
Yeah.
So I feel that, but 62 is pushing it.
Yeah, she was. I thought she was good looking though. I wouldn't have done it if I didn't find her attractive.
Gonna
you
get
know,
canceled
so.
by all the 62-plus-year-olds out there.
Exactly.
But yeah, so that happened.
What's up, Nick? On center? Looks okay. Are people complaining?
I don't know, I just noticed it.
I'll take a look at it here in a sec. Okay, but so you guys,
So what happened was this was like back and forth on how we're gonna manage this, because he was very open with me from day one. He was like, listen, this is me. I like women. I probably won't be like super faithful if that's what you're looking for. And I was like, I really like him. We vibe. This is awesome. And I'm pretty open when it comes to sexuality. I don't really judge anybody. Like for me, it's like stay safe, do whatever you want. So I was like back and forth. Am I comfortable with it? We tried it out, and I wasn't uncomfortable with it. I was like, having threesomes is fun. I'm not super bi, but like I love beautiful women. I support them. And, we had a good time. So
wait, do you sleep with other men?
No.
Oh, but you're able to sleep with other women?
Yes.
Alone?
Yes.
Okay. Do you, or you just have?
I mean, yes, that has happened. Like
okay.
for.
What about him?
He does it. Yeah.
Sleep with other women?
Yeah.
Without you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just don't find that. I'm not a person. I'm not jealous. I'm pretty alpha, so I don't really. And if you want to leave me for somebody else, I'm not gonna stop you. I'm not gonna be like, oh, please don't leave me. I don't give a fuck. I'm sorry.
Hold on, just to be clear. Let me just clarify. So, if your husband were to leave you,
yeah,
you wouldn't give a fuck.
No, I don't mean it like that. Of course, I would be upset. It would be sad. It would be a divorce. But it's not like I'm gonna beg somebody to stay with me. If you don't love me and you met somebody else, sure, I'm not gonna try to keep you because that's pathetic and embarrassing for me. So I mean, it's fine. We would probably have. Me and my ex, everything was fine on the breakup. He got upset, yeah, but after a while, we solved it. So
sure. What about you?
Married 4 years now, and that's my longest relationship.
You're in a relationship, 4 years, and it's your longest. Oh, I forgot to ask. How long have you been in the U.S. for?
4 years.
Oh, 4 years. So you met him right away?
Yeah, we got married like in 3 months.
Oh, you got married within 3 months?
Yeah.
Okay, I see. Okay, married within 3. Is he also, you said you're Ukrainian, is he also Ukrainian?
No, he's from Texas, but he lives in California for like 10
He's American.
years. Yeah.
Okay, got it.
He's from Texas, he lives in California like for 10 years. I came to California for business, and then I stayed.
Okay, all right. What about you?
I am married. My first anniversary was a couple days ago.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So 1 year, about?
So 1 year.
Okay.
My longest relationship was about 4 years. It's not with my husband. I did also marry my husband 3 months after meeting him, and I freaking adore him.
Wait, so you both got married within 3 months of?
Yeah. So you too?
I got married within 4 months.
Wow.
Whoa.
Okay.
Wow. Wait, 4 months? 3 months? 3 months.
6 months.
So,
okay. Wow. All right.
So can I just say, like, the first time I saw him, I thought, I mean, he's a great looking guy, but one of my best friends was his best friend, so there was definitely a good reference, and we've had our ups and downs from getting married so soon without really knowing each other, but it's overall been a great experience, and I've learned a lot, and I've grown a lot as a person, so I'm grateful.
Okay, and does anybody here have children?
I do.
Children? Okay, you have just 1 kid, 2 kids?
I have 1 daughter. She's 12.
And that's from your previous... Oh, you were 18. Okay, are you wanting more kids?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
At least 2 more.
Okay, got it. All right, and Mason, what about you?
Single. Been single for probably a few months now. My longest relationship was about a year.
1 year. And you've been on the show a couple times. Have you been bombarded with women in your DMs wanting to date you?
I've definitely gotten a few women who are interested.
Yeah? Are you talking with any, or?
Nothing too serious right now.
Okay.
I mean, there 1 or 2 have stuck out, but nothing has progressed.
And since maybe some of the viewers know, some of them might not, the panel, I think here, they don't know, how are you maneuvering when it comes to the dating world?
Yeah, well, so I'm sure you'll get to this eventually, but I'm a virgin. I've never had sex. It's something I'm saving for my wife. that's extremely important to me. I know the statistics when it comes to sex before marriage, how it can hurt future relationships, your ability to bond with other people. So I'm saving that for her, trying to honor God with that. There are plenty of things Oh yeah, go for it.
Do you want the girl you meet to also be a virgin, or it doesn't matter?
I mean,
how important is it?
Yeah, if I could pick, I would rather her be a virgin. But it's not.
Wait, if you get what?
No, if I could pick.
Oh, if you could pick.
If I had the choice, yeah, I would rather her be a virgin, just because I know.
You have the choice, Mason. You have the choice.
Yeah, okay.
You got the choice.
I got the choice.
You got
Your
the
body,
choice.
your choice.
Yeah.
Indeed, yes. Preach.
Well, it's not even that he has the choice. I think, just in terms of, I think you have the optionality to do it, because listen, you're tall, fit, handsome, smart, successful. Mason, you are not settling for a non-virgin.
I agree.
I refuse to allow it.
Okay.
Me too.
And also, don't you want to date, like, don't you want to be with someone who's also gone through that fundamentally different life experience? Like, that's not a life experience I can relate with at all. And that probably has, like, so many parts of it. So it's like, I'd imagine you'd want someone who at least understands it, right?
Understands, like the different
waiting for
point
marriage,
of view, or waiting
someone
for
who
marriage.
also waited for marriage, even, you know what I mean? Yeah.
So, yeah, like, okay, speaking ideally, yes, I would want someone who waited for marriage. Realistically, it's not likely gonna happen. If I
got you, dude.
Okay.
We're no.
Wait, don't you have any nice Christian girls that you know?
Hold on.
Yeah, I got you.
Go ahead.
Hold on. You got options. I have over 1 million followers, and a lot of my girls are virgins who are like waiting for marriage, and I was one of those as well.
Yeah,
so
okay.
like.
That's
You
extremely
have
respectable.
options. That's you have options.
Thank you.
Oh, you also.
Yeah, I waited.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, good.
Not like born again virgin, like.
No,
No,
I
like,
waited.
Oh, okay.
legit.
I had a
Can you
purity
do
ring and
that?
everything.
Born again virgin?
No.
No. Haram.
Yeah, like, do
Haram.
people believe in born again virgins? Like, when
Yeah,
when
there are
girls-
people who believe in it.
Yeah.
Generally, the people that espouse that are how do I want to say
Harlots?
this? No. I mean, but.
It's like a sinning.
It's a
like biblically speaking.
Well,
No. It's more like they want to absolve all accountability.
Okay.
They don't want to work through the relationship baggage, so they want to find somebody who's just going to be like, I'm just going to ignore all of that. Because like eventually you gotta start to work through that. Okay, these are the other guys I've been with. These are the connections I've made. We got to work through that. So that's a lot of work, and it's not like I'm not willing to go through that, but it's a lot of work. It's a lot of deprogramming that I have to go through with this potential other person. Yeah.
You're good, bro. You don't need. You can find a virgin.
Yeah.
No, and even
I believe they're out there. Yeah.
Yeah.
And even if you did have to work through it, that girl is gonna be your dream girl, and you wouldn't mind it either. You would
He might
want to
mind.
work.
He might mind. Just saying, as his godfather, he's gonna mind.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be there. I'm your best man, right, for your wedding.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah, it's already determined,
Yeah,
right?
it's happening.
We just met like a couple days ago. Whatever.
Yeah.
The vibe is on.
Bro.
Yeah, we felt it. We
It's a
felt
bromance.
it. Yeah,
It's a
yeah.
bromance.
Oh, 100%.
At this point.
Yeah.
No. Like Mason, I will. You know what? With weddings, that they say,
Yeah.
speak now or forever hold your peace. If there anybody objects to, I don't think that
You're
actually
standing
happens.
up?
I don't think they actually do that shit. But I'm gonna stand up, be like,
Okay.
nah, she's not the one, bro. She's not a virgin.
She's not it. Okay.
No.
All right,
okay.
man.
How do you know she's not a virgin?
No hymen, no diamond.
So how did you find that out? That's what I want to know.
And just like, I don't want to do like fake news. You can, even if your hymen is not intact, you can still be a virgin. But,
Correct.
Yeah.
But as just a matter of speech. Wait, what was the question? How do you find out if she's a virgin?
Yeah, I was asking
I hope
you.
she-
I was implying something.
Oh, how do I find out?
Oh my
If-
goodness,
No,
never mind.
don't.
That went over.
Like, are you asking if I would? What
I was implying that you had already been with his wife before he married her.
Whoa.
is that like prima nocta? Prima
that a
nocta,
thing?
like I get
Yeah,
the
it is
first.
a thing.
I think like back in the 1500s, lords would like call dibs on a dude's.
Well, did you know they like
That's
to
pretty
watch
fucked up.
That's
women
totally
give
messed up.
birth?
Fucked up.
They had
dibs.
women give birth so they could watch it for their pleasure back then.
So weird. They had nothing
So
back then.
weird.
They had nothing back then.
Yeah.
That was their entertainment, just
the
like
kings,
the
mainly
whole
the
village.
kings, because they're like the power.
That was the adult industry.
Yeah.
The fuck?
Yeah.
1500s.
That shit's crazy.
That was a peep show back then when they had nothing.
Yeah, people have been degenerate since the beginning of time.
Yep.
No, really?
Since the beginning.
Aren't Jezebels in the Bible?
It used to be worse.
Yeah.
Yep. There we go.
Okay. All right. Well, there we go. We've gone around the table. I want to get into some of my pre-show notes here that some of you guys have so kindly provided. So I think the first one, and there's a lot of things that we have to react to, that we have to get to. So we're going to try to move as quickly as possible to try to get through it. Let's start with, here, who are we going to start with? I think we're going to start with Abigail. You had this TikTok video. It kind of went viral. Matt Walsh from the Daily Wire reacted to it. Why don't we watch the whole thing, the TikTok? We'll watch a short segment from Matt Walsh's thing, and yeah, well, whoa.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
Flattering.
At least you still look pretty.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, that's
seriously.
true.
Go ahead, Nick.
Oh, gorgeous.
Just came to the realization why I'm single.
Aw.
Every guy that I'm like, oh yeah, he's attractive. Okay, this is not supposed to be offensive, but I see their wives and they just look like so like, you know, like not like this. Just like, you know, like, I pretend my tattoos are gone. Dude, I look crazy. Like, that's why guys don't want to wife me up. And I just come to this realization today. See?
Love that.
Or maybe it's because all of them see me eat sushi after I get out of the grocery store in my car with my bare fingers and drink sweet tea. Oh no. Guys, I thought these men wanted like, you know, big, strong, tough girls. I don't know. I feel like all of them are like super girly, and all these guys are like, yeah, that's my girl. That's just like housewife stuff. And I'm over here like, I own my own business. I'm covered in tattoos. I'm a little spazzy, but that's okay. We embrace it. But yeah, I don't think any guy's gonna wife me up because they can't take me seriously. And I just realized that. Damn.
The video froze for a second.
Pause it for a sec. Let's read some of the comments. Nick, can you move us over? Nathan says, it's the eyelashes for me. Fake eyelashes are a complete turn off.
Yeah, you can
That's
tell
just
they're
me
real.
though.
Some things these people say.
Scroll down a little bit,
Yeah,
Nick.
whatever.
On that.
Nathan is just a troll.
Nose ring. And what? Okay, I don't like the tooth thing.
Okay, I know. I was like, dang, I'm passed out in
I
the
don't like
door
what they're
and my
saying about
tooth.
nose rings. It seems like a lot of people don't like the nose ring. Oh, maybe Harry likes. He says 100. But no, I don't know. So you posted this. It went viral. What's your take on it going viral? And
Well,
what have you
I
heard
didn't
from
think it was
people?
gonna go viral. Number one, like I just do random like ranting videos in my car sometimes.
Was that pre-gym or post-gym? Or
that was
not
post-gym.
Even? Oh.
If
I
you
could tell it
couldn't
was
tell
post-gym.
from my hair and my pump.
Not from the
obviously.
hair, but it was more like the
my arm pump.
No,
Like
well, the arm pump, but like
That,
the
like,
general
release.
exhaustion that you exuded.
Yeah, my
Yeah.
brain freezing.
Yeah, the brain freezing and yeah,
The
all of that.
post-workout.
Yeah.
I had my sweet tea in my hand. Yeah, I just got done eating sushi in my car. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
So I don't know. I just never thought it was gonna go viral like that, but I really do. The girls I do see with their husbands are very like, you know, they're very cutesy. They don't have any tattoos. They don't have any piercings. They don't look like big lifter girls. And then the ones that I do see that have like piercings, tattoos, and lift with their husbands are in an open relationship. No offense. But they're in an open relationship and they're just like not committed to each other, and I just never see like commitment just one-on-one and just with each other with people that look like me and are at the gym and stuff. And that's what I look for. And I feel like I've struggled with that a lot because everyone at the gym sees me and they don't take me seriously. And I want a serious relationship, and I feel like it's just hasn't been possible for me yet. So. And
you think that's due to your appearance or your demeanor? What do you think?
I think so. And I my demeanor is very alpha at the gym because I own my own personal training business. And if the right guy comes along and he leads the relationship, I don't mind I don't want that alpha attitude at home. Like I already have to do it at work. But guys think I want to do that at home too, and I don't. So I'm very misconceived because of what I do and what I look like.
So are you looking for a man that you can submit to or step under? And
I don't mind letting a man lead if he's going to do it right. If he provides for me, I'm going to provide for him.
Given that you find a man who is, a man that is, you identify as, I would put myself under his leadership and I would follow him to the ends of the earth.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Carla, you're the woman's dating coach, relationship expert. What do you think?
First of all, I do want to say that you don't have to look a specific way. I know that I look a specific way, but girl, I'm thick. And I used to think that too. I used to think there's no man that's going to like me the way I am. I'm Latina, I have curves. I know what I have and I know what I don't have. But what I would say is there's someone for everyone, and I will admit that there is this yin and yang when it comes to feminine energy and masculine energy. I know that those two terms are overused time and time again, and I will say appearances do matter. I literally just made a video on beauty is currency, but you're beautiful, and you go, and I feel like you're a business owner. I'm a business owner too. So it's just learning how to manage that feminine energy and presenting it in the right way, in the right rooms, and putting yourself in the right places. So that's
I know. And a lot of people see me at the gym and I present myself in a very almost alpha dominant way because I'm training people, I'm taking control of the situation.
Well, can you meet someone outside of the gym? Or
I'm literally there all the time. I don't go out. I don't do anything.
Would you date a guy who isn't,
Does he have to be a gym guy?
Does he have to be a gym guy?
Does he have to be?
Yeah.
He could be a dad bod.
I mean, I would prefer it because I'm very heavily involved, and I
commonality. But you'd be open to dating a guy with a dad bod, for example.
Yes, I have.
Okay.
I've been a blue
what if you
collar
find
worker.
the dad bods are better for you? Like not maybe the dad bod, but what they do for you in your life.
I mean,
would you
I'm open.
Yeah,
I'm single.
Okay, you had something. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I know from myself and the way I look, if I wasn't married, I'd probably be single as well. Because I'm very alpha, I joke like a dude, and I have a deeper voice. I was born with this voice, so I know I get a lot of shit for it, but that's fine. But I would probably be single just because I'm alpha outwards, but I'm submissive to the man I'm with if he has the right energy. So I feel you on that because I get that a lot on my Instagram and TikTok, that we don't like muscle.
You have something? Go ahead.
Well, in my most recent ex, going into it, he was the alpha. By the end, he was the sub. So because of my masculine energy, it kind of put him down and he couldn't handle it.
Is that kind of what you just saw as the end of the relationship? Was kind of that shift?
Yeah, because he couldn't provide for me anymore. So I was financially providing, I was emotionally providing, and I was turned off. I was like, I'm not doing this anymore.
Okay.
So I actually help women to but to learn how to balance those two energies out, because it is, for myself as well, I was extremely masculine or very independent, very dominant, but I had to learn how to work through it, and it was because I was on survival mode. So I speak on survival mode a lot. And so how you were saying how if you're providing all the time, it's exhausting, and so you really want to look for a man that can lead. And I think all of us are, for at least myself, at the time that I was single, I was looking for a man that could lead and make me feel safe, because it's so easy for a woman to be able to submit to a man when she feels loved, safe, protected, and provided for. It's
Amen.
Instinct. But to find a man like that, it can be very challenging. So that's why I'm here, and I stepped into the dating market to try to fix it.
Yeah, okay. and then on top of it, when guys come across girls.
Oh, hold on, just one
デ
sec.
レックストレーダードナーティド100ドル。アイムノットゲーバットアイドゴーゲーフォーメイソンドットヒズピアシングガーゼカッツスルーマイソウルライクホットナイフスルーバターエバーシンスアイディスカバードメイソンアイゴットオフバイアグラプリーズテイクザミックウィズユアコマンディングボイス。
I'm flattered, Derek.
Do you want to say anything to Derek the Trader?
I mean, I don't swing that way, but dang, dude, that's a massive compliment.
Were you
Any way
able
I can
to-
help.
Were you able to understand through the thick
Yes.
Japanese accent? It
Yes.
should be changed now. It should be changed. It's back to the.
Yeah.
Sorry, Derek the Trader. It's back to the British.
Yeah, I
voice.
definitely didn't read the comment. I listened to the Japanese and was like,
Well,
ah, yes, I understand.
Yeah, you
I can
vibed.
tell.
You vibed.
Yes,
there.
You know,
I
I think,
vibed the yes.
You know, the thing is, though, I think on the whole, like, submissive thing, whatever, I think you said kind of instinctually women want a man to be a leader. But there's programming in society, typically from feminism, which tells women to go be boss babes and to, you know.
You can be that leader.
Well,
So I think what you have is, despite women still, like, on some, as you said, instinctual level, want a leader. Yet it's not clear to me if, granted, and I think men are also failing at this too, in the sense that there's a lot of men that are not up to par. But I also think that even if they do find a man who's up to par, a lot of women are not prepared to follow. They want to be led, but they don't, because in order to be led, you need to be a follower.
Yeah.
That's the paradigm. So I think
Totally
a lot
agree.
of women are not prepared to be followers. So
well,
I have something to add.
sure.
I used to struggle with my balance of feminine and masculine energy because I work a lot and it is super easy to fall. You have to get stuff done and it is hard, right? But I've met guys recently where it's like, yeah, like I have no problem submitting to you. I feel safe. Like whether or not you're having a drink and you say a stupid joke or whatever thing that happens that makes me slightly disrespect you in that moment, you're still my leader. You know what I mean?
Wait, hold on.
Like,
Wait. So hold on.
listen, we're
when you-
humans,
when
right?
you
Like if you've heard, for example, this is like 8 years in a relationship thing, when you've heard the exact same joke said the same way 30 million times and you have to laugh because he's around his friends or whatever and you don't want it. It's like he needs his moment to say his joke that you've heard for the 30 millionth time and you can't take away his flowers for that, right? So it's like stuff like that where you're just like, okay, you might have done this little thing that like triggered me a little bit, but like, you know what I mean? Like you just need to like,
No, I don't know what you mean. What do you mean by disrespecting your partner? What do you mean?
no, like it's like you might as a woman get the urge sometimes to be like, wow, I don't like that he did that. I want to say something. I want to like, you know, he's trying to like, say you're out with your partner and he's trying to like, the attention's on him, the conversation's on him, and you just, the wife doesn't like something he does or did or said or moved, and she just like makes a face like, ugh, while he's trying, you know, that's something I see a lot, right?
But-
just
but-
like
Wait,
out
can
in
I-
Oh,
front.
so
Can I
you're
say
not saying
something?
that's like
Can
a
I say
good
something?
thing.
I'm not saying it's
Okay,
a good
okay,
thing.
gotcha.
I'm saying,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
no,
Say
absolutely.
something?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I am gonna say what I'm noticing a lot on Instagram with this whole like, because you know things become trends, right? And I am seeing that a lot of people are getting into this like femininity, masculinity. Like, all right, I think everyone's getting it wrong. It doesn't mean like if you give your husband or boyfriend like a stank face. That's not what it means, right? Like, for example, I am Christian and I do go by the Bible, but a lot of what the Bible does say, it just makes sense, right? So basically, what it is when you're gonna be submissive, it doesn't mean like you don't have a voice. It doesn't mean you can't have a business. It doesn't mean you can't have alpha energy. It's just that, so in the, like, this is, I know this in Spanish. I don't know like the verse because I'm not great at that, but it does say that when a woman gets really annoying, she'll like destroy her home, right? So you just have, it's not about being submissive of like, oh, I'm gonna listen to what you say, I'm not going to like talk back, whatever. No, it's more of like you just have to analyze and think about how you're gonna direct your home, right?
And not
Because
putting out
we're-
difficult energy. Like,
Yeah.
no,
yeah.
because
I mean, yeah, the
you
Bible
have
verse.
you have to understand that men are logical beings, we're emotional, so that's our balance. It's not about like submissive of like, and like I think everyone's starting to get it wrong. It's just like what we both bring into a marriage, what it should be into the marriage. We're both giving each other what it needs back and forth, right? We're not logical, but we can be smart and kind of lead that way, and men are going to lead in a different way. So we can still be leaders.
Yeah. I mean, it's better to live on the corner of a roof than in a house with a contentious woman.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Or is that what, Proverbs 21:19?
I think so.
Better to live. Well, I think it's phrased differently depending on the.
It depends on the translation.
But I've heard better to live in the desert than with a nagging and quarrelsome wife.
Yep, that's another one.
Exactly what it is.
Go ahead.
I think when you go out with your husband and he does something and you just stare at him, you like, for me personally, I just don't want to take the fight in public. I'll do it if I have to. It's just I don't want to because it's gonna cause a scene and it's embarrassing.
Yeah, you should do that shit privately.
So I don't think it has to do with you being.
What are these embarrassing things that your husbands and boyfriends are doing?
I mean, my ex was like abusive, so he would say things about, for example, my body I didn't like in front of other people.
Just in public?
Yeah, in public when we were like hanging out. Like,
that's a yikes.
Stuff like that was, I could take the fight and I could be like, well, you're fat, so.
Yeah.
I mean, I could do it.
Sounds
I just
like a
chose
healthy relationship.
Yes,
not
super
to.
healthy. Yeah.
That's why we were.
Here, you had something. Go ahead.
Yeah, my recent ex, when he was alpha, we'd be out and about, whatever. And if there's something he's telling me to do, it's like, hey, come over here, stand here. But it was a different type of voice than like a concerned but angry voice. I knew to be like, don't question him, do it. Follow his word, follow his lead. And every time it was because he was protecting me from someone on the other side he saw coming at me, looking at me. So like that type of submission, yes, 100%.
Yeah.
I also think that women have gone too extreme with I'm a boss, I don't need anyone. It's like, but everyone needs someone.
I mean, men are just wired to be protectors.
Exactly.
So they see those threats like that's just what they are.
Bender the Offender donated $100. Brain, what in the name of all that is holy do you have on? Don't tell me you've developed some kind of kink with that thing.
Wait, what? Oh, this thing. Yeah. Oh, this is like a massage tool. My back's hurting, so it's not like a.
It does look funny.
It's not like a
kink.
Although this part looks a little phallic, I get it, but
are you sure about that?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people in the fitness industry use those things.
What are they called? Shepherd's crooks?
I use it on my
exactly.
Yeah, my back's been bugging me. So, all right. Oh, you have something quick? Then I do want to move on a little bit, but go ahead.
Yeah, so I really want to place the blame on the public school education. So I think that it's not women or men's fault. I think it's the way that the public school system is ran. They're going too far with being a boss babe and things like that. That all stems from the public school system. And same thing with like men being too feminine. Hello? That's like a big thing that I don't see a lot of people talking about, but it needs to be addressed. That's it.
Okay. Yeah. And then just coming back to your video here, you got the septum piercing. Is it one of those that like tucks away?
I took it out to get a tighter, smaller one because that's what I got it pierced with, and I didn't even like it because it was too big for me, and I think it did look kind of ridiculous.
In the mic.
Oh, sorry. I think it did look kind of ridiculous, but I ended up taking it out. Couldn't get a smaller one back in, so I just left it out.
Yeah, and so since that video, when was that? Like a month ago or something?
A month or two, something like that.
Okay. Have you just been inundated, bombarded with a bunch of DMs?
Yes.
From guys? Because
yes.
How many we talking?
Marriage proposals and everything. I had a guy call the gym from Florida, ask for me to train him, and then he sent me a proposal, like a marriage proposal, like on text.
I love that.
Did you call the cops?
That's cute.
No.
Did you accept?
Yeah, follow up.
I'm single.
So like, how do your DMs look? Did you get like hundreds, thousands of DMs? What are we talking here?
I can't even count the ones on Instagram. They're all like in the
hidden,
hidden ones, and I have to like scroll. I didn't even care to look for them.
Well, when you're
I don't
bored,
have time for that.
You have your options.
You know, one thing that I think is interesting. So if a woman goes online and makes some woe is me video about dating, complains about dating, that they get no guys, whatever it is, she's going to get bombarded with suitors. Whereas if a guy goes online, does the same thing, woe is me, oh no girls want me, blah, blah, blah. I don't know if as many women would DM him as the reverse, which I think is
probably not
is
interesting.
Grid One Motorsports donated $100. For F's sake, let's be honest, you are too busy mistaking loser bad boys for top G to recognize alpha if you met one, so stop looking, make yourself worth finding. Men are hunters, be prey.
Oh.
Can I just ask this person, what do you do for a job? Like, what is your
Motorsports.
job? Like,
Obviously.
Because this woman has her own business. Like, she's successful, she's gorgeous. What do you have to offer, dude?
Can
I don't really
can I
look
say?
for
I mean, she did say that she spends a lot of time at the gym, and sometimes like you just have to like branch off. You know, like go into different environments.
I mean. Yeah, I can speak to this. So, I mean, I know a lot of elite powerlifters, and powerlifting and just the fitness industry in general is extremely degenerate. So, yeah. Well, I mean, like...
Can you, like, life coach us all?
I don't know
Like,
about
group
that.
rate for life coaching.
Group rate.
But I agree with you. It's
It's a dark world.
I was going.
Yeah, so I'm an engineer.
What kind
Same
of engineering
thing.
do you do?
Mechanical.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't
cool.
know if that's his...
I was going to add on to that. I was going to say, you know, unfortunately, in the fitness industry, and I've been working out for 8 years. People that for the most part, people that love to work out, it's very like because of vanity. It's not so much for health, you know. So there could be a lot of people that are a little bit superficial and might not be. Not that I'm saying that it's the case, but I would say I would rather, like, my husband wasn't like big on working out. He did like it, but he didn't spend most of his time there. You know, his mind was more in like making money and stuff like that.
Where did you guys meet at?
Through a friend. So I got lucky. I've had like pretty good luck finding good like men in my life, but what I was going to say is I do think that it would be better to find someone that's not it would be better maybe to find someone that's not like into the gym, and you can like make him, because everybody eventually wants to work out, they want to look great, and you can inspire them.
So I actually have dated. I went on a few dates with a guy that didn't go to the gym, a couple guys that didn't really go to the gym, and it was like they didn't understand my life. They didn't understand my lifestyle. They didn't understand why I ordered the way I did. They almost found it kind of embarrassing, and it made me feel embarrassed to go out to eat with them. And then on top of that, like, they made me feel like I was almost the man in the relationship because I felt kind of bigger than them and more powerful than them, like in my muscles.
Okay.
I can attest to that actually, because I compete.
Yeah.
So compete, you know, when you're in a cut, you have to be with somebody that understands a cut, because the way you become during a cut, I mean, if a person doesn't understand the fitness industry, he's not going to be able to support you, because it's a lot of time, effort, energy. You're tired. It's hard.
Oh, yeah.
But I think
bodybuilding is extremely difficult.
Yeah. But I think you would just need a supporting husband or a partner. Like, I don't think they necessarily need to be in that industry.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I will say I hung out with her, and like we've been through a lot in our friendship because we've been friends for a while too. And when she was cutting right before her competition, I swear I almost beat your face. Like, I was so mad at you so many times. I was just like, you are the most obnoxious bitch right now, and I can't wait for you to fucking stop this competition. I'm so glad it's over, you guys. But no, they're really like, they're starving, and they're assholes, and they're testosterone, like, even for the women, because they're like ready to compete, and it's like,
wait, are you talking you two?
Yeah, I've known her for a really long time too.
Been friends for a long time.
Yeah,
and so you guys were housemates or living together?
Yeah, we like when she comes to California,
fight.
she stays with me.
You guys would get into like fights?
Well, I was walking on eggshells because I knew what was going on. And I was like, okay, this is just like her fitness thing. You know what I mean? She's just we're in the final stages. Like, she's gonna be kind of crazy right now.
Okay, I got
okay.
I got something for this.
No, we don't.
And then you were.
Yeah, we've been best friends.
You guys have been beefing too, apparently.
Yeah, well, we've been best friends since, like,
Quality Family Guy reference.
Right.
Yeah, it's all.
All right, let's go to is there one other TikTok video from Abigail?
Yes.
All right, let's play it really quick.
Another.
Go ahead. Let's a quick one.
About Matt Walsh.
Go ahead.
I was in the shower last night, and I've come to realization that every single one of my exes after me has went to a girl that is short, blonde, no tattoos, and doesn't lift. What's happening? I'm not joking. Every single one of them. I'm like, so someone tell me, preferably a man, why you guys go to the complete opposite after I guess a failed relationship. But like we're still on decent terms. Like if we seen him, I wouldn't be like, oh, bye. No, we'd be like, hey, what's up? So yeah. Ladies, put a finger down if every single one of your exes has gone to the opposite version of you every single time you break up, and you don't understand why, and you just want the men to answer. So someone explain to me things.
Okay. So all your exes, like, how tall are you?
6 foot.
You're 6 foot. So all your exes end up with like petite blonde women and
Yes.
no tats.
Yep. And they usually don't go to the gym, or if they do, they just follow them to the gym.
Have you turned anyone gay?
So funny story.
Oh boy.
I had a ex that I met at the gym a few years back. He was a great guy, really good to me, but he sent me this guy to train. I'm not going to disclose any names, but I found out later down the road that he met this guy on Grindr, and he pretended to be his friend.
Huh?
Yep. And they were having sex in our bed of the house we just got together, and the guy I was training, I ended up training the guy he was sleeping with at the time. He told me and disclosed everything to me, and the guy I was seeing was actually out on military training. He came back to an empty home. I'd left, not said anything. I was just like, hey, I know what you've done. Please don't try to argue with me. He told me everything, showed me proof, so I'm gonna go.
I love that he showed you proof. That was.
Let's see. What do we have here? Okay. Oh, we have the Matt Walsh video. That's right. Yeah. Nick, if you can pull up the Matt Walsh video, and you can close out those other TikToks.
Where's all the videos of me?
Just this is the last video.
Okay.
And so guys, Matt Walsh just reacted to her first video that we already watched. So this is in reference to that first video. Go ahead, Nick. And we're just gonna watch a short segment of it.
Okay, is this spot for a video?
Yeah, go ahead.
And maybe she thought, well, this is what men should be attracted to, says the culture, and so they are. But they're not. We're not.
Oh.
Like, as it turns out, yes, do men prefer feminine women? Yes.
Oh.
Because we're men. And we're not looking for, if you're a heterosexual man, you desire a woman, and that's a particular sort of desire that you have because you want to get married, you want to have kids, you want a family. It's all natural desire for human beings to have, for men to have. But you don't need a woman who acts like a man or looks like a man or takes on the mannerisms of a man. Why would you want that?
Oh.
Okay.
I mean, you have guy friends that you hang out with.
Oh.
But you don't need women to fill that role.
Yeah.
You certainly wouldn't.
You can pause Wheels donated $100. Would Bella or Holly add me on the gram? Lol at James_Wheels.
Oof.
Maybe after.
Okay.
Maybe do your best work in my DMs, and if you get my attention, then it's a yes.
And as
I'm
her
honestly
manager,
very easy to impress.
Your reaction to the video, to the Matt Walsh video?
I was like kind of taken back a little bit because I see myself as feminine.
Yeah.
I get that I lift, and I'm not big. I'm tall, but I still see myself as very feminine.
You're
and I was kind of like,
yeah, you're super feminine.
Yeah.
I don't
you are
even
very
Well, I think he's
feminine.
saying that in reaction to, because in the video that we reacted to and the video he reacted to, you're like, well, I think that, look how, I forgot, I don't want to misquote you, but you like flexed in the video and
I said,
they
don't want them like this, they want them like this,
But
so I mean, I can be like this with the right guy, but guys just always see me when I'm out doing my personal training, so I look like big, scary, and strong.
Okay.
And then if I go to the grocery store, it's usually right after I lift. I look big, scary, and strong, and I don't go out, so they don't see me like dressed up and nice or whatever.
Okay.
But I feel like for men, what's feminine is different for everybody.
Yeah.
Like there are guys who like super curvy women.
Wait, can you scoot your mic to the very edge of the table?
Super curvy women with big boobs and everything. There are guys who like petite women that don't have any boobs. I think it's just, the preference of what you like as a man. I have guys that like the way I look, and I have guys that say I'm a dude. because of my voice and, you know, having a six-pack. And I haven't always had that. I've weighed 180 pounds, so I've been curvier. So, you know.
Yeah, sweet tooth. Thank you for the gifted 20 memberships. Appreciate it.
So I think it's just different for each person, what they like. And I think if Matt Walsh says, we're men, we like this. No, you're a man, yes, and you like this. But
Yeah,
like
well,
John over there might not.
I think to be fair to Matt, I mean, I think there is a grain of truth in that men do like feminine women. We want someone who's more feminine than us. No, I wouldn't go to the extent to say that you're like a man, because you're not. I mean, from the limited interaction I've had with you, you don't seem to be very manly. You seem to be pretty feminine. Other than working out and being tall, like, yeah, I think those are good qualities. So, like, I wouldn't count that against you. But also,
I think you're feminine.
Yeah, I think you're a feminine lady.
Feminine.
Yeah,
When
you're
I
a
work
dashing
out,
lass.
I look a little scary when I'm working out, but besides the point.
Are you a grunter?
No, but
You know how,
I
like,
do.
yeah.
I lift
When they
really
grunt.
heavy, so like I go
okay.
hard. I go
Do you
hard.
do the smelling salts?
I don't do the smelling
Okay.
salts.
Okay. I'm just,
What's your favorite lift?
At the moment, my favorite is probably belt squat at the moment.
Oh,
Nice.
I love those
Okay.
too.
I know,
I do
so
lots of belt
random.
squats.
And lunges. I am a sucker for lunges. I know it sounds crazy, but I
No.
love lunges.
Yeah, usually
I hate
psychopaths
lunges.
like lunges.
Yeah, I was gonna say I hate
okay.
lunges. I struggle
Fair
there.
enough. Yeah.
You know
I feel
what?
like guys.
Here, okay, go ahead, and then we'll go to you. Go
I
ahead.
do want to point out too, I feel like the new way to put down a girl in 2023 going into 2024 is being like, oh my God, you're so masculine. Oh my God, you're so, and you're like masculine energy. Like, I feel like that's almost like a microaggression sometimes where guys will say that just like sometimes, especially when it like seems to be out of nowhere and you're just like, wait, what did I do to like set you off? It's almost like, have you been planning on saying this the whole time?
I mean, guys literally think that if they go.
Hold on, just a
Sweet
second.
underscore tooth 989 donated $100.
See,
Let's go, sweet tooth.
Yeah, let's go, sweet tooth.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Guys online think that we care if they, oh, you're masculine, you're trans. I'm like, I don't care. Like, really? You go online, you put this energy into my page saying mean things.
Well, and on top of it, there's a lot of men who like dominant women.
Yes.
Then the problem
A lot
is,
of-
yes,
A lot of men.
Yes,
Well, hold on.
actually, I'm a professional
Men who
dom.
do that.
I'm also a professional dom. The amount of money I make humiliating men on a daily.
Yeah, but they want to keep that on the DL.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Well, okay,
But
so
they don't want it from their
you
partner.
said a
Not
lot.
always.
No, yeah.
Not
A
always.
lot.
For the most
You
part,
beat
they
the-
don't.
Do you
For the
think the
most part, they don't.
majority of men want dominant
No.
women?
Almost every very powerful man I've met, which I'm not going to release any names, they always want to get dominated.
Wait, can you guys define like dominant? What do you mean, like?
Where when it comes to sexual, they don't want to be in charge at all.
Haram.
And they also
Cucks.
don't mind doing domesticated
Some
work.
cuck shit.
Yep,
But that's more like a
100%.
sexual thing. I don't think it's like in life.
Well, they
No.
also like to cater to you.
No, that's another thing that I wanted to add. Right now, what we're seeing is like the sassy man era, where they also like to.
I love that.
No. There's men who in life prefer to have a dominant woman so they could do less work. That's
Yeah.
why there's like this.
That too,
That's why there's like this.
I was gonna
new-
say, what's your name? Yours? Yeah. TikTok.
Abigail.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Abigail. Okay.
That was your point.
I was gonna say, I think it's more of like a dating problem rather than you. I think you're very feminine and beautiful, and I think any guy would love to date you. But I think that we're just in a like dating crisis.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Let's go back to the whole dom thing, though. What? So, well, I certainly like if there's you could say there's a lot of men insofar as there's the population of the U.S. is what 330 million people. Certainly, there can be a lot. I would not say that though that the majority of men are into being dominated.
I would, because I know what happens behind closed doors.
Well, but that's
So
just
my
because there's a lot of
experience-
men doesn't mean that it's the majority of men.
Well, my experience.
I don't think it's the majority. I think
Okay,
it
then
is-
how about this?
I think it's
My
more than you would
experience,
think,
the majority
though.
of the people, and it is more than especially the powerful men.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you guys have no idea the amount of powerful men that do not want that power, especially at home. They are tired of it. they need a release. They cannot deal with it anymore.
But that's your clientele, so I mean, your
Yeah.
view
I
is
don't-
somewhat
I feel like
skewed.
It's
I
not
feel
my
like
clientele.
Yeah,
I don't have a
'cause I don't
clientele.
feel like I have
I don't
yeah.
do anything like that.
Because I mean,
Wait, what
like,
do you mean?
I do professional dom work, and I also help people in like gearing what they
do you
want,
mean?
what they like.
Why do you object to me using the term clientele?
Because I don't want people thinking that I'm like a courtesan or something. I don't do that.
What do you do?
yes.
I'm professional dom.
So you provide sexual services for
No,
money.
I do not touch them sexually. I do not allow them to touch me sexually. I do not watch them do
They
anything
receive
sexually.
sexual gratification.
Nope, they're submitting. They might get off to it later at home in their head, but not in front of me right here. Absolutely not. Or else they can leave.
That you're engaged in sex work. I mean, you can.
Oh,
try to paint
absolutely.
it.
I don't deny that.
Well, then, so why? do you,
I'm not a hooker. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not a hooker.
What's the?
Okay,
where
so
do
you don't have sex with them, is
Correct.
what you're saying?
Yeah.
No,
But
it's
you
not allowed.
are providing some sort of. Do they unclothe themselves in front of you?
No.
They're fully clothed.
Yeah, well, I put them in
Is it-
outfits.
Okay. Do you touch? Do you touch them
No, not with my hands.
with tool? Do you
Yep.
touch them with certain
Instruments.
whips and?
Yep.
Okay. So I mean that is within the that's within the purview of sex work.
Yeah, I call myself a sex worker all the time, but again, I do not want
okay.
that
But why
line crossed.
why do you object to the?
Because I don't want that line
your
crossed that I'm
clients?
having sex with these people for money. I do not do that.
Yeah, but an accountant can have a client. I don't think.
Exactly.
Right,
so
so
I
but they're
just
not
wanted to
your
make it clear
clients?
because
What
I've
are
had a
they?
lot of people misconstrue that, and I don't like it.
You've never done. You've never escorted.
No.
You've never.
I've
Okay,
had sugar
I'll have.
daddies.
Okay.
So relationships where I benefited from them, just like
Sure.
just like they benefit
Okay.
from me, just like any other freaking relationship.
Okay. Let's pull up here. Let's come back to the video really quick. I want to wrap up on that. Nick, if you pull up the YouTube video, I just wanted to read the comments because there's some interesting comments on the video, on the YouTube video. Scroll down, por favor.
I haven't even read these.
Scroll down. Can you make it a little bigger? Nick,
I
make it a
never
little
read
bigger.
any
This
of
is the
them.
one that he responded.
Yeah.
Nope, that's way too big. Here, that's one bigger, please. Okay, scroll up. So Nick. Wow. Can you scroll up, please? Okay. The words, "she's cute, but I wish she had more tattoos and piercings," has never been uttered by an emotionally healthy, high-functioning man ever. Speaking as a male that is heavily tattooed and used to work in a tattoo shop, I suggest that you never get a tattoo somewhere that can be covered by. Okay. One thing I realized, I want a certain man, he'll expect. Oh, one thing I realized at 19, if I want a certain man, he'll expect me to be a certain way, and I'm grateful that being feminine is amazing. And that's an interesting one on the tattoo front. Did you have? Oh,
Yeah,
go ahead.
so my husband is heavily tattooed, like heavily.
And
he says that
Derek for Trader donated $100.
Yo, thank you,
Being in
Derek.
a relationship requires sacrifice. What are you ladies willing to give up to obtain and retain the man of your dreams?
Here, Derek. I want to finish this conversational thread. We'll go around the table. We'll come back to that. I'm writing a note here. Go ahead with your point.
and if I say that I only have one tattoo and I had it when I was 18, stupidity, but he literally tells me that he doesn't want me to get any tattoos anymore because he says that a beautiful sculpture should never be painted on with graffiti.
A lot of women here at the table are tattooed.
Yeah,
You guys
and I
have
was like,
thoughts?
I have one tattoo, like that's the same thing. And I was like, what, so do you hate it? Like, he's like, no, I don't mean, like, I mean heavily tattooed.
Yeah.
So,
That's a personal preference thing.
yeah, it is.
Yeah.
But I've heard that from
Do you
others.
guys have thoughts on what she just
I
said?
do.
Both of you are quite
I
tattooed.
think my
so-
tattoos are. I like to think of them as feminine.
Yeah, I think
because
they're
I get
beautiful.
mine.
I
They're
love
very
tattoos.
like, almost like.
Feminine tattoos.
They're very pretty.
I have very
They're very
like
soft.
leafy and floral and like I think they add. I don't know. They add character to me.
And, yeah,
I love
and
them.
And I also think if you vibe and you love each other and you think, you know, you're good for each other, you see past that. Because I just when you
Sure.
grow, when you're older, you don't go like, oh my God, she has nice tits, we're getting married. That's not how it works anymore. It's more like you have to have a connection, you have to get to know somebody, you have to see that you have the same values, you know, you see things the same way.
Did you have something on the tattoo thing?
Yeah, my recent ex, he had never dated anyone with tattoos, especially heavily tattooed, said he never would. But we had a genuine good connection.
you can see past that.
Yeah,
I think
and on
so,
top of
anyway.
it, I don't give a flying fuck who likes my tattoos or not. They're for me.
Yeah.
So if you don't like them, I most likely don't want to date you anyways. That's not my problem. That's yours.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I think the thing is, I think for most men, tattoos aren't necessarily a deal breaker, but there's never an instance where I think it's a deal maker for a guy. Like your
Unless
tattoos.
you're a tattoo artist.
No,
Look, there
not
are
even
some.
then.
Granted,
Oh my,
like
yeah.
there's
Even
some
that guy in
guys-
the comments, he was
Yeah,
like,
he
if
used to be a tattoo artist.
he's a tattoo artist, and he was like, don't get a tattoo if you're a lady.
Look,
Yeah.
there are some guys who have like a tattoo thing. I think they're few and far between. But I'd say generally speaking, like your tattoos are never going to typically make you more attractive. It's either going to be something that's neutral, or for like there's definitely some men out there they're going to interpret it in a certain type of way. I
will
would
limit
say-
the dating pool.
Yeah, and I would say that I read something, I can't remember what it was, something on tattoos, but there is something to be said of like people tend to view, and this kind of ties into the masculinity, femininity discussion, that tattoos can be viewed in a somewhat, to some degree, a masculine way.
Absolutely.
So,
I mean, look, and the pain, like this piece alone was 6 hours, and I had to sit through it. And that's fine and dandy. Again, it's my story is my mom passed when I was 14. I didn't deal with it till I was legally able to. So this is what I did. I like it.
Yeah.
You don't like it? That's your problem. At least I didn't do something worse to my body, and I'm not here anymore.
word.
I'm going to add something.
Sure, go ahead.
I think, like what you said, some guys like the tattoo thing. Well, I've ran into a lot of guys that like tattoos, but they like the girl for a short time. Like they look at tattoos like, oh, she's gonna be fun for a short time, and that's been really hard for me too, because I'm looking for something serious, and a lot of guys see me and they're like, oh, she must like to have fun for a short time. And I think a lot of guys look at tattoos like, I like girls with tattoos, and then they end up getting married to a girl that does not have any tattoos at
Right.
all.
Yeah.
They like it in the moment.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
that's a good point.
Yeah, a lot of people, most times when people get tattoos, it's very in the moment. It's a quick decision. Not saying that yours are like that, but generally speaking, when I see someone all tatted up, or when I've talked to certain people who are tatted up, it's a very quick decision. I just wanted to get a tattoo that day. It was something I just felt like doing. It seems like it's probably a financially irresponsible decision. So most men will evaluate it that way. They're just like, so when someone sees a girl who's all tattooed up, they're generally thinking they make quick decisions, they make irresponsible decisions. Therefore, she's going to make the irresponsible decision to sleep with me.
Yeah.
So,
what's the word? Not spontaneous, but it's. I'm trying to think of the word for. No. Like somebody who rashly makes decisions or does things.
Sporadic?
Reactive?
No. I'm thinking
Erratic.
Impulsive.
Impulsive.
I have BPD. That's
yes. Yeah,
BPD?
that's the word.
I have BPD. Yeah.
BPD?
Yep.
Okay.
So that's my biggest thing is impulsivity.
Impulsivity. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So-
impulsivity can be proxy for a potential risk for infidelity. So
Yeah.
Very true.
I think
But that goes for
there are
everything.
there are very like ingrained systems in men. So when we view women, like, it might not be at the forefront of our mind, but it's kind of programmed into us. Like these things are not great to see.
Yeah.
Not that I can look at you and I see you're a beautiful lady. You like to go to the gym. You like to take care of yourself. That's important to me. I think it's important to men in general that you take care of yourself. You look good. But then there are those other things that we also take into account. Is she impulsive? They probably don't know you very well, so maybe they don't know that you're not impulsive, but a lot of the visual cues are saying you might be.
Yeah.
So
It's usually first glance.
Let me just read this chat here. Derpington, Christ is King and the Lord of Lords. I'm
Yes.
going to teach my daughter to respect herself and not end up like a 304 selling herself to men that don't care about her. Power lifter dude, what's your favorite lift?
Oh, bro. Okay. My favorite lift right now is bench. My best lift's deadlift by far. But I have most fun benching.
Okay. Tattooed Missouri chick or whatever, are you capable of cooking well? Also, Christian virgin dude and Missouri chick, how many reps of 225 pounds you got? I'm weak with only 25 blessings, ? Can you cook?
I can cook very well.
Cooking-
I love to cook. I
That's a
enjoy
big
it,
plus.
and I bake a lot, and I cook a lot, and I will cook for the man if he loves to eat. So.
All right.
There you go.
Thank you, Derpington. Well, how many reps of 225?
225.
225 on what?
Oh, on what?
Bench.
I'm not hitting 225 on bench.
No, that's
I'm natural.
Oh wait, no. Did he say?
He didn't
what
even
was
say.
it?
He didn't
even
specify.
say. Generally,
I'm assuming squat.
225 is bench. Like NFL Combine is like
No,
bench.
Let's go for squat right
Squat.
now.
Okay, we'll just say squat.
I think
Yeah.
squat.
I think last week I hit 225 for 12 reps.
Gotcha.
Nice. That's pretty good.
I
That's
usually
actually
use it
really
as
good.
I'm just going to read this. Okay, we got Doc.
Is that good?
All right, we'll move on.
Yeah.
Doc Fanabulous, why do women always think that they know what men should want? Stop it, men like women. If you hawk loogies, burp, and curse like a sailor, you'll probably attract butch chicks instead of gentlemen.
Hell yeah.
Are you into that?
Oh.
Yeah, well, not into burping and all that, but I like butch
But we
chicks,
never
yeah.
said that we know what
Hold
men
on.
should
Cost
One
want.
sec, one
Times
sec.
donated $107.
Yeah, thank you, man.
Hey ladies, when your only skill is attracting guys, it's time to develop another one. It ages. All girls are the
Oh,
same.
wow.
after
Okay,
20
Pete.
times.
He's coming with.
Amen,
All right.
That's why he's single.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess you're single, Pico
I mean, I'm not only all that. I'm a hairdresser. I'm a cook. I'm an aunt. Like, these people don't. They see us as just an object, which is fine. Maybe we show ourselves that way. We present ourselves that way. That's fine. The
How
people
much
who
does your
matter.
OnlyFans cost?
Mine?
Yeah.
$10 a month, and I don't show anything.
Aren't
or
you
do, oh,
objectifying yourself?
Absolutely, but aren't you? By having a corporate job every day, sitting
Wait.
there playing to the man.
Well, Brian doesn't
not
have a
the same.
corporate
It's
job.
not the same.
Okay, you're still giving your time to somebody
I'm
else.
sorry, it's not the same.
That's fine. My
I
opinion
mean,
is
when
you're
you
still
say,
giving your time to
but when
someone
you say
else.
objectifying, like I think you're talking about something very specific.
Well, because it's what everyone's willing to deal with. I'm willing to deal with maybe a lot more than someone else here is, and that's fine. That's what my threshold is. At the end of the day, everybody's giving their time and their energy to somebody else for money at the end of the day, no matter what it is. McDonald's workers, Starbucks workers, car truck drivers, whatever.
Yeah, but not all jobs are created equally.
Absolutely not. That's why
Yeah.
it's better to be on my side for me,
I mean,
for me.
I
Because
will
I
say
make more-
too, like the more money it is, typically the more you have to sacrifice to like get it. Like obviously, like OnlyFans and like camming and all that stuff, like you have to deal with people in their like weird forms, right? Like you're basically a therapist that's there to reinforce their mental health issues and not, you know what I mean, as opposed to a real therapist, which is designed to help you with your mental health issues. And that's a weird fucking service. Lawyers charge, you know what I mean? So it's like I don't really want to sit there listening to the things I've had to listen to for hours for like less than a crazy price. You know what I mean? Like
I just don't understand why they think we don't know what we're doing. Like,
yeah,
we know
like
what
I'm
this
not
is. We're not
confused.
idiots.
Yeah, we know what we're doing.
fine with it.
We didn't just venture into OnlyFans and be like, I'm gonna do this. Oh, I have to be naked. Well, like we're not idiots. We know.
You guys have agency.
Yeah,
You
like,
guys, yeah.
We know what we're doing and we know
Sure.
what this is, and we can choose to do it or not do it. But
Okay.
you know, and they can have an opinion or not have an opinion. Like their opinion is like, you know, dime a dozen. You know, so
Okay.
it's fine to think that we might be, you know, not worthy or we might never find a man, whatever it is, you know. But in the end of the day, we know what we're doing and we know what this is. And
This is what we signed up for.
Yeah, what we sign up for. If we didn't want to do it, we wouldn't.
Yep.
It's not a must.
We're almost done here with some of the notes on Abigail. Abigail, you said, I've not had the best dating luck. You said your first boyfriend cheated. Second one was an alcoholic.
Yep.
Third cheated on you with a man. You already told us about that one.
Wow.
You said one of your clients at the time was the man he slept with. Your fourth was long distance.
Yep.
Wasn't terrible, but would use scripture as a weapon to manipulate.
Yes,
Are you religious at all or not? Really,
Yes,
or?
I am.
Oh, okay,
I'm
Christian.
Christian.
Okay, so he would use scripture to manipulate you. How so? Did he ever use Proverbs 21:19? Because that's my go-to. If I'm trying to manipulate.
If I'm trying to manipulate a lady.
Wait, what is it though? I've never read the Bible.
Which one?
Clearly.
What is what?
What's Proverbs?
Oh, well, Proverbs 21:19. Better to live in the desert than with a quarrelsome and nagging wife.
Okay.
But no, he never used that one on me.
If you're watching, dude. Proverbs 21:19. It's my fucking go-to.
You did your job.
You're a good wife.
So I can tell you a story, and then I'll kind of explain.
Give us an example of scripture
Wait.
he's weaponized.
Yeah. Okay, go.
It's not a great It's not a great story, so just brace yourself.
Okay.
So one day we were floating, and I had some peach rings candies.
In the pool?
Oh,
river
like
floating?
a river floating.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Oh, okay. Yeah, of
I forgot
course.
you guys were in California.
Yeah.
Okay.
We tubing.
Tubing.
Go ahead.
I lived in
was a
Tennessee,
kayak.
so yeah, I
was
understand.
in a kayak. It was good.
Oh,
You
oh,
know,
nice.
Tennessee.
Yeah,
is a
I
good
lived in
place.
Tennessee.
I love that place.
Memphis.
Okay,
no.
anyway,
Guys.
So
Yeah,
I
focus.
had these peach rings, and we were saving ourselves for marriage. And we came back to the truck, and he was trying to get kind of sexual with me, and I was like, no, I don't really feel comfortable with that. And we get back to the apartment, and he proposed to me with a peach ring, and he said, God said it's okay, we can have sex now, like it's okay,
Wow.
like
He
I
went for
promise
that.
God said it was fine. And I was like,
He's a man of God.
he was like really trying
Man of
to
God.
tell me
That
it was
is
okay, manipulate
wild.
me, and we
Okay,
ended up
Oh,
doing.
you did?
Really?
Yeah,
You
because he had told me like,
Wow.
God said it was fine. Like we're married now. Like, do you see the ring on your finger? And I
Wait,
how old were you?
how old
were you?
I'm not
Hold
letting
on.
you off the hook.
Wait,
No,
how
no,
old
we got
were
it.
you?
Yeah.
Give me a sec,
How
give me a
old?
sec.
How old were you?
How old was I?
Yeah.
This was last summer.
Okay.
And you're
Like we
you're
literally
22,
were talking
right?
about
That's-
getting married. Like he was gonna propose. Well, we ended up doing it. I told him stop. I don't like this. I don't feel good. We stopped, and he goes, "It's okay because I faked it anyway, and I didn't want
What?
to actually propose to you."
Oh my god.
No. What?
No
Yeah.
way.
Yeah. And he was
Wow.
long distance, so he literally like went home next day, and he lived 6 hours away. And I was like,
Oh my.
I feel disgusting, and
That's
I feel
so horrible.
used. It
That's
was
wild.
really
Wait, you?
hard.
But okay. Were
Yeah.
you a virgin?
No, I wasn't.
Oh, but
so
why were
we
you
came
waiting
into the
for marriage?
relationship because it was important to us.
To both of you?
Yes.
Oh, so
he wasn't either,
Oh.
but we decided to go into the relationship. We were like, you know
Okay.
what, we're gonna restart. We're not gonna do this, and
Oh,
we weren't like
what?
born again virgins, but we
Yeah.
wanted to respect each other and not have sex until marriage. At least that's what I thought he wanted, and it ended up going downhill real quick. So
How long had you guys been dating?
we were dating for about 8 months then.
8 months. Wow.
That's a long time to hold out.
I know, and I was like, why
Yeah.
are you not proposing? We literally lived long
So
distance.
what are we talking? Like what Bible verses was he? There's Ezekiel 25:17, Psalms 23:4.
Oh, he would send me,
Proverbs
like,
16:18,
he would send me
Proverbs
some
24:24,
paragraphs of random-
25:24. Genesis.
I mean,
Genesis.
You go ahead and try to find them. I
4:15?
can't quote them.
How about?
No,
I got
he
one.
probably quoted. There's a Bible verse that says that if you have that burning desire within you, you should get married. So it's in like 1 Corinthians.
He would just say
I don't think they meant
15, I
sex.
think it is.
Huh? No.
I think it's
well,
second.
No, so it's like the if you feel that overwhelming attraction for your partner,
Yeah.
then you should go ahead and get married because that's
Yeah.
been awoken in you, and you shouldn't sin against your body.
Yeah,
so
he was like
go for
God.
it.
He was like God made us one. Like this is
That's,
what we're supposed to do. Like we are one now that I gave you that ring. Like God told me it was okay, and I was like, oh.
He's not a good
That's
Christian.
no, yeah.
No.
I think you wanted it too, though, right?
Well,
Sounds like
in
she
the
got
moment, I
manipulated.
really
Well-
wanted to be like married to him, and I wanted to be with him forever, and I trusted him. Like I gave him that trust.
Yeah.
And
Oh, that's so sad.
he-
So yeah, I mean,
broke
okay,
it.
I
hate
think
this
Do you
man
feel
now. I don't know
grateful
who he is,
though
but
that
I
you
don't
got
like him.
away from a guy who
Yeah.
would destroy your trust like that? Like in my opinion, I'm kind of like, wow, you dodged a bullet, sis. Thank God you didn't get married to that guy. Like
yeah,
you know,
it was it was hard because like I did let him be that spiritual leader in my life, and I was like, I was really wanting that, and he kind of gave me that good manly affirmation that I wanted, and then he just kind of destroyed it. So it was really hard for me to like.
so
pick
when you
myself
say
back
like
up.
a good spiritual leader, like how was he? What was he doing to show you that he was a good spiritual leader?
I mean, when we were together, we would go to church together, be heavily involved in church events. We would go to family events together. We would do devotions every night, even if it was over FaceTime or like in person if we saw each other. And he bought me devotionals, and he would always talk about like getting married and having kids and leading the home and doing those things together as a family and as a whole. So
Wait, so like midway through the act, you're like, no, and then he was like, he faked his orgasm?
No, he faked the proposal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like he admitted this. That he was like, I was just doing this so we would have sex.
That totally went over my
No,
head.
he didn't finish. I didn't do
That's why
anything.
we were like,
And I started crying, and he was like, "Oh my God, what's wrong?" And I was like, "I just want you to stop, please. I
Like,
don't want
what's
to do
wrong?
this anymore."
What's wrong?
So then you guys broke up. Like that was it. It was
No,
over.
I continued to date him.
Oh, you kept what?
Yeah.
Wow.
You kept dating him.
Why did you do that?
Well, we're not together anymore.
Well, yeah,
it only
yeah,
lasted
yeah.
like another month, and I was like,
What?
I
Oh
actually
That's-
called him because he was back at in his state, and I was like, I just don't think this is good for us, and I don't think you're in this like right place maturity wise to be with me.
Question for you. You said for that relationship, you were. How long ago was that?
That ended New Year's. I mean, I told you.
Oh, okay. And are you said for that relationship you were saving yourself for marriage. Is that your new standard moving forward?
I would prefer it that way, yes.
Well, have you had any indiscretions since? Like, have you?
He's the guy I was seeing on and off for. Yeah.
With the older man who's your boss.
He was.
Was your boss?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I own my own business now as a trainer, but he actually owns the gym back home.
But you guys were having sex.
Yes, we were.
But your standard is you're saving yourself for marriage.
That's what I'd prefer, yes.
You'd prefer. But what if you met a guy who's doesn't want that, but you like him?
Well, then he doesn't have the same standards I do.
Yeah.
But neither did your the person that you had sex
also
with.
let
She's
him-
grown, no?
I mean, I wanted it too. I won't say that I won't.
Of course.
I've known
Yeah,
him
yeah.
for a very long time, so
Yeah.
we both had been intimate before this year as well. I've known him for
so
a very
you
long
recycled,
time.
as it's called.
A what
You
is it?
you recycled a body.
Cycled?
Recycled.
What is that?
Recycling. I know Missouri, they don't have a good recycling system.
Oh, yeah. We,
No, you recycled.
No.
You had
Oh,
sex with them in the past, and you
I
had
guess
sex
it's
with them
called
again.
recycling. Well, we never were serious in the past.
Right.
But
Okay.
then we decided to this time, and that was
Okay. All right. I see. Okay. I'm trying to think if there's anything else here from your notes.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
With the crappy guy, peach ring dude, do you think by any chance he was already with other women in the middle of that?
I had a feeling just because he had sent me like scripture about how liars and cheaters would be struck down by God and that I deserved what I got coming for me.
Wow.
And I would just, and that's right when
Wait, that what struck down?
Liars and cheaters.
liars and cheaters would be struck down by God, and I got what I had coming for me, and that was right when we broke up. So I was like, that doesn't make sense. Like, why do you automatically assume that I'm lying and cheating on you just because I broke things off with you? It just didn't make sense to me. So the only pieces I could put together is that he was lying and cheating on his end if he had said that to me.
What's your gut? A woman's gut is always right, in my opinion. What's your
the
gut?
girl guts, that's what I
Yes,
call them.
yes.
Yeah.
What is it? Is it yes?
I don't, it's hard because I don't want to view anybody if they had
Negatively that way? Absolutely. You don't want to put that out. Absolutely. I respect that a lot. That says a lot about a woman.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
I'm just going to move on just because
you got it.
I'll re-trigger this from Derek the
Derek
Trader.
the Trader donated $100. Being in a relationship requires sacrifice. What are you ladies willing to give up to obtain and retain the man of your dreams?
We'll go around the table on this, starting with you. Go ahead.
Easy. To obtain and maintain a man of your dreams, like as a woman, like I believe that you should, like, you give up part of your freedom, and I'm okay with that because that's like the buy-in for marriage, but it's a big ask, and so it's a big deal.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would actually disagree with that. I always say that marriage set me free, but what I will say is one thing to give up, I guess. I think both partners have to give up, but something and sacrifice. But I think not being as emotional as I would like to be, being a little bit more logical and not just saying what is on my mind. I think that that's what I had to give up being in a relationship, but I think that makes sense. I really have a beautiful relationship, and it feels like I'm not giving up much.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, if I found the right person, I wouldn't say I'd do anything for them, but we'd have discussions of what made them uncomfortable, what things maybe I need to work on in a relationship, because I'm still a work in progress. In my opinion, everyone is. But I did recently get diagnosed with my mental condition, and being 32 years old, not knowing what's wrong with me all these years and finding out, I'm realizing I might not be suited for a relationship. Every time I'm in one, I get really mentally ill. I'm not okay. I'm abusive towards my partners. Not like I'm verbally abusive, and that's not fair to anyone. I should not put them through that. Yes, it was undiagnosed at the time, but I'm kind of scared to put someone else in that situation because I don't want to bring someone else down. That's not fair. That's very selfish. So, I mean, if someone can understand and navigate my mental issues, I could be there for them in any capacity. I'm very loyal. I'm very supportive. They wanted me to quit sex work. Absolutely. As long as you can pay as much as I can, or at least I can still contribute in other manners, because I can't not work. I have to work.
Yeah. So yeah, okay. So you have to work. I guess you said something right at the end there. He has to be making as much as you're making.
Mm-hmm. Like we need to both be contributing the same amount, I feel, if we're going to do that type of relationship.
So what if, just posing this situation to you, what if he's not making as much as, okay, well, what if he just asked that you stop your sex work? He's not making as much as you, but he's making enough to where you could still comfortably live.
Absolutely.
Yeah?
Absolutely. Because, again, my last relationship problem was I was the breadwinner.
Okay.
And he wasn't working for 2 years, like not even Uber. And I kept pushing and pushing and pushing.
Yeah.
So if you can, like I said, match me, we can figure it out. Like I would have supported him until the end of time if he was doing housework, if he was doing the bare minimum of online jobs. 7-Eleven, I would have stuck with him because he was a good man and he treated me well and we had the same views of what we wanted in the future. He couldn't do that. If you can't put in the same effort I can, how am I going to find that attractive?
And that's your ex, right?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
The same ex who was like alpha and then he became kind of submissive.
Well, would you say that maybe he wanted to break up with you, but he didn't have the guts to, so he just failed miserably so that you could let him go?
I wish.
Yeah.
He was so obsessed.
I think I
tried kicking him out many times and he would not leave.
Yeah. From what I'm kind of gathering from the situation, I'm wondering if he
stayed for the money.
No. Well, probably. Yeah. Obviously, he stayed for the money.
It's crossed my mind since, but I kicked him out many times. He had other places to go.
Yeah, but I think maybe he stayed for the money, obviously, but he probably saw a very masculine. He saw you taking on a very masculine role, and he just kind of submitted to that.
And it emasculated him. And with that said, he allowed it because he didn't say, you know what, babe? No, you're not going to pay for a dang thing. I'm going to go out there and find a job, and you won't have to worry about it.
Well, why would he? Men are smart. So one thing that I think a lot of people forget is that a man is extremely toxic. Men, but just men in general, humans are all very selfish, and this is why I always say, like, ladies, always have your boundaries and standards right, because they are going to push until you're like, no, this is it. And they are smart in the way they do it. And you obviously have I would like to think you have a big heart. So he's and they know when you're in love with them. So they're going to push and push and push and push until you say, no, this is the line. And for you, maybe for you, it wasn't the line. So he kept pushing and pushing and pushing. And you see this happen over and over again. And then we learn, we're like, this is the last time it's going to happen. And then hopefully we don't allow it to happen again.
Absolutely. And I agree with you 100% on that. I enabled him. I take my ownership on this. I'm not one that's like, oh my God, poor me. No, I messed up on my parts too. I was verbally abusive. I was not the best partner I could be at the time. With that said, he had a back problem all the time. He couldn't get work because he has a criminal history. There was always an excuse. And yes, I should have just left once the excuses started piling up. All of the things were there. You
said you were verbally abusive? How so?
I don't believe people want to stay in love. I have abandonment issues. So if anyone's experienced someone with abandonment issues, they're never going to believe that you love them or that you genuinely want to be with them. So they're going to I'm going to push you away. I'm going to tell you, you don't love me. You never did. F you. And it's not fair. And I don't like being that person. Like, that's not who I am. So to do it hurts.
I want to move on a little bit, but I want to get this fully answered from everybody here at the table. What was it? Willing to give up to obtain and retain the man of your dreams.
I would give up everything.
Everything. Even... What would a woman give up?
If he was providing and he was the man of my dreams,
What if he was like, you are not allowed to be a personal trainer anymore?
I would give it up.
Really?
Wow.
If he can provide,
Yeah.
it is
What if you
being
couldn't
given
collect
up.
Pokemon cards anymore?
Oh well. If he respects me, I respect
I thought you were about to say
him.
that's where I draw the line.
That's the line right
That's
there.
where she draws the line.
Line drawn.
Not giving up my Pokemon cards.
Gotta
I
keep
got a
those.
fucking Blastoise.
Hidden in the attic. playing
Oh
at
my
night.
gosh, I love Pokemon cards, so keep them forever.
Oh my god. So yeah, I would seriously.
Go ahead.
There's only one thing I wouldn't give up. It's the gem. The rest can go.
Why would I don't know why. The question's a bit interesting because like. Why would a guy want you to give up the gym?
Exactly.
Unless it was like,
Yeah.
But
Unless
there's
he was, like,
some feeders out
controlling.
there.
That
Unless he's, like,
question comes up a
controlling.
lot, actually.
Really?
It's always like, what do you want to give up? What would you give up? Like that question comes from a lot of guys, and I always say, what are you gonna give up?
Yeah.
It goes both ways, right?
I think it's implied guys are going to give up generally lots of time, effort, money. They're especially initially starting a dating relationship. Men are typically they carry the burden, which like they're the ones expected to initiate the relationship. They're expected to pay for the first date. They're expected to provide all of these things.
But
so,
to be honest,
yeah.
if I find a good man, I don't care how much money you make. I don't care what you are and what you do. I don't go for looks. I go for a vibe, and I go for a person.
for the vibe.
For the
Yeah,
vibe.
if you're a good person and I see you're a good person and you can take care of me, you can protect me, you can be there for me and support me, I don't care. My husband made $0 when we met. $0. He was a musician struggling.
Yeah.
I didn't care. I don't. That's not important to me. But if you're a good person, you're good to me, and you take care of me.
Well, you disagree with that, Carla, don't you?
I will go to the ends of the earth for you. I will
Let
jump
us
off
have
of
it.
Mordor?
I also disagree.
Mordor. I will go
Mordor.
straight into the
fires of Mount Doom.
Yes, I will.
All
I
right.
love you, but I can't wait to hear what she
Yeah,
says.
right.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Carla.
I wish I could agree with that, but the matter of fact is absolutely not. A woman loses. So even
Yes.
a woman loses no matter what, I think at the end of the day. Yeah, they're going to have to put in that sacrifice because that's the bare minimum. That's a bare minimum you could do because we... Okay,
Go ahead.
for me, in my opinion, that's the bare minimum. A man is expected to provide because that's...
His role.
That's his role. Yeah. Like if we're gonna go into, I guess like feminine, masculine, and a woman loses. Like a woman's time is more valuable as well. So for me, I guess what I'm giving up, because you're giving it up anyway. For example, I married young. I'm giving up my beauty, my time, my fertile years. That's what I'm kind of giving up when I got married young, but I wanted to feel protected and I need resources because how am I expected to live off of someone that makes $0? Like, no. If my dad gave me a specific lifestyle and he gave me that protection and all of that, why am I gonna marry someone that can't give me that or better? Like life is already hard. I wasn't meant to struggle.
So there was something you said.
You're too pretty to struggle.
Well, we have quite a few of your videos that we're going to react to. I don't want to dive into some of the talking points yet because I want to maybe save that towards a little bit later. I do want to try to get through everybody else's thing, but on the question, I do want to. I think you answered. Did you answer?
I answered.
Do you have an answer for the question? If you need me to pull it up,
I
can.
wouldn't define it as a sacrifice because I think if it's your person and you're like pretty much aligned, everything can be discussed and you can find a common ground.
Yeah.
So in my relationship, we've been 4 years together. We are very different. We've been like fighting on many grounds, but the only thing we sacrificed, both of us, is only our freedom. Anything else, we just found a common ground on.
Okay. What about you?
I was gonna say the same thing. I don't think it's sacrifice. I think that there's things that you just naturally want to give up, you know, once you get into that relationship. So it's not really sacrifice to me, you know. That's it.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. So I want to move to my pre-show notes here for Holly. Holly here, and you said in your pre-show notes and on the show, you said you're in a dating talking stage with multiple men currently. We kind of already went over that. You, let's see, you are currently a couples unicorn.
Yeah.
Is that one of the 3 people that?
I don't really I wouldn't say they're on the roster. That's just more kind of like a wild thing that happens every once in a while. Yeah.
So you wrote, I'm a couples unicorn from seeking arrangements, and
yes.
we recently went to a sex club, and I accidentally ran into a bunch of people I know.
Yes.
So for those watching who don't know what that is, what is a unicorn?
A unicorn is kind of like if you're a couple, sometimes there's a thing where couples want to have a threesome really bad, and it's really hard for them to like, or even like give attention, like share the attention or whatever, and it's hard for couples who want to be together to create that situation in a way that won't threaten the relationship. However, there are people out there that are kind of like, hey, I don't want your relationship. I am just here for this time, right? For this moment. Mm-hmm. And so we went to this sex club in LA for Halloween. They were having like a big Halloween party. And then I ran into a bunch of people from work, and I kind of like didn't really think it through.
Didn't think what through?
Like when I agreed to go to the party, I really didn't like think through, oh yeah, I probably actually will know at least 7 people at this party that I like work with. How do I feel about them all knowing? And then my style has always been like, well, we're doing this now, so I'm committing to what I'm doing, and I'm not gonna cross over my boundaries, but I'm in this, right? And I'm gonna own it and have as most fun as I can. But it was weird.
Wait, when you said your work, but aren't you? I mean, you.
No, like I saw other content creators there, like other girls with millions of followers, being like, "Oh, hey, girl, I see you on Instagram all the time."
Did any of the people? Because it's a sex club, so like, did you hook up with any of the people?
So this particular sex club, I'm not that big of a fan of because it's more of a honestly, it's more of a performance and a place that you go to watch the performers and people who probably paid to go there, and then definitely people like me. Like,
people
if I know there's paid performers there getting paid to perform naked acts, I don't want to be doing naked acts for free while someone else is getting paid. I'm sorry, I'm just not. I don't care how fun it is, right? Like, I'm just not going to lower myself to that level. So for me, it's a weird dynamic to go to sex clubs because it's kind of like, honestly, like, once you've seen one, you've seen a lot, right? So I'm kind of like, okay, cool.
You've been to them before.
Yeah, I've been to sex clubs before, but I have never gone with a couple that I was seeing and then ran into like a bunch of people that I really didn't
do people
expect
just
to see.
fuck at the sex club?
Yeah. Some people do. There are people that are just fucking at the sex club. There are performers at the sex club that are kind of like there to do things if the normal people aren't, and to kind of like, I think, set the mood. But for me, it just seems very produced, so I don't really ever go to those things planning on having sex, but it's still like
have you though?
I have when I went to like the Swingers Island in Mexico. When
I have that written down as a note.
Definitely did it, Swingers Island. I've kind of gotten a little bit like.
Well, tell us what Swingers Island is.
There's a couple resorts in Mexico that are like full participation swingers resorts. You can go and just be naked. You can go and just watch people have sex, or you can go and have sex with however many people are there, right? I went and participated a little bit. I was with this like boyfriend that was my rebound guy.
Participated a little bit?
Yeah, like I hooked up with like 4 guys and their wives, so like 8 people total. And it was a really cool experience that I wanted to have. Like I had a lot of specific things where I'm like, yeah, I want to like check these on my list. And it was cool, but since then I'm kind of like, okay, I don't really need to do that again.
So
like that's off the list.
Did you only go to a swinger island once?
Yes.
It was that one time.
That one time. And then I checked out other clubs but didn't really participate.
So that's 8 people.
Yeah.
In one night?
It's like it's there.
How long were you there for?
We were there for 3 days, and it was for this like event. So basically everyone, I think, was kind of like, okay, we have this weekend, so like
to fuck.
To do whatever. There's a lot of people there that are just like watching and kind of like, it's not
Were you there?
Oh no,
She's
I
probably
go to
been to places
like
it. Yeah.
So wait, you said the first night, 8 people. What about the subsequent days or
none?
None?
Yeah, it was like
you front loaded,
and I was like, okay, cool, I'm done.
Front loaded fucking.
Now I'm just in Mexico. Yeah, I was like, I don't think I need to have sex for like a while after this. Like I'm good.
Can I ask something? I don't know if it's appropriate or not, but I've always wondered how that works when. I thought I was close.
You're fine. Keep going.
I always wondered how that works when when you're having casual sex, you want to protect yourself, right? To not catch something. So how does that work when you have to go back and forth between people?
you use condoms, and if they don't, I don't really need to fuck them that bad, right? Like,
No,
so it's kind
right.
of like, if you're not going to protect yourself up to my standards, I don't want your. I honestly say no to most people anyway, so I'm kind of
No,
like,
I know,
it's
but I'm
not-
saying,
yeah.
let's say like there's a guy and he's going between you and another chick.
I
like-
don't do that.
Oh, okay.
That's disgustingly unsanitary. I
Okay.
would never do that.
And sometimes what people will do, if
And the
they
people
are,
who do it on camera are tested, and everyone knows that there's nothing wrong. But honestly, I don't want your yeast or bacteria in
right,
it.
well,
You
there's
know what I
that.
mean? Like, whether it's an STD or not, I just don't want your cooties. Like, not yours, but like anyone's.
Right,
you know
right,
what I mean?
yeah.
Like,
well, when
Yeah.
I've had threesomes with my ex-partners, we've changed the condoms, and then as far as, and I know this isn't gonna stop, but there's what's it called, spermicide, right? So he goes into the bathroom, washes, do that, and then he comes back.
But then that creates the same problem though, because it's like,
But we're
it's
tested.
chemical. I know, but it's chemicals throwing off your floor. Like,
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't want a bad vagina day. I guess that's what it comes down to. Like, and men have no idea what we're talking about. But
Bad
literally,
vagina
like,
day.
you can,
Yeah,
like, you
your
can just wake
pH.
up and be like, I ate too much sugar this week, and I just like don't like. It's like you don't even know what it feels like, because it's like in between our abs and like our back. But it just kind of like hurts sometimes. You know, if you're off.
The pussy hurts.
The pussy hurts. Like, you can
Is
just
it the
feel
pussy
like
or the uterus?
It's
'Cause I feel like the
I guess
uterus-
it's like your entire thing, but like
whole
yeast
test-
infections and stuff like that.
Wait,
Like, guys
what's it
think
called?
we're just
A bad pussy day.
a bad pussy day, right? Like,
Have
it's
any
like
other
guys think
girls
yeast
had a-
infections are just these things that we complain about, but they're really painful, and so
I
I
believe
want
it.
to go
I
to
believe it.
extreme lengths to avoid them. Yeah.
Do you
Sometimes-
have bad penis days?
No, they don't.
I've had bad. Hold on.
Bad penis or balls days? I'm just
I've
wondering.
had like ball pain.
Yes, bad
Okay.
ball day. You know.
No,
Like
it's
there's,
not.
there's like a 2-week period where my balls just kind of hurt. You know. I don't know
Really?
what happened. Yeah. They just
Do you
hurt.
ever talk about that?
I saw a doctor
And they said it was okay.
He said it's fine.
Okay, then you guys have bad penis days
I think
too.
I was.
Yeah.
You know what happened? I was surfing. I was surfing, and like the water like hit me and just like the weird way.
Just
And it
parted
was-
them like
So it was
the
like
Red
more of like a
Sea.
bruise. Yeah, it
Ours
was
is
more of a
different.
bruise.
Yeah, ours
it was
is
like
more
triple.
inflammation.
It was like
Yeah.
double overhead.
Yeah, ours
was like a
doesn't
big
happen
day.
because
Yeah.
someone punched our vagina.
Yeah, no.
Like, ours
Oh, yeah,
happens
yeah, yeah.
because
Like,
our
also
it's
the-
like our
There's a-
acid base is
Yeah,
off.
I was gonna say it's like just your pH level. You
Punch
know,
like
if
the
you
Red Sea girl.
if
It's
there's
like, have you ever had allergies and your throat gets itchy? Or like your ears get like inflamed and you feels like pressure, and it's not itchy, but it's like pressure.
Yeah.
You know
Tell us
what I
more about
mean?
your-
It's like it's like hard to describe, but it's like when your floor is off, it just you feel like
Yeah.
not good. Yeah, like
Yeah, and
Yeah.
everyone's different. Like I had a girlfriend, she would if she didn't like wash up like right away after like sex, like
Or
she
pee,
would
yeah.
or pee, she would get a UTI right away. So
yeah.
I have to pee. I'm like, okay, don't be right back. Like
when you train a
Yeah.
lot at the gym,
What the? Huh?
when you
What?
train a lot, like tight
yeah.
clothes at the gym, yeah. I
Okay,
mean,
all
she
right.
ain't happy.
Okay. Anyway,
It's so
Nah,
easy
this
to
is-
upset
this
the
is
princess.
She's like, not today, not today.
Okay. All right. So you said that. Wait. Okay. There's a swinger island. Okay. We talked about that. You wanted to talk about traditional and transactional relationships, or you said I can talk about traditional and transactional
days.
relationships all day, good and bad. I'm also from a culture that still does arranged marriages.
Yeah.
And my mom has been working with this actor's mom, Alden
Yeah.
Ehrenreich from Oppenheimer and a bunch of stuff to try to get us to go out, and neither he and I want to date each other, but our moms are hardcore pushing it. So you mentioned arranged marriages from your culture. What culture?
I'm Jewish.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that a thing to do arranged
In the
marriages?
super Orthodox culture, it is, and I wasn't raised that way. However, I'm in LA, and so sometimes it's like you never know what kind of like background these other moms have, where they're kind of like, oh wow, my son has blue eyes and blonde hair, and we want you to make blue-eyed and blonde-haired babies with him, and he's dating a girl who's not Jewish, and I would like you a lot more for him.
Okay.
And it's kind of like this weird thing where I'm kind of like, okay, that's cool, but like we're not doing that. So,
Okay.
but it does make me kind of more woke, I guess, to like what you go.
Jbutler donated
Hold on just a sec.
$100.
Yo, thank you,
Condoms do
Jbutler.
not protect
This is
you
our
from
herpes
genital
guy.
herpes,
Every
and most
herpes,
cases
every
spread
show.
without symptoms present.
Oh.
Yet another panel full of plague rats.
Whoa, plague
Incoming
rats.
drones,
Hello.
Brian. This outbreak will be controlled.
Do they realize
Dude,
that
are you
herpes,
making like actual violent threats on YouTube?
3 out of like
He just
it's-
look at that. He just sent the fucking
Dude, this
ass
guy is
around. Holy
actually
shit.
promoting terrorism on
the
YouTube.
statistics on herpes are ridiculous too. Like, more people have herpes than you also know. The statistics are insane.
My
I
question
just think
is,
it's kind of crazy that Jbutler wants to use violence like this. Like, someone
I have
should
a
check out
question
his
for
page.
this
I'm not
man.
sure if he's actually. Go
I
ahead.
have a question. Who hurt you?
Yeah,
That's all I want
Jbutler.
to know.
That's it.
Who hurt you with herpes? It's
What-
okay,
what-
dude.
Who lied to you?
have
Yeah,
it.
I mean,
Who
homie
lied to you?
obviously has it,
You're
bro.
all-
Like,
you
he's
go to the
so
doctor.
sad, like, and
Go to the doctor.
launching missiles.
No, he's a medical doctor.
Yeah,
he's a medical.
What Jay's Butler's job? Yeah,
Yeah.
he's like a urologist.
Urologist.
Yeah.
Oh, so we know him.
Yeah.
Okay. But then why are you like causing physical harm to people? Aren't you supposed to like save lives?
It's funny that a doctor that is
Doesn't
very
know, yeah.
respected will come on YouTube and be a C.
Oh, that can mean so many
Tuesday.
things. Be a.
I don't know.
A-hole.
I think he was. I didn't read the
I would
rest,
never
but
go see a doctor
He's
like
a
that.
big tipper though, so
Ever.
the show really appreciates your input. Thank you.
He's our resident.
Wait, like what?
expert herpes guy.
I didn't
Incels
catch
love
like
him.
the call to violence on
yeah, I
his part.
didn't- I
What
didn't-
was it?
He feels very passionate about the fact that people think that they're safe from herpes with condoms and they're not.
And nobody said that.
No
Condoms
one
are only
says
like
you're safe from
90,
herpes.
95%
Yeah.
accurate. I can't speak for everyone here. I get tested two
Oh.
times a month at most if I have partners.
Yeah.
Every new partner I test. And I know herpes can't show up right away.
Do you do porn?
Yes.
You both of you? Yeah. The thing is,
No,
though,
no.
is that
Oh.
my understanding, at least for you guys are in the SFV, correct?
What's
That's-
SFV?
San Fernando Valley.
That's where a lot of porn
filming
is
is
shot.
there, Vegas and Miami.
They don't. My understanding, at least here in California, it's not requisite that they test for herpes or HPV.
Actually, fun fact, you can't really test for herpes unless
Precisely.
you're having
Yeah,
an
yeah.
outbreak.
Precisely.
So you
Yeah.
can't
Right.
test for it on
Right,
the
but-
test. So
and can't you just get it if there's an outbreak?
No,
Absolutely.
we've had a girl on the show who
Absolutely.
does porn, and she has herpes.
Yeah, a lot of almost everyone does,
Yeah,
but
but
no one
that's-
will say it.
It's
Yeah.
like this hidden secret in the industry. Like,
Because it's still frowned upon in society. So because it's still frowned upon in society, everybody's afraid to say it, even though a cold sore is HSV1.
well, yeah, but there's
Yeah.
genital herpes.
And that's
it's
HSV2.
true.
And there's
a little
also
different. It's a
dormant
little
forms of
different,
it where
yeah.
you're not
Sure.
passing it on. And you can take medicine where you don't pass it
Yeah,
on.
but I think it's kind of a bad look.
Yeah.
It absolutely is.
that
I
people
literally
are
go on rants
active-
about that.
No, but people are in the industry and they continue to work in the industry despite the fact that they're herpes positive.
Yes. And
kind of
another
yikes.
thing they should do is if you are herpes positive, you should be able to have the option to choose to want to work with that person or not.
Yeah.
And because they do offer that for people who are HIV positive. So
Okay.
Wait, so there's people that are still
yes,
working in porn that are
they
HIV
are
positive?
undetectable, and I do not want to get into that stigma because I am
Oh my
very
God, I
strong
can't.
about that.
I can't.
If you're undetectable, you cannot pass it. If your levels are under like a certain amount, you cannot pass
that
it
is
on.
true.
I don't
And
want to play with fire.
Well, that's your choice, though.
I think I'd rather not.
I have enough
even if
problems
they're
in my life
unpassable.
without getting.
And that's
yeah.
your choice. But there's some people who, like me, who I do all that research, and I'm not saying I go around and I'm like, hey, do you have HIV? Let's fuck. No, but I'm not going to discriminate against you. If you're taking care of your body, you're working out, you're eating right, you're not drinking, you're not doing drugs.
I would discriminate.
I discriminate.
If you have
I
HIV,
That's
discriminate.
everyone's prerogative.
If you have HIV, wish you the best.
I would be really hypocritical to judge somebody else considering everything else I do.
And isn't there like a pill now
What do you
that
do? Yeah.
avoids?
Wait, what do you do?
Yes.
Porn.
Oh, okay. I thought.
Like I put myself technically at risk every time I film.
Yeah.
So it'd be really ironic and really freaking like controversial to be like, you have HIV? No. Oh, but I'm gonna go fuck three more guys this week. Have
But
fun.
does the pill stop you from giving it or
Yes.
from getting it?
From giving. Oh no, you're talking about PrEP.
I don't know.
PrEP is where you
there's, yeah,
take it to prevent
prophylactic
getting
or
it.
whatever.
Yes, you can.
Well, going back to you, Holly, you have a tweet of yours. I'm not going to pull it up. We're not pulling this one up, Nick.
Is it bad?
No. Well, I just
Is there
saw
a
one of your
picture?
tweets. No.
Oh, okay.
You just said, advice to the men, strong feminine women will submit to you as their alpha if you prove to them that you can give them a better life than they can give themselves.
Yeah.
But it's actions, not words.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is true.
Like, I don't want to be told how alpha you are. If I can just feel your vibe, you don't need to say anything
That's
to
kind
me.
of lame.
I'll just know.
It's pretty lame if a guy calls himself alpha.
I mean, the guys that I'm going
They're
for
not
aren't
alphas.
really running around calling themselves
No, I'm
alpha.
not- I'm not saying
yeah,
you are.
it's like for the
you
purpose
are
of the show.
an alpha. That because you
thank
just
you.
present
Yeah, you
yourself.
are.
You're
Appreciate it.
respectful.
You can
you're
just feel
kind,
that it's
you're an
like,
alpha.
granted, yeah, exactly. You can just feel the male energy. And so I truly believe that. And honestly, like, I've met a lot of guys like that. So I don't want to hear that it's like not real, because it's definitely real. That guys have strong enough male presence that you're just like, okay.
Yeah, that is very true. Being alpha is nothing that you, as you said, it's not something you wear on your T-shirt and be like, I'm alpha. It's something that a woman senses in you, and she chooses to submit to that. To you as her man.
Sure. Okay. I mean, I had some notes on that. So,
what's your take?
On what?
on
what?
notes.
On your tweet? Well, I wonder though. So you're engaged in sex work. Do you think that has been a challenge for you to finding these types of strong, good men that you would be prepared to submit to? Maybe you have, I don't know.
No, and oddly, this has been something that's kind of been something actually that you hear guys say, but I didn't really think it was true, but it's true. There is this brand of guy out there that is probably, he's not going to be faithful to you, right? He's not going to be faithful to you. He's probably high performing in every area of his life. He's probably doing everything to the most, right? And with that comes some things, but he might also be he might be high performing as being a provider. He might be high performing as being a father, right? He might be high performing in all of these other things that it's kind of hey, if I'm going to be with somebody for the rest of my life, I do want him to be a provider. I do want him to be a father. I don't necessarily the person who I would have kids with, if we broke up, that's kind of the requirement. If we broke up, I would still want you to be my kid's dad. You know what I mean? So I'm looking for the guy where it's regardless of what happens with us, you have good genetics, right? And you're gonna give me a great little leader baby one day. Okay. You know what I mean? Who's gonna take over the world, and then B, you're gonna show up for the kid, and you might go out and do stuff, right? But my main concerns are that I don't have to be the one being oh shit, back to the salt mines, right? Back to OnlyFans now that I've had a kid, right? I better go figure it out. No, we are not. If I ever get pregnant, I will know for a fact that I will not have to work, and we'll have terms. Wait,
so when you get pregnant, you don't want, did you have, sorry.
No, it was me. About the kid thing and alpha. Okay. But I'll let her.
Oh.
Yeah, that's just my personal opinion because.
So when you have kids, you want to stop working, or?
I don't want the pressure to. I probably will never stop working because I get bored. Okay. But I like to do things and I like to see my ideas manifest themselves. But I don't want this pressure of okay, I have to figure out how to pay rent now while I'm also dealing with this maybe child, right? That's you have to take care of. That's a lot of pressure, and I know women do it. I don't want to be one of those women.
You said you're currently dating 3 high-value men, correct?
In my opinion.
But do you want commitment?
One of them, no.
No?
One of them, it's still super new, but I'm kind of okay, you at least check out, and I like the things that I'm looking for about you, but it's still super new to say whether or not. You know what I mean? These are 6 months long distance, that's not very of seeing each other maybe 3 times in between and talk, it's I'm still kind of figuring it out.
Yeah, and just to go back to your tweet, you said advice to the men, strong feminine women will submit to you as their alpha if you prove to them that you can give them a better life than they can give themselves, but it's actions, not words. So I guess my question is, and I don't know if you're speaking more in general terms, or is this almost from the lens of, since you're involved in sex work,
actually, it's generally. So my mom and dad have been married for 50 years.
Are they still married?
Yeah, they're still married. They've been married for 50 years. They're amazing, right? They're really normal people. My brother's really normal people. I'm the black sheep, and I know it. And that's kind of why I own it, because everybody's she's one of us, right? And so, but my dad is that alpha man to my mom. My mom has not worked this entire time, and I know it's a different generation and they're boomers and their financial situation was different, but that is my modeling, and I'm okay having to give that to myself. I'm okay having to give myself the things that my dad gives my mom, but I am looking for a guy to give that to me, and in return, I will build the amazing fucking home that my mom built.
Sure. I have a question on that.
Yeah.
Did you have something?
Touch on the kid thing.
Yeah.
I had actually a prominent guy, a friend of mine. We were discussing stuff, and we were discussing a mutual gym friend that would make half of the girls at the gym pregnant the whole time. He would just be YOLO. And finishing in them without condoms.
Based.
Yeah. And I was this is very odd to me, because That's disrespectful.
Wait, did he actually? Wait, hold on.
Yeah, he literally said, "Fuck it, YOLO."
Wait, he actually got them pregnant.
Yeah, and then had them to do
Just
abortions.
to be clear, I don't think that's high value behavior.
Yeah, no, it's not. That's not. That's not. It's not my
Yeah.
friend we're talking about. It's a
That's
mutual
Walmart
friend of ours.
behavior.
Yeah,
So
that's Walmart behavior.
We were talking about him, and I was like, "This is not okay because this is not good." He's like, "Well, if you think about it that way, if you see somebody that is a high value woman, which you can see that she will give you good offspring, and he sees himself as a high value man that can produce good offspring, why not?" And I'm like, "Do I have to draw you a picture? Why not?" It's like you can't just run around impregnating people as you feel like it.
And the other thing too, unless if you're Elon Musk or a guy that is rich enough to actually need an heir, you don't need to do this, right? So it's like, I know for a fact that it's weird. Like I have the same weird sick fantasy that like they do, right? Where I'm like, yeah, we'll build this little army empire that will like save the world one day.
Yeah.
I don't know, or there'll be a superhero or something. I will use my mom powers, right, to like make sure that this kid is like something amazing and saves the world. So it's kind of like, I don't want to have kids and settle if it's not like
I understand where he comes from though, about that like couple being, good for each other and producing nice children, but you can't impregnate every woman you see.
Not every woman is the right person.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the act of having a kid is easy, but the act of raising a kid is extremely difficult. So if you ask a man to be high value, to invest in you, and
Jbutler donated $100. Dustin Hoffman and Cuba Gooding Jr. are on their way. They'll be in hazmat suits and looking to take blood samples so a herpes antidote can be created.
Yay!
Please
Jbutler, you should just like write shows instead of doing all this.
Thank you.
I'm really
thank
excited
you,
for that
Jbutler.
antidote for the porn community.
I mean, at least he's paying, right?
Yeah.
Bring him
He's
in.
got some good storylines. I think he's going somewhere with this.
Tell him to contact
He's a
talent testing
screenwriter.
service.
He's a screenwriter, I think, also on the side, in addition to being
beautiful for him.
In addition to being a urologist. Well, so you said your parents are still together. What do your parents think of you being involved in sex work?
So for me, it's different because honestly, like with the camming and the OnlyFans stuff, my brother's a video game designer. And then my dad did marketing. And so this is kind of like all, and then everyone either does e-commerce or other forms of marketing online. So it's just not really like, I know it's different for other people, but for us, it's kind of like, okay, this is like not that different than what all the other kids. It is.
It's pretty different.
I mean, I'm the hot one too, right? I mean, I have other pretty cousins and stuff, but I was the one that decided to be like, you know what? I'm not scared to put myself out there like this. And I wasn't born hot either, so it's kind of like it definitely was a conscious choice to try.
What do you mean you weren't born hot?
I wasn't born hot.
Are you talking about like plastic surgery?
Yeah, like I've definitely not just that though, but eating healthier and like learning to do my makeup better. Like I just like you get better, right?
Mm-hmm,
I'm looking at the girls, not you guys. Yeah, you definitely. There's this like thing that men like in men's minds where it's like youth is beautiful, but the truth is though, like you do actually learn how to have better style and like do yourself better and classier and like look better when you're older because you're not green at it.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, I think as you age, you typically, over the course of time, you become less physically attractive. I mean,
I've had the
I'm gonna
opposite
Benjamin Button
experience.
this whole
I was
life.
way uglier when I was younger.
I think
Benjamin Button
it was. It's not
way.
even, and I've confirmed.
Wait,
with
you're
people.
40, right?
I'm 40. Yes.
You're 40.
Yes.
So let me ask you a question: are you more physically attractive now at 40 than you were at say 20?
I can tell you, dude, you would not look at me when I was in my 20s.
Can you show me? I highly doubt that. But how about when you're 30?
I think
are you more attractive? Wait,
I'm more attractive now. Well, I would say because I am 40. You as a woman have to take more care of yourself because you get older and you want to stay good looking. I'm not saying that I want to look like a 25-year-old. That's not what I'm saying, or 15-year-old. But I do want to feel comfortable in my own body, and I want to feel healthy and good. So you do more for yourself the older you get. You eat healthier, you work out more. Maybe you go a little Botox, you do this, you do that. We're women and we want to stay pretty. Maybe
Also,
for
eating
ourselves,
fat
you know?
has a lot to do with it. Like in high school, a lot of girls are going through like weird eating stuff. So for me, a big reason why I look better now is because I eat a diet that has like a lot of healthy fats. And in high school, I had this weird like, no, I'm never gonna eat any fat. Like I have a fat-free diet, and now my skin is straight up. Like I look 10 years younger now. Like in high school, everyone thought I was 21, and now it's like, yeah.
Go ahead. What do you have?
All right. So in all honesty, I think that in their 20s, I mean, at least on a personal level, I definitely think I'm in my best shape. Like I have a curvier body, and I work out, whatever. And like you said, you do learn to take, your style. I do think we reach a peak. I think that's probably around like your late 30s. Like, and I think from there.
How old are you?
Peak at late
31.
30s.
I'm like,
No.
I don't think so.
Women,
Yeah.
And I'm not disagreeing.
Right.
So
I'm not saying everybody.
No.
Yeah,
Let me
no.
just say that. I'm saying like, I think that's like our max that we can reach.
Yeah.
And
No.
then we
Who's
start
we?
to.
And you want to know, like,
No.
I'm not gonna max out.
okay, so let me just say,
So a woman.
I'm gonna be like
Here,
I'm gonna
let
be like
me-
a
I'll
little
let you come in
Tinkerbell
just a
forever.
second. But you think a woman's peak physical beauty is late 30s?
I think if a woman really takes care of themselves, they can really like push their beauty to like, I mean, like I look at J-Lo and like there was a point in J-Lo's like 40s where I was like, she's hotter than a lot of 20-year-olds that I know. I mean, I mean, like, listen.
But was she hotter at 20 than she was at 40?
No. But this is the thing. No. But J-Lo is just very different because she's always like taking care of herself. I'm saying like some women, like I know a lot of friends from high school that reached their peak in high school.
Yeah.
And
That's
now,
true also.
And
Yeah.
now I
That's
look
also
at them
true.
and like, I'm sorry, I don't mean to bash people, but like I look at them and they just didn't take care of themselves and they had
Absolutely.
a beautiful
That's
body
true also,
and
yeah.
now they gained a lot of weight, they just stopped caring. So I think it's different for every woman, but I think that if you really care about your physical appearance and you work out, you can stay like really pretty hot at like
You can still be attractive.
Okay.
You can still be attractive.
Oh my gosh, we should get Pearl.
Hold on, stop. You can still be attractive at an older age, but just the biological reality is let's take a 40-year-old woman. She was more physically attractive at 30. She was more physically attractive at 20.
Not me.
okay, no, can I
tell
say
you straight
something,
up.
please?
No,
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
One second.
You're wrong.
Video
Yeah.
game design, marketing, same as sex work, monkey playing symbols in that brain. Tattoos on women show insecurity, attracting men looking for insecure and easy. Walsh top G panel, what is a woman?
Wait, I don't.
What
Are you having a
is
manic
woman?
episode?
Woman.
Can I touch on the weight thing though and the aging thing? So
Jacama, I'll actually fuck it. Let's just go. We'll come back to the aging thing.
Yeah, let's
All right,
talk,
fuck it.
man.
What is a woman?
Yeah.
What is a woman?
We'll go around the table, starting with you. Go ahead.
Oh, and I do believe that a woman is. I don't want to get in trouble, but I don't believe in picking your gender at the way people are right now.
Okay.
And I support people that are going through whatever they're going through, but I do not agree with it. And I think that God decides who a man and a woman is, except for in some really weird situation, except for in some really specific situations and where everybody is very aware of like, yeah, you've got two dicks, like we get it, or whatever it is. Like I don't think that it's
Two
this
dicks?
vague. Or,
Double-
or whatever
Ooh,
it
the
is.
double
Like, I
dick.
don't think it's this vague
The
when
double
it happens.
dicks.
I think that
Double
when there
dick.
are hermaphrodites, it's not this common. It's not this
that's
hard.
a.
We'll go around the what is a woman?
I honestly don't. I mean, a woman is a woman who was born a woman, a biological woman. I'm just gonna say that.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
yeah, honestly, same. We get periods. I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm not transphobic, but listen, if you're not getting a period, you're not pushing out a baby, you're not dealing with what we are every month, you're not a woman.
It's not the same.
So cancel me if you
Retweet.
want, but
Sure.
that's how I feel.
I agree with them. A woman is a woman that was born a woman.
If they draw your blood and it says a woman, you're a woman.
And just a human being with double X chromosomes.
Okay, all right.
Born a woman. That's a woman.
Do you have an answer on this, Mason?
Hot take. No. Yeah. Born a woman, you're a woman. God designed male and female.
Yep.
Wow,
And
okay.
All
He
right, ordered
there you
it that
go.
way.
The one thing
I'd
we
say
all
it's
do.
a woman. A woman is an adult human female. Okay, back to the age thing though. Was it you that had something?
So for instance, I was very skinny, very athletic, worked out my whole life. I was in sports. gained a lot of weight at 21 because, again, I did not deal with my mom's death.
Can I have you tilt the mic
Yes.
to just kind of be
Up.
straight? Yeah, perfect. Go ahead.
So I'll be brutally honest. I'm not, like, first of all, I'm not an idiot. I'm big. I know that. I gained about 85 pounds. I've just lost 40 pounds on my own because I realized.
Good job.
Thank
Yeah.
you. I realized
love that.
that man held me back, and now I'm going to the gym. I'm working harder. I'm eating better.
Yeah, there you
So yes, I might have been fat as hell in my 20s, but my 30s, I'm gonna be skinny and I'm gonna look great because
Yeah.
I'm gonna put in that work, just like you guys are saying.
Yeah.
It's my choice. I'm gonna wake up every day to eat healthier, to not drink, to not smoke, all of that.
Chimp Walmart donated $100. Real simple, a 40-year-old woman
Thank
who
you.
works out and does great makeup can be hotter than the same woman at 20 if gig at 400
Yes.
pounds.
I agree.
That
I
woman
agree.
at 20
Literally
with
nailed
the
it.
same good habits will be hotter.
Literally nailed it.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
No.
yeah.
Wait, I'm not. Are you sure you listened to that?
Wait, what did it say? It
He
says,
says
a 40-year-old
can be
woman.
hotter than the same woman at 20 if she was 400 pounds
Yeah.
at
Oh.
20.
Yeah, 20. So say,
Oh.
You mean
okay,
that?
we're
I didn't
you
read
guys
that.
are taking
Sorry.
like
They didn't hear the whole
some
thing.
extreme scenarios. So
you, Walmart.
so say there's this mythical lady out there who started working out, taking care of herself from the age of like 5, and she was taught by her mom. This is how we're gonna do it. Her dad is like in love with her mom, and they see like she has the ideal version of parents. So she grows up and she's taking care of herself. When she hits that age of 19 or 20, she's still taking care of herself. She will be more sexually attractive in her 20s than she will be in her 40s. Not saying that she won't be beautiful in her 40s. So, like, I think comparatively, for that woman, if given that she didn't have a weight problem, given all these other factors, if everything was held the same, she's going to be more attractive when she's 19, 20 than when she's in her 40s.
So what I think this is for men and young women, why they're attracted to them is because they know.
Hold that thought.
Outside 110 donated $100. Hope you are doing well, Brian. First time
Yeah,
watching
thank you,
this.
man. Thank you.
I love
Thank you,
the show.
Brightside.
Keep up the good work. Also, long live the Horde.
Definitely, dude. Long live the Horde. You know, like, what are you, undead, Tauren, troll, orc? What are we talking here? Thank you very much, Brightside. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
So what I think it has to do, men wants to put they want to put their penis in everything, and that has nothing to do with, like, they want
Not
to impregnate
everything.
women.
Not everything.
but-
Animals are off the table.
Yeah.
No, but women, they want to impregnate women.
Appliances, various
a
household
natural
appliances. I
thing.
wouldn't fuck a household appliance.
And if a
like
woman
a lamp,
yeah.
maybe like
vacuum?
love couch, I might consider. Like if it's curvy, like a curvy love couch, I'll give it a crack.
Listen, I don't mean it as disrespect at all. I support it. That's nature, and that is what it is. I support you, men.
You have a
100%.
virgin man sitting across from you, by the way.
What I mean, I'm not saying he doesn't have the urge. You have the urge.
Of course.
Of course,
He's
he has the
never.
urge.
This man has never wanted
Because
to fuck
he's
a
a
lamppost.
strong-minded
Yeah,
man.
I can say safely
fucking-
I have never wanted to have sex with a lamppost
Or other inanimate
or other
objects.
inanimate objects. Yes.
But
what
go
I
ahead,
mean,
go ahead.
Anyway,
men
continue.
wants to have sex with females because it's a part of
Sure.
impregnate women, and
Yeah.
men know that the younger you are, the more chance of you having babies, and you're
Exactly.
fertile, and
Yes,
you know,
that's yes.
Yes.
Actually, that's a good point.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's a great
Yeah.
point.
So-
yeah.
Well, that's one of the reasons why men find youthful characteristics
Exactly.
attractive because
100%. I
because
totally
that's an
agree.
indicator
Yeah.
of fertility.
me
Yeah,
as a
and
woman.
I think. Oh
when,
yeah.
yeah, when I see, for example, you're a strong man, you're smart, you're educated, you seem to be a good father, which means I would give my vagina to you.
You give the vagina.
Yes.
You're married.
No, but I mean, I mean
scenario.
hypothetical.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Because
Hypothetical.
I know you would be a good father, and if I was 20, you would be like, yeah, she would probably have my baby.
And a virgin.
You know,
Wait.
and a virgin. So, but you know where I'm going with this, right? But would you want to date a 19-year-old or a 20-year-old if you're a guy that's older? What would you have in common? Would you marry a girl in that? What would you have in common with a girl like that?
I have an answer, but you go ahead, Mason.
Yeah. Well, I don't think there has to be like. It depends what you mean by have in common. So commonality, like I probably would have a lot of things in common with women who are 19, 20
Yeah,
years
because
old.
you're in the same
So
age
like,
bracket.
okay, well, I'm like 27, so I'm getting up there. But yeah, exactly.
But if you were
Somewhat-
40 or 45.
So 40, 45, even then, like, okay, that is quite the distance.
Yeah.
But especially as a Christian man, like, as long as we have God in common, as long as there are like, if we have the same goals, if she wants to step behind me in my aspirations, if she wants to help me achieve my mission in life, yeah, I mean, I don't see the problem with dating someone who's significantly younger than you.
Do you so I'll answer that question.
Yeah.
So you ask, what does an older man have in common with a younger woman?
Very much younger. I'm not saying young, but very much. Say you're 45 and she's 20.
Okay, sure. So it's not about having something in common. It's what people find attractive. Because do you think that is having things in common a high priority for any of you when choosing a partner?
Yes.
I doubt. I highly.
No, for me it is very, very important.
Yeah.
For women,
Very
It's
important.
certain. You might say that, but I highly doubt that commonalities for men or women are high on the totem pole when it comes to who you're going to find attractive.
But
Like-
if I find a dude
Okay.
attractive
I
and
get
I
what you're
date
saying
him
now.
for
like
2
physically
months,
attractive, right?
Yeah, for
Right.
2 months, and we have nothing in common. It's just the sex.
What-
Like, I don't build my relationships on sex. I just do not, because that's not how
Yeah,
I
but you
am.
can. Okay.
You
So
Like
You
that will
don't
only
think-
take you so far.
you
Kind of
don't-
like a guy says, "Oh, a woman's
You don't-
attractive." It's
okay.
the same thing for us. Like we
Yeah.
don't need just
You-
a guy to be a Chad for us. Like
Yeah,
for
we don't need a
So
chat.
let me-
You don't think-
no. But let me ask. Okay, so have you ever, because if commonality is the ultimate or the penultimate thing when it comes to deciding if you want to sleep with somebody or have a relationship or marry them, I'm sure there's been plenty of men that all of you here have had tons in common with, but you didn't want to date them because you didn't find them attractive or they didn't meet some other metric.
no.
So commonality is frankly irrelevant or
I haven't.
very low on the totem pole of what's important for both men and women when it comes to who we decide to partner with.
Disagree.
Now, there's
Agree,
certain
disagree.
things, there's shared values, but commonality, if a girl doesn't like the same music as me, I don't
I don't
care.
mean I
But
don't
like
mean
chemistry is
nitpicking.
important,
Like,
and if you have too
it's
many
not-
differences, you will not have chemistry in rhythm with another person. You know what I mean? It's like
But
even
I'm not
chemistry
talking about
isn't-
music.
But
Okay, but what
chemistry
do
isn't
these women,
commonalities.
like what does
Yeah.
a woman have in common? Like let's say she makes $40,000 a year. What does she have in common with a guy who makes $1 million a year? Should she not be attracted to him because she doesn't have that commonality with him?
I can tell you why that woman is attracted to him, because he makes a $1 million a year. The
And I
end.
can tell you why men are attracted to young women because they're beautiful.
Yeah.
And they're
I'm not
more
saying they're
they're
not.
more
I'm not
fertile.
saying they're not.
commonality.
They're
But do
more
you think
fertile, lower body count, less past
That's not
relationship.
necessarily true. I mean, I know a lot of young girls that
Yes.
spend their nights
Ooh,
at,
they've been
at a
through it.
bar every weekend.
Yes,
like,
but a young woman is more light.
what can I say? Like, I know you're saying in an just physical attraction way. Do you think it's more of like preference? Because I know that like when I was 20, like I was like very skinny, and now like I'm 31 and I have like the curves that like most men like.
Yeah.
So I think I'm definitely more attractive now. I definitely get more attention now. So maybe it's like, do you think it's a preference thing that like some guys
get-
might like? Because I know guys that like really young girls, and I know guys that find it kind of creepy when a girl's like 19, like they don't find that attractive at all. So I think it's more of like a preference thing.
I mean, it's a preference.
Well,
I would
they
assume.
truthfully, they probably find it creepy because society has tried to pathologize men's innate attraction triggers and preferences.
No, because I think also the thing that we're forgetting in this, there is actual statistic data that will back this up. The birth rate across the board has gone down. So having children is clearly not a societal priority as much as it used to be. And data will not, and you can look it up.
Yeah.
There's a lot of data that will back this. So I think that people's preferences will change now that their objectives are clearly changing.
Well, I don't think
not really.
the
Not-
I
birth
disagree
rate.
because I'm busy with people who have very different, and I think it's literally
It's not
just different
when it comes
mindsets,
to
yeah.
when it comes to men's preference for younger women, because, for example, the fertility argument, younger women are more fertile. That's not something that's even necessarily intellectualized by men. Oh, she's young, she's more capable of bearing children. It could be, however, like let's say there's a guy who's 35, 40, and he wants to have a family, he wants to have kids, he hasn't had that yet. He's probably, like a 40-year-old guy, he's probably going to look at a woman in her late 20s, early 30s versus a woman closer to his age, because a woman who's, look, women up until mid 40s can still get pregnant, but your best bet for having a kid is like late 20s, early 30s.
Yeah.
Well, after you hit 35, your chance of getting pregnant starts decreasing.
But wait, then how does that play into guys wanting relationships with 19-year-olds then?
Well, it's kind of like biologically programmed into you.
Because
I
they
thought we were
want.
talking
But wait,
about
I'm
attraction.
confused, though.
I thought we were
Didn't we
talking
just
about
say-
attraction.
Yeah, I'm really confused now.
I thought
Wait,
it was
so-
an attraction thing.
I
not
know,
like,
But that the
I'm
attraction
confused.
for
Like-
men is because of
yeah,
they're attracted to younger women because they know women. It's built into a man to find a younger woman attractive.
Generally speaking, if women who are in their 35, like 30s and 40s, they typically nowadays will have squandered their fertility in singleness.
Yeah.
So they have wasted their fertility. So they've spent all of their 20s partying it up, living a single lifestyle, where they could have been using their fertility and finding a man who is going to sacrifice himself for them and give them the life that they probably really do want. But instead, they wasted all that time. So when, as a man, I want to find a woman who is going to give me the best possible chance of having a successful relationship. And generally speaking, that's going to be with somebody who has less emotional baggage, less relationship baggage, and a higher likelihood of fertility.
I mean, I agree with you.
Yeah. I don't think we disagree. Yeah.
I think that's how it is. Like, the guys who are attracted to me are usually like men that are over 50 and usually, they're divorced or they have a kid, or it's not guys that are young.
Yeah.
I mean, there are. I'm not saying they're not. I'm just saying majority of guys that are in my group that express, I would date you or marry you or whatever, or usually older, they're either divorced or separated or whatever. I'm fine with that because I'm attracted to the same thing. Like,
look, here's why men prefer younger women. Aside from the fertility, well, I mean, I can mention this. They're more physically attractive, more emotionally available, tend to be more romantic. They have more energy and they're more optimistic about the future. They have more time to live life, travel the world before starting a family. They're more fertile, less baggage and trauma, more open to new ideas, less stuck in their ways, stuck in a job city, more agreeable, tend to be easier to build a life with, also more grateful and easily satisfied, whereas a woman who's dated 20 other men who've provided X, Y, Z, they're going to be like, oh, okay. But usually, you have a Ferrari, my ex has a Ferrari too.
Usually
cool.
these women date guys that are usually also divorced, maybe have a couple of kids. Older girls don't go for younger guys either.
Some
of them do, but it's not for.
Well, men and women are attracted. There's not symmetry in what men and women are attracted to.
Yeah.
We're both attracted to different things. And just to add to the list here, younger woman's less likely to have children or a psycho ex. So yeah.
I mean, I don't disagree. It's.
I'm just still kind of perplexed. Like, y'all, I mean, I didn't get the answer from everybody.
Yeah.
But you were saying, like, you think a woman's peak is 39?
Can be. Is it can
no,
be?
No.
For me, it is.
No. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to give you. I'm sorry to give you a red pill here.
You're gonna tell me. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm not saying that it's like that for everybody. This is just for me personally and how I feel.
Can we pull up
how I look?
You actually, I think we.
Oh, it's fucking. It's
your
horrible.
Instagram.
Yeah,
you're gonna tell me that a woman, like, for instance, me, who was an ugly duckling when I was in my 20s because I gained so much weight, and now I've already lost so much that people have drastically noticed that somehow we're not gonna get better looking. I'm literally walking proof, and I'm still a work in progress. I'm not saying I'm perfect. I'm not saying I'm skinny, but I'm losing it, and I see the difference, and I feel it from men, from women, everything.
Okay, sure. So, if I can concede that you might be at a lighter weight. However, there are just certain biological realities when it comes to, for example, somebody's skin, other things when it comes to youth. It's just the reality. I mean, I don't know what you looked like when you were younger, but like, let's say you were just 130 pounds.
I was 108 when I tested for Playboy.
When was that?
2010.
Oh, and you were what? How old then?
2010, 19.
Wait, so are you saying when you were 19 and you weighed 108 pounds?
And I looked terrible in the face. It was like
Terrible
my
in the
nose
face?
overtook it. My face hadn't fully grown into my body, so my body looked great.
So-
I was always a pretty girl, but I did not look facially as pretty as I do now.
So, but
And
men
Holly
look.
can agree on that one.
That's fine.
And
but
I don't have
men-
work done.
So you're saying when you were 19 and you weighed 108 pounds, you're more attractive now at 32. And I mean, this is not a question I would typically ask, but how much do you weigh?
Right now, I'm at 170. I was at 218.
Okay, so 19
8 months ago.
Okay, 19 108 versus 32 170 pounds. Are you making the argument that you're more physically attractive now?
No.
Oh,
I'm making well, hold on, sorry.
Okay,
I'm making the argument I'm more physically attractive in the face, absolutely, but in the body, no.
Well, I mean, without seeing pictures, it would be hard for me to say. You said you did something for Playboy?
Yeah,
Was
I
it,
tested.
You tested?
Yeah.
Do you have, I mean...
I didn't get in. I have the photos, yeah, but I didn't get in the magazine because of my tattoos.
It's hard to say, but I would say that for both men and women, you start to age a bit in the face. People start getting wrinkles.
Absolutely, that's what's going to happen.
The skin loses its tautness. So, I mean...
I guess you guys will all
I get what
see
you're
in 5
I get what
years.
you're saying. I get what you're saying. I was saying just an individual level, like
Yeah,
you know.
it's all personal for everyone.
Yeah,
Like,
everyone's
I
different.
mean,
But like,
there's
if we
all
want to
there's
talk
things
about
you
like,
can do to
if we
like
want to
become
talk
more
about,
attractive, but
if we want to talk about wrinkles, like you know, I like had the 11.
Yeah.
You know, I got Botox for the first time in my life this month too. So like,
Yeah, that's cheating though.
But there's even
It's-
men.
it is what it
that-
is.
they
It
don't-
is what it
what
is.
it
Like,
is.
People,
Take it or
men
leave
get
it.
wrinkles in their early 20s. So
Yeah.
You
they're in
compare
their
a
40s.
30-year-old
Like, come
now to a
on.
30-year-old back in like my parents' generations. Like it's
Well,
crazy. The
yeah,
difference is
but-
it really does. We have
No,
technology.
but I think
we don't
what
have
you,
to get ugly.
What you guys are...
yeah.
And a lot of us
What
aren't
you
tanning
guys are
anymore.
failing-
Tanning was a big factor on skin, let me tell you. In the 90s, because I used to work at the salons, in the 90s, that went up. Ever since
Yes, that's
melanoma
bad.
and everything,
Yeah,
it's
yes,
a big
that's bad.
factor. Really bad for your skin. You age 10
Okay,
to
but
20 years.
what, we're not saying that a woman who's 30, 35, 40, 45 can't be physically attractive. That's not what we're saying. But you guys are making the argument that women peak when their physical beauty in their late 30s.
No, we're
That's
just saying
absolutely
it's
not the truth.
No, I think you know what it is.
No,
I
it's
think
not
we're both.
personal.
No.
It's
I
not
think
personal.
I think we're
across
just like
the board. Across the board, people
Yeah.
are more. I would argue even both men and women are more physically attractive when they're younger.
No,
I know,
like
you know,
men guys.
okay.
Sure, there's a differential.
No, I get what you're
personally
saying,
think,
though. I think you're
personally think
meaning,
I was
like-
more physically attractive 10 years ago than I am now.
I would probably find you more attractive now because
That's totally fine.
you're more of a man.
But I'm,
no,
I'm
but he's saying
speaking
like in a
purely like
yeah, like physical.
appearance.
He's saying like
Purely
you know
physical appearance.
I
skin,
think
like
it is
you're
kinda
youthful.
Weird, though. If a guy looks too youthful to me, then he's not. Then I don't really recognize him as my alpha.
Yeah, but I
Well,
think
so
it's
you know
different.
what I
What,
mean?
but now I'm
might get
understanding.
into
have
the-
it be different.
Yeah, but now I'm understanding what he's saying. He's pretty much
Yeah.
just saying like the youthful part of our body. Like we do start age. I started noticing like my youth decrease at like literally exactly when I turned 30. I started seeing like little wrinkles. So I actually understand what you're saying now. What I was trying to argue is very different. So I think we're both kind of like at this point talking about two separate things.
Yeah.
Did you have something, Mason? What?
No, yeah, I think it goes into, so you're saying like you can be attractive to men, so you're not very attracted to guys who are very youthful. I think that goes into the fact that you're generally not attracted to guys who are not mature, who are not going to be that alpha dude.
Nope.
Right.
So you want a guy who is going to be able to take the lead, and that generally increases with age. So for men, we don't want that. We want a woman who's not as experienced so that we can lead them where they don't have all of that emotional baggage, that relationship
But
baggage.
that comes
Some guys
in
get tired
protector.
having to lead women.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Is it a little
Some
predator?
guys get very exhausted when they have to lead women in a way that they don't want to lead them.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they don't want to lead them, but I'm saying if it's not the way that they like it, they don't really prefer it. You know what I
You're
mean?
very attractive men, both of you. So.
Yeah.
And I think
men don't want to lead insubordinate women.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Like,
They don't want to. They don't want the not the situation they want, right? Like
Yeah.
like you were saying, there is that brand, like they want the exact thing that they like. If they want you to be a subordinate woman, then that is what that guy wants. If they want you to be
these
the bossy
words.
woman,
Hold
then
on,
that's what they want.
Just to address that, like words have to have meaning. So if you want a man who's a leader, there's two sides of the coin there. In order to lead, somebody has to follow.
Yeah.
So what we have going on, I think men to some degree lack leadership, and women certainly are not prepared to follow.
Right.
Because we're in this new era of like
That's what I was gonna
independence.
say.
I think though a good way instead of following though is the word support. You know what I mean? Like I think that what happens is that you have two kings fighting for a crown.
Yeah.
Wait, you know what I mean? Like it's
I do have something.
Okay, Mason,
yeah,
you
Mason
go,
talk.
then I have to show the bow video.
So, I mean, okay, if you are a true leader, you need somebody that is going to support your mission. So, like, if we're going to take the military as our example, there is somebody at the very top of the military making all of the decisions. Now, if the people below me are going against my mission, I'm going to kick them out, get them out of there. They are not helping me support my mission. So as a man, I want to find a wife who is going to support my mission. And if she is constantly kicking my legs out and going in the opposite direction as me, she's not following, she's not submitting. Yeah, and she's not letting me lead. It's her sacrificing her choice, not choice, but her desires in order to support me in my mission.
It's like you as a man don't want a woman that you feel you have to push up the hill.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I feel
you don't want to push her up the hill. If she can't walk up that hill, then fuck her.
Not only
I'm
that,
sorry,
but I feel like
it is what it is. You know, if you can't
push her up the hill.
Yeah, you know, like what I mean with that is a man doesn't want to always try to push her. Like,
well, a man
it's
wants.
It's exhausting.
Push her. No. I'm walking. You're behind me.
Yeah, but
to get her up the hill, he has to support her the whole
the
time.
thing is, a lot of
I ain't pushing.
Exactly. That's what
I got
we
you
want.
on a leash.
That's
I'm dragging you. I'm not pushing. I drag.
That's what I
I'm a dragger.
Oh, so you
I
don't
drag.
just leave them there? Because for me, if you're like,
That's
I
a
feel
drag.
like it's like a landing on the hill situation.
No push. I don't push. I drag. Drag. If I have to drag you by your ankles, I'll drag you by the ankles. We could put something around.
I'd say hair, but you can pick. I'm sorry.
I don't know what the pushing and thing.
I wanted to say the problem with the culture now is women want to be so goddamn independent, but then when it comes down to being like, oh, but wait, can you go do this for me?
Not only that, but I feel like right now, what a 21-year-old is probably not what a mature man that's looking for a relationship, like a serious relationship is. Like a lot of like 21-year-old, 22-year-old are like partying, like they don't want to like let go of their freedom, like they just want to live that single life. So I think that like it's just something that when you're in a man and you're mature, you kind of don't want to be like with someone too young. Maybe somebody that already reached that level of maturity, because then you are, like you said, you're pushing that person or like having, and it's a lot of work for a man to have to like drag a woman. Like you want someone to be supportive, especially if you're if you're an entrepreneur and you're focused on your like mission. You don't want a woman like dragging you down, you know? And a lot of young girls can do that, especially like I think it's more of like back in the days when like our parents were growing up and like there was like, you know, a very different lifestyle. Like a 20-year-old woman was a wife, like a mother, you know, like that's not a thing anymore. So
Carla, go ahead, and then I'm going to move on to another topic. Go ahead.
So I think that culture, though, is kind of reverting itself, or because the struggles that I have with my women or the women that I coach and just my community in general, they're like, I'm feminine, I'm giving it up. Like, I want to be submissive. I want to find that man to be a leader. And they're like slowly not wanting to be that independent woman. Like, they're all waking up. And I think now we're in a culture right now, in a period where we can't find leaders anymore, because I honestly think that it's because of the public school system and just the school system and the education system in general. But I think that version of women wanting to be independent is outdated, and the sooner we realize that, I think relationships are going to be a lot happier. Because again, I got married at 22, and I have like I could say I have friends that are married too, and they're young. So a lot of women are waking up. They're like, this independent thing, that's that's a scam. Let's not do that. So I think the issue now is like men have to wake up too, and they're not waking up fast enough for us ladies, I think.
Can I add something to that? I think now that, like, you know, I do see that a lot happening, but I think that now it's going to get a little bit hard with men because sex is given so easily, so they're not forced to commit at this point.
They're ready to give up. That's why.
So it's like these girls are out there and they're really like, why am I not getting the right man? But it's like, why would they commit when everybody else is just like, you know, having sex with each other?
That's why I tell my ladies, I'm like, we're not doing that. We're smarter than that. Let's be smarter.
Yeah, but they won't do it, but other girls are doing it.
Yeah, but that's the thing.
What messes it up.
But that's how you can tell a man from a boy. A man is like, oh no, she's a good one. I'm going for that one. That's exactly what happened to me.
Yeah, but then it's hard to find.
I disagree a little.
Then it's hard to find these men.
But
it's like 1 in a million at this point.
No. If you,
I'll wait if she's a virgin.
I feel like that's
maybe.
I feel like that's limiting.
Days. I'll wait a couple days. She's a virgin.
How generous of you.
I'm a nice guy. I'm a nice guy.
That's a limiting belief, I think, because I mean, I grew up with, you know, wanting to wait until marriage, and all the guys that I encounter, I've been very blessed with the relationships that I've had. They would respect me, and I know that there's a lot of men that would respect the woman that respects herself. A man is only going to go as far as a woman lets him, and I say this time and time again. So it's not the only way that we can fix the dating market is if we fix ourselves first.
100%.
So and I agree with you that other girls are giving it up easily, but that's not our problem. Our problem is like, let's differentiate between a boy and a man. A man is going to recognize very fast what wife material is versus just like a fun time.
Yeah.
The cat's out of the bag, though. The cat's out. Okay, here, Nick, pull up the Twitch. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. Yo, Dark Eye, thank for the Prime. Kevin, thank for the Tier 1. Deoxid, thank for the Prime. Panda, thank for the Prime. Shooter, thank for the Tier 1. J Funk, thank for the Tier 1. Jared, thank for the Prime. Brightside, thank for the Tier 1, man. Appreciate it. Twitch, we'll skip it. Thank you for the Tier 1s, guys. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. I want to go around the table really quick on this, just to kind of put a cherry on top of the whole physical beauty, age discussion. So, are you more attractive now, or will you be more attractive physically in 10 years?
My mindset is that I will be more and more physically attractive every single day, and I'm going to figure out a way to do that.
Well, you're 28 right now, so you're saying you'll be more physically attractive at 38.
Every day is 10 points.
Good for you.
What about you?
I think that, well, from the women in my life that I've seen, I think I'm not at my peak yet, because all the women in my life are very beautiful women, and they all peaked, I think, at age 35. So I think I'm gonna get better as I age.
The women peaked at 35?
In my life, in my family, the women peaked at 35. Like, they got extremely more, they were already beautiful, but they got more beautiful as they aged at 35.
So you're 23, will you be more physically attractive at 33 or as you are now?
I guess I don't know. Well, with the way that things are going right now, I think I'm going to be more attractive at 33.
What about you?
I mean, I'm going to do everything I can to take care of myself.
Okay, so you're 32. Will you be more physically... Hold on.
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $100. Men, the panel to the right is at least a 9 crazy/4 to 5 hot, so best kept as recreational use only. Use burner numbers and never let them follow you home. Remember, the life you save is your own.
Wow. Okay. Grid 1 Motorsports are you talking about the crazy hot matrix?
Yeah.
I think that's what he's talking about.
How do I never understand these?
Do any of you have a response to Grid 1?
We don't care to stalk you guys. We have too much to do. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know.
I've got my own guys that I'm interested in. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, move. So,
I mean, I'm gonna do my best. I don't know if I'm gonna look better at 42. No one here is gonna know who's gonna look better. But I will say I will attract the group I'm going for at that time, because that's what I'm gonna do. So to me it doesn't matter. Sure,
okay.
maybe not. Who cares?
I'm gonna be honest here. I'm not planning on getting any Botox or doing anything, so I'm definitely going to be looking better now.
Well, let me double down on what you just said. Even if you were, let's say 10 years into the future, you're 32. You go get Botox, you get lip filler, you get plastic surgery, you get XYZ cosmetic procedure. You're still not going to be more physically attractive. Like
I don't think so.
women like 50-year-old women who get plastic surgery, it's not like you look 25. You look 50 with plastic surgery. Like
your skin looks very like bouncy and youthful when you're young. Like you know, like when you look on the street, you know who's young and who's not.
Sure. And
like,
me personally, and I don't know, Mason, I'd like for you to weigh in on this. I am a natural body supremacist. I'm not in favor of plastic surgery. I'm not in favor of cosmetic interventions. I'm not in favor. I'm frankly, this is the hot take. I think they'll trigger a lot of people. Not a big fan of makeup either. Look, a little eyeliner or whatever, not a big deal, but don't really like makeup either. So I'll tell my girl, like, you don't gotta wear that shit.
I going to agree with you 100%. Actually, my mom passed from plastic surgery, so that's why I won't get it done. I'm going to the gym to tighten my stomach. I'm hiring Miss Monica here to help me with that, like, because I don't want to put my life at risk like that. It's not worth it. If I have to have saggy skin or be fat or whatever it is to save my life, I will eat as good as I can, whatever I can for my internal body and my organs. But if I can't control the skin that happened, I can't control it. I'm not going under a knife for it. Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Not worth it.
Yeah. I mean, I totally agree. Like, I'm 100% natural.
Go you guys.
Yeah.
Not for me.
Like, plastic surgery just turns me off. I mean, it's
not a fan.
Not a fan at all.
Not a fan.
But what if your wife asks for like a mommy makeover? Like if you have babies.
If things changed and even you're like, I could see it.
What do you mean a mommy makeover?
Like a mommy makeover, like after she has like 3
because a lot of women, like after pregnancy, they have a lot of extra skin and stretch marks, and in order to get rid of like that sagging skin, like you have to actually like cut it, and it does create a lot of insecurity in women.
Sure. So. I mean that. I'm not even sure if that would even bother me, but if it was like something that was causing like severe concerns with her insecurity, like that's certainly something that could be pursued. But I would argue the vast majority of women who do have plastic surgery or undergo cosmetic procedures, it's not for like to fix a defect, it's actually purely for aesthetic and cosmetic reasons.
But in their minds, no, I disagree. Because before I got my boobs, and obviously they're really big looking, so it's like makes this point a little weird coming from me.
Okay.
But this was my world, and just know that there's women with smaller boobs in between the scale. And I stopped wanting to have sex without a shirt on. Or without a bra. I wanted to like keep my bra on in sex because I had like natural D's, and then I started working out a lot, and it's just like that's the first thing to go. That's like the most sacrificial fat you have. And so I just like had this, like I would have good boobs and then I would have not good boobs, and it's like you can only do that so many times before they just stay not good. And
what do you mean not good?
They get saggy, like even when you're young, like
that's okay. That's fine.
Not after a certain level, and then there's a point where you don't want to take your shirt off. So if you never saw your wife, whether or not it's in her mind or not, if she never wanted to take her bra off in bed with you, would that bother you? Whether you or not it was real or her delulu.
Well, I would try. My goal would be to tell her, one, I think you're beautiful, even with. But
what if she's dealing with a problem that's like way bigger than just your? No, it's not. It's not. You don't dictate people's psychological issues.
Sure, no, but your own self-perception. But there is a component of like how you think other people perceive you.
But if
so yes, it's your own self-perception, but also people will also factor in how are other people perceiving me.
Yeah, I think if your partner.
So is that the part that bothers you, that they're considering how other people are perceiving them other than you?
No,
is that the reason why
it's not
so
no, it's not about other people necessarily, but.
I think if your partner is like, makes you feel good about yourself, and they're like for example, like a lot of women lose a lot of breast tissue after breastfeeding. So, boobs get saggy, and like if your husband really loves you, then he'll
sag. I'm not gonna get.
And they'll
are utilitarian.
And they still find you attractive, and they show you that they are like so like attracted to you and turned on by you. Then like I think that does help. Coming from the person that you're having sex with.
Yeah, but how? Okay, you're talking about your breasts, right? So, like, here's my point. I would argue, unless there's like, there are women who, for example, get cancer, who have breast cancer.
That's what I was about to say.
Who have yes, but that's like such a small minority
extreme scenario.
of women who get fake tits.
My sister just had it, and her husband was all over her the whole time.
But
because he loves her.
Okay, so my position is
he loves her.
When it comes to the plastic surgery shit, I think women are beautiful as they are without the need for undergoing dangerous, expensive, and frankly unnecessary, not medically indicated cosmetic surgery, which I honestly think at the end of the day makes women look worse. So for example, I'd prefer a woman with A cup, or I don't know if this is the most appropriate term, but if she was flat, I would prefer that over some big giant fake titties. Give me a little belly fat over lipo. Give me a small ass over a BBL. Give me a small upper lip over lip fillers. Basically, take any woman with any of these procedures. I prefer her, however they were before, I would prefer them as they were. So you might have had...
It's more about my relationship with myself. I don't prefer it.
Sure.
And I will say I've had guys be like, oh yeah, I loved you before. And then when I get it done, literally people I knew since, you know what? Yeah, I see what you meant.
Yeah,
you look
and
a lot
I said
better
that
now.
about
People
you.
eventually buckle and they're like, you know what? I know, like, because we are programmed to tell people, you don't need plastic surgery, you do look, like, that is programming too, you know what I mean? And so it's like, but honestly, objectively speaking, no prior, like, nothing else, like, people who saw me before and after, like, yeah, it looks better. Like, and
what
it does. My nose and my boobs.
Oh.
Yeah.
Your nose does look better.
Nose definitely looks better, and the boobs definitely looks better also, like, confirmation. But I'm not saying, I think, for example, if I had natural A cups and I didn't have to deal with, I had natural D's and now I have saggy D's in high school, you know what I mean? Like, that's really young to be having saggy boobs. That's why it bothered me so much. But if I just had A cups or even B cups and they were just small, I would have kept those.
I'm going to put it out there. I love big titties. I don't have big titties. I love big titties. The end. I don't have to justify to anybody.
Yeah.
I love big titties. I love big titties on myself. I love big titties on other people. I like titties. The end.
Good. Congratulations. That's cool. I would just say I like to build my partner up. So if my girlfriend came to me, or my wife, for example, asked my opinion on if she should get plastic surgery, I would try to do everything in my power to make her feel beautiful as she is and tell her I like her just as she is. And steer her away from what, in my view, would be a wrong decision.
According to you.
Yeah, but I think also we face a lot of pressure with social media.
Yeah,
I mean,
Yeah, and you are just one guy, and there's a lot of different people out there.
If you ask most men, here, you have two men here.
No, I get it. Actually, that was a conversation.
I've been asking a lot.
That was a conversation my husband and I had coming up here. I was like, what about a mommy makeover? And then we just started talking about it. And he's like, honestly, well, we started talking about like before dating and like women, you know, or very young women getting like nose surgery or like getting, you know, different things done to them. He's like, I would feel in a way like betrayed because I'm getting, you know, I'm dating you or like marrying you because I think that you're going to produce those genes with our children. So he's like, in that sense, I would feel in a way like betrayed and I wouldn't be attracted to that because I want to see who you really are. So that was like his point. Again, it's just one in like a billion people. So it doesn't, but I understand what both points
and
are.
I think that at that point he also already loves you, like in the moment of you going through that process. But if you're like single and you like, let's say like a single mother, right, and she's now dating again, a guy's not really going to be like, ooh, that's hot, you know, because it's not from his kid. So, you know, I think that we all should be a little flexible with people. I mean, you might not like it, but it does.
Do you have fake titties?
Do I have fake titties? That's a funny question. Okay, so I had my daughter and I breastfed for 1.5 years and I had D's, so I had to refill because they definitely were not sitting where they used to.
Yeah. So did you do fat transfer or?
No, I didn't want to go, like I didn't want to cut skin because I did have like big boobs before my daughter. So I went to different surgeons and they told me like I had to like cut skin and go cut my areola. And then I went to one doctor and he's like, all you have to do is like you have tissue, you have everything, you just have to refill a little bit. And I did do it. And it's not something that I'm not pro surgery. And even like when I got Botox this month for the first time, I tried to push off as much as I could because I'm not like into it. But I am going to say I do feel a lot better now that I have them. But well, in that age, I was young, so I was in my early 20s when I got them. So I did feel better. Now that I'm in my 30s, I will say like I probably wouldn't have gotten it done just because they weren't bad. It was more of just an insecurity as a young 20-year-old, you know? Yeah.
Mason doesn't like plastic surgery.
Yeah, no,
What's up? What you got?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, you go.
It's just also another thing is in LA, it's like for those who are from here, it's extremely hard to gear away from not getting surgery because there's so much pressure. So
what's the pressure? What's the pressure?
Well, I grew up in Orange County. So if you're from Orange County, you already know that. And if you're not from Orange County, I will enlighten you. 3 out of 4 women are plastic surgery done. Like maybe 3.5 out of 4.
It
does. It's not. Go check how many plastic surgeons are in Newport Beach alone.
Yeah. Failed society.
It is. It's
terrible.
terrible.
It is a society thing. And I'm going to say, like, I am Latina, and in our culture, like, everybody has the BBLs.
Yeah.
And there's been time, like, you know, I have a butt, but that's because I work really hard for it.
Yeah.
And like boobs is a little different because you can't really work out for your boobs. But right now, like, especially like men just kind of get like sucked into like these like big butts and like whatever. So women tend to
I'm
get
not big
a little
on
bit.
that. I don't.
No,
know.
not.
I don't like that.
I'm talking about like our culture.
Society.
It's
society right now.
It's not men. It's not men that are pressuring women to getting plastic surgery. It's other women that are pressuring women to get plastic surgery.
But
most men, if you honestly ask most men, they don't want women. They don't want women with plastic surgery. Yeah. When it comes to the BBL, that thing looks terrible.
It does look
I have never seen
that looks
good
good.
BBL.
No.
First off, you got to work for that shit. You want a good ass, you got to work for it. Work for the BBL.
I have to say personally, like I've always liked.
You got a BBL?
No.
Should I be honest? Yes.
Oh,
I got it.
Not a fan.
So I got it twice.
Of BBLs in general.
So I got it my first time. It was the worst surgery I've done for myself.
And that's why
it was horrendous.
It
was horrible.
And that's why
I would never ever in my life.
How old were you when you got it?
31.
Okay.
32,
and we should stand up as men and say we don't like BBLs. We need to protect our women.
Boycott.
We need to protect our women from these dangerous and unnecessary surgeries.
I agree. Yeah.
And we need to tell them, no, you're beautiful as you are. And also labiaplasty. I'm very much against labiaplasty. That's my big one. But
I can help you.
Are you a lip guy? Are you a lip bro?
A
lip bro, like a guy that likes lips?
I like large labia.
You like big lips and you cannot lie?
I like look this.
Oh, is that a thing?
Finally found
Oh
it.
wait, is that a thing?
Yo,
Oh my god, I did not
Nick,
know
put
that.
In the corner,
It hurts,
so we
though.
can't see
It
the
does.
big.
If you have,
I'm naturally not
hurts.
very lippy, but one of the
bleed.
guys on cam like
when you
enlightened
have
me
long-
because he was like, "You have a
it hurts.
boring." And I was like, that is the mentality of guys that like big lips, is that they think that the not big lips are boring. Yeah, and that was
No, it's not. No, listen. Innies are cool too. I like innies. Don't get me wrong. By the way, hashtag BLM, Big Labia Matter. That's my nonprofit organization. Listen, it's unfortunate because I've definitely encountered a lot of women that feel self-conscious and insecure about their pussy, about their labia, and I'm at the forefront of this movement. I don't want women chopping up their pussies because I like larger.
But see, this is the thing. A lot of men.
Sometimes.
You got the naughty? You got naughty?
I have my now that I lost weight. I have a lab, like it's hanging down now.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
But
like,
I feel insecure. But I would never ever touch
a lucky man.
I would never ever do anything to my.
She doesn't know what it is.
You don't know what you don't know.
The heck is an owie? Like a belly button?
No.
It's like
So
it's
the vagina, it's the pussy.
It kind of like hangs.
It's your inner vagina layer.
So it's the labia.
Can I show her a photo? It's not mine. But can I just show
Is
her
it
a
the
photo?
sandwich one?
I don't know. I was just gonna Google.
Okay, just make sure the camera can't.
Oh yeah,
see.
I have a privacy screen.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you can show.
But I totally agree. I would never ever operate on my vagina.
But a lot of women do feel insecure about that. You know, a lot of men would make a woman like that feel insecure.
I don't think the solution.
That's true, and it's wrong.
Yeah.
It's wrong.
But that's what men do, you know, and that's why women get so insecure sometimes.
So I don't think the long-lasting solution to
Are you guys gay?
a woman's mental health is immediately cutting stuff off or adding attributes. Like, if we have such a mental health crisis, and specifically women who are above the age of 40 abuse antidepressants more than anybody.
It's horrible.
So why are we trying to prescribe people changing their bodies, adding things, taking things away? Why is there such a focus on instant gratification where maybe you should just accept accept yourself for the way you are, or work on things that you can change? So let's go to the gym. Maybe we should lose some weight. There are things you can do.
That's what I did.
But again,
like,
but what about the boob part? Like, if you're a mom, or like
What
the
about
skin
what about the
part?
boobs?
Well, yeah. So what
skin
about
part,
that?
I'm saying,
The
like,
skin.
So
what about the skin?
Like, if you Google it, like some
Fine, okay,
women
fine.
come, like they have like such like saggy skin after pregnancy because they just have really bad skin, and it's really hard for women to like live like that for the rest of her life. So I'm not completely opposed to it.
Okay, so if it's
Like,
inhibiting,
Google it, like,
well,
just Google
we don't
it,
have to Google
please.
it, but okay, if we're gonna play this thought experiment, so if my wife is having discomfort or it is like a nuisance for this thing, for this extra skin to be there, okay, let's talk about this. Maybe we can make that change. But generally speaking, I am gonna want to support my wife. I'm gonna want to find her attractive no matter what. If she has flat chest, if she has very little to offer in those specific areas,
TNA.
I don't really care.
I know, I get what you're saying, and I don't agree with plastic surgery, but it is hard to be a woman sometimes.
Look,
and I
how about
understand
this?
women
How about this?
sometimes.
But this is such a rare, like, okay, if we grant you, like,
Yeah, because
yes,
you think having the
they're-
natural is just an
they're-
option that you can wake up and have. Yeah. Yeah.
there's the mommy makeovers. If we grant you, as men, that we're okay with women after having given birth to children and there's excess stomach fat, if we're fine with that procedure,
Yeah.
I think we should make it illegal and ban all the other ones. What do you think?
I agree, because honestly,
Let's do it. Let's
if you
lead the
start-
charge.
My
if
family.
you-
I am a
Yes.
tyrant.
Can I
I'm
just
a
say,
dictator.
Can I just say
We
what
are
I do
banning.
not like? What I do
Go ahead.
not like is once women start deforming themselves because these hips are getting out of control.
Oh, God,
like
Lord.
because of these Kim Kardashians. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I really don't like them.
One thing
I don't
before you go.
But
One thing before
Amen.
like
you
it's
go.
just getting
Yeah.
ridiculous. Like everyone they don't even look like what they actually look
What
like.
on the mommy makeover, the excess stomach fat, I would say, like, for example, people who are obese, whether you're a man or a woman, and if you were previously obese and you lose a bunch of weight,
Yeah.
you tend to have excess
Right.
skin.
Yeah.
I don't think I would object to, whether you're a man or a woman, to that procedure. So I think the mommy makeover, where if she has like excess skin, I don't think I really object to that. I think what I more so object to is when you're otherwise cutting into normal healthy tissue to put in plastic. Like, there's degrees to some of these cosmetic procedures. Like, perhaps lip filler is not particularly invasive as compared to like a rhinoplasty, as compared to fake tits, as compared to lipo, as compared to BBL. So I think the degree, the severity, the reasons, and the oh shit, I lost the last one. The invasiveness is part of it. So
Yeah, and like people get excessive. Like people become obsessive. Like
Go
to
ahead with your point.
perfection.
Well, for like to go back on the how you want it to be illegal, my family tried suing the doctors and actually bringing a law to stop procedures over 3 or 4 at a time. Because my mom had 7, I think, at a time.
That is wrong.
Oh my
It's
God.
very wrong, but there's no laws
Wrong,
against
wrong.
that, and that's where we need to change that. You know,
In
your body.
California, there is.
It just had
that
to
a- is
happen
that a
then,
thing? It's
because
not
it's been
good
18. It was
to do
18 years ago,
Crazy.
and
Oh,
we
yeah,
did a
no,
malpractice
no,
suit. We
no.
did
And I
all of
will
that.
say,
And
a lot
with
of
it
people
said,
don't-
hold on. With that said, this is why I will not get surgery, and I will tell every single woman who wants to get surgery what my mom went through. And again, your body, your choice. But I lost my goddamn mom when I was 14. That is hard, and I will
West,
never,
too. Kanye
ever
West
put myself through that. Even if I'm uncomfortable with my skin, guess what? Deal with it.
deal with it.
So
Deal
you
with
know
it.
what?
Deal
what,
with it,
what
man.
the big problem is here, I think, and I see this on Instagram all the time because a lot of my girlfriends have, excessive plastic surgery, and when I say excessive, it's
Not
off the scale.
attractive.
It has passed.
I'm
the
fine
scale.
with the small upper lip, ladies.
Yeah.
You don't need to be
But
putting
you know
that
what the
shit
problem
in
is?
your lips.
Yep.
Sorry.
You
okay,
know
I'm
what the
getting worked
problem
up.
is? the online pressure, and when I'm talking pressure, it's go bigger, and these are women that maybe don't feel like 100% great about themselves.
You know what? I got a solution. That's why we as men need to tell women that we find your constitution to not undergo these dangerous and unnecessary surgeries.
I wish you would
attractive.
do that.
Let's do that.
I think it's attractive. I'm attracted to a woman with a strong constitution.
Yeah.
Yes.
President.
I
You
will
for
literally
president.
support
you
that.
for fucking president.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Let's
All
go.
right.
You
You'll
for fucking
be my
president.
Ryan
VP.
Atlas for president.
You can be my VP.
Yeah, you for
Okay.
fucking president, because I see this constantly, and I have friends that have gone up to 10,000 cc's in each boob. Do you know how much that is? Like beyond. And I feel like my boobs are too big, so I want to decrease
Take
them.
them out. Just get them out.
Because I was like, they're uncomfortable, they hurt, but it's a lot of money, and now I have to pay for my mistake, and that's okay.
It's okay.
But I just feel like guys on the internet has to stop this fucking like, oh, I wonder how much she'll do. I wonder how far she'll go.
Yeah.
Instead of saying, stop, don't do it anymore. Like, it's too much. But they don't. And these women, or maybe not feeling great about themselves, they don't have a partner in their life that supports them and loves them. So they trust these men on internet.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, they love me. So if I do
Is that
more,
what men? Have you guys had that experience? Men
yes,
are like
100%,
get fake
120.
titties?
Yes, 100. I have people in my inbox telling me, I will pay you this amount of money if you go bigger. I was
That's
like, fuck
weird.
off.
Those guys are
No,
weird.
like I
That's
have
weird.
guys
It
like that with me too, and I'm like,
very
this is
often.
Don't listen to
No.
them. Don't listen to
Yeah,
them.
it happens very often.
Very small minority.
psychotic.
Yeah.
I think both men and women have a duty. I think we should both be trying to build each other up, because I mean, look, we both tend to shame each other's bodies in certain ways.
100%.
Like, for example, like the way that men will comment. I feel like people think I'm almost being facetious about this. The way men will shame women if they have a large labia is like, roast beef, or they think that's an indicator of sexual promiscuity, which I actually know of a woman who's a virgin could have a large labia.
Yeah, of course.
Roast beef, Arby's, wizard sleeve. You hear these terms, but also women will shame men for if a guy has a small
dick.
vein, they
And
get shamed. A lot of men get shamed for that. We all. So I would like us to listen. I think we can shame people for choices that they make, but if there's something out of your control, I don't think you should shame somebody for it. If somebody has a certain bodily characteristic, we shouldn't shame. If a woman has small breasts, we shouldn't shame her for that. Man has a small
That's
peen,
why
woman
I had
has a
plastic
large
surgery.
labia.
Because I was bullied I wanted to commit suicide because I was bullied so badly in school.
I wish I could have been there.
From no boobs.
And said,
I was very tall.
Your small boob.
And,
Did you have small boobs? You had small boobs?
I was a
small boobs are great.
32A.
I like small boobs. The small boobs are great.
It was,
I love small
What's up,
boobs.
small boobs?
I had a big nose.
They're beautiful.
And I had a bump on my nose from a car accident, and my septum was crooked and destroyed.
I have a broken nose too. Good
So
times.
I was
Me
so
too.
bullied up until I had my nose fixed. It was
Who bullied you?
horrible.
Was it other men, women?
It
both?
was both.
Both. Okay.
In school, in high school.
See, I got bullied for
and
my nose
college.
too, and that's something that I was just like, I'm
Two
not
cans
doing
down.
it. Yeah.
Yeah. Then on the internet, on TikTok.
I had a car riding a bike,
Do you
like
have
a
something? It
motorcycle,
sounds like
and
you have
just
something to say.
I
Oh,
ain't
no.
got nothing.
It was both. It was hell. It was really hell. So,
I just want to say for any women who are watching, there will be a man. There are plenty of men who will find you attractive as you are. If you're considering getting a plastic surgery, if you're considering lip filler or fake tits or lipo, BBL, whatever, labiaplasty, whatever it may be, there are plenty of men that will find you beautiful, that will love you, that will want to be in a relationship with you, that will get married to you without the need for undergoing these
And also,
surgeries. So-
please, women,
Very
don't shame
true.
men either.
No, but we shouldn't be shaming everybody. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, the question where this came from was, and I want to wrap up on that, then we have to get into a whole bunch of other things. Are you more attractive now, or will you be more attractive in 10 years?
You
think we left off
That's
with
what
you.
opened this whole
Yeah,
can of
no.
worms.
Yeah, thank you,
You just opened
Abigail.
it.
Yes, I
You
did.
just
God
opened a
damn it.
30-minute
Wow.
conversation about plastic surgery.
Goodness.
So, did you answer the question? Are you
No,
more
I-
physically...
Did you answer?
No, she
I
did. She did.
Yeah,
Oh,
she
you answered it? What about you? Are you more
no.
physically attractive now, or will you be more physically attractive
Oh
in 10
no, in
years?
10 years, no. No,
Okay.
we're all headed for the same grave.
Yeah.
No, it's not going
Yeah.
to get better. It's going to get worse.
What about you?
We just don't know how bad.
I'm not gonna get more attractive in the future, but I am more attractive now than I was in my 20s. I'm 26.
So wait, you're more. Let's say, are you more attractive now
Then in my like
when you were
19,
like
20.
19?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why are you laughing? I think I might have another like 2 years of like my being the like I guess more attractive. I am gonna say though, when I hit 30 and I started seeing like wrinkles coming in, I was like, okay, it's over. So I'm probably this is definitely the hottest I'll be. In 10 years, I'm definitely.
Well, okay, so you're 31, right?
Yeah.
Are you more attractive now than you were at 21?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh my god. Yeah.
Y'all cope. Just.
I mean, I was like a pretty girl. For me, on a personal level, like I was just skinny. I mean, I worked out. But I was very just like petite.
It's like pubescent, right?
Yeah,
like
I feel like right now in my 30s, I hit puberty.
Yeah.
And now I have like hips and a butt. You know, like I feel more attractive right now.
I think what it is.
It's not whether you feel more attractive.
No, but you're asking me like.
Are more attractive.
I mean.
The beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
I'm not gonna win on this one. I won't win on this one. All right, so we have. Let's go around. Let's. Oh, here we go. Sorry that this took us a while to get to. Mr. Owl, to the women trying to use J-Lo as an example of getting better with age, obviously have never seen her earlier works. Google image search her from In Living Color, Money Train, and in the film Enough.
Enough.
I just know her music videos.
I just think she's very pretty regardless.
Oh my god, did you guys see that movie Hustlers?
Not exactly.
Oh, yes.
She's like
Hustlers, like let's go back to that.
No, but J-Lo was hot, obviously in her 20s.
I'm not going to win with these. I'm not gonna win.
No, you're not.
All right, we have a disgruntled Care Bear question. The title about broke men caught my eye, so I'd like to pose the question. Define a broke man. For reference, I'm in the Army where I don't get paid a lot cash-wise. Thank you.
But you have, you're going to have money later on. Like you're going to get that money check after you're out. We already know that.
Okay.
Like we know that.
I'm going to just give him a little love. If you put on that army outfit, you can be as broke as you want.
See, and that's Monica for you.
Okay. All right. There you go.
No, but what defines a broke man is not necessarily financials either. It can be someone who has broke mentality. Like my ex had broke mentality. Yeah. So it's not always just being financially broke. It's the fact that you don't want to work. You're putting in your bare minimum, even in a relationship, even in your own hygiene. That's what a broke man is to me, because it could be broken or broke. And I feel like both go hand in hand.
I agree.
Bro, oh my God, Nick. I did that on purpose, dude. What?
What?
Huh?
So a broke man isn't just broke because of finances. A broke man is also like a mindset, like a poor person mindset.
Okay, all right.
Your
Let's
actions,
see. Here, we got some notes here. We got more notes. I think wait, did we get everything from, hold on, let me check, one sec. What?
I'm trying not to have a wardrobe malfunction right now, but this dress is just riding up, and I'm trying to calmly make it better.
Word.
I just saw on the screen you got legs and.
No, I just think like being.
You're wearing underwear, right?
I am. I have standards of existence.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I was like, oh fuck, are we gonna have like
the whole
pussy
thing?
Flash? You know?
No, not like that. It's just more for my own.
Yeah. I get it.
That would have gotten.
We have some notes here from Kendra. Kendra, adult film star, S-worker, business consultant. You said you were with your fiance for 4 years, and 3 years in, we both realized you had F'd his good friend 10 years prior.
Oh my God, I forgot.
What's the story there? Was that an issue also for the relationship?
Yeah, it definitely became an issue because going into it, he was already worried that I had been with his friends. A little bit of a backstory. He's an entertainer, but not in the sex industry. He's an actor, director, filmographer, all that, cinematographer, sorry. So my clientele, like whether it's BDSM or content creation, they can be his friends. And one day my friend was over and she was talking about wrestling. And he was like, oh, my friend X. I was like, what's his last name? And he said it, and my head just fell. And then he looked at me, he's like, you fucked him, didn't you? I was like, I was fucking him for a good 2 years, honey.
But why would you make it obvious? I would just keep my mouth quiet.
Because I was with him. No, I was about to have a ring on my finger. I was not going to lie to this man. I'm not gonna lie to him. If he was gonna invite him to our wedding,
No, yeah.
and then he shows up, I'm like, I fucked him.
I guess.
Like his bachelor party. I mean, he's gonna find out eventually. So why lie? There's no reason to lie. From the beginning of our relationship, I had no reason to lie to him. So when he found out, he didn't talk to me for a few days. But he, at the end of the day, I didn't know him for 10 years prior. What are you gonna do? Be mad at me for something I did 10 years ago? You were married at the time, homie. You were with another woman. So. Yeah, I fucked one of his friends.
I don't know if guys feel that's a bro code,
Well, he stopped the friendship.
It's hard to have a bro code when it's I mean, when it happens such a long time ago.
Yeah.
I don't know how you feel about it as a guy.
It's not my proud moment. Like, if I could go back, I wouldn't have done it. But I didn't know.
I mean, of course, I haven't been in that situation.
Yeah,
so
but if you would.
Have you been in it with just kind of having a crush on the same girl as one of your friends, or kind of going for the same girl?
I would never, ever date somebody that my friend has dated.
Yeah.
That's just,
But what if you didn't know? You kind of
that's the thing.
Oh, gosh. Well, at that point, how much friends am I with this guy?
Yeah.
That's what I said to him, because he made it seem such a big deal, and all these men that he's talking about talk down to him, make fun of him. I fucked your
I think
wife.
that's what it is. It's more of like them knowing that they know what you look like underneath, while having sex.
And it was already it's not that he wasn't supportive, he just didn't know how to fully comprehend my job.
The thing is,
so that was already a thing.
I think that for men, it's really hard for them to even think about us having sex in general with any past partners.
Unless you're someone who's into that.
Yeah.
Okay, unless that's the case. But when they know that person. Wait, what was that? Unless they know that person, then it's now it's very vivid, and they're thinking about you and them together.
Yes,
I mean,
absolutely.
With the women I've dated, I'm extremely with my wife. Eventually, I'm going to be extremely territorial. So
that's why he was so upset. Which I understand.
Well, it's I can. Imagining my woman with another man is just awful. So I can understand the aspect of I know this other guy, and now I have to imagine him with you every time that we're potentially going to have sex, or that we're going to be together. That's for me, it's super hard to get out of my mind. And as I think most really masculine men, hyper masculine men, that's just kind of the case.
Yeah.
They don't want to share their woman with anybody.
Yeah.
So, and his friend had a history of fucking everyone else's wife.
Ooh.
So
he's that guy.
So so my ex was dude, you fell for his shit too, what's wrong with you? And I was I was fucking 19 and I was desperate. That's really what it was.
Wait, I have a totally unrelated question to this.
Yes.
You have a 13 tattoo on your hand.
Oh my God, please.
What's that?
Friday the 13th, you get tattoos for $13.
What?
No.
Yeah, so there's one right here. It has the Roman numerals right here.
I was thinking it was.
No, it's not.
I thought that was
it's part of the game.
Yeah. No, it says KM for my best friend, and then S, and then 13. So people thought I was in a gang called MS-13.
Yeah.
When I went to jail, everyone gave me shit.
Went to jail?
My mom died when I was 14. You think I don't have trauma and I didn't do shit? Yeah, I went to jail.
I didn't go to jail.
Wow, really?
Lindsay Lohan's
path is different.
Or two different things.
Everyone's path is different. I did not go to prison. Did not do that.
So tell us about, did you do any dating in jail? How was that?
Every woman wanted to grab my tits.
What the fuck?
I wonder why.
Not it's like that in real life.
Been to jail more than once?
I grabbed
Yeah.
More than
The
once?
amount of days I've done total in my whole life was 100. I got a DUI, so I did 50 days straight, and then I probation violated, which I had my ex's prescription on me, not in my name, 30 days.
I see.
Yeah,
okay.
So if you when I tell it, it's oh, you wish it was harder.
Okay.
I do. Usually I do.
I wish it was harder.
Okay, all right.
I want to earn my credit.
We have actually a couple of your tweets that we found.
Oh, boy.
I'm off the charts.
We're
Was it
gonna-
before I was diagnosed?
Diagnosed with what?
BPD.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
We will.
We're gonna pull them
find
up.
out.
We're gonna pull them up. There's a couple. I think there's just 5. So go ahead, Nick. What do we got here? Nick, can you make it a little bigger, please? Little bigger. Kendra Lee, who in the actual fuck is this person? Do they realize they are openly saying I'm a virgin and I refuse to admit it, or I am repulsive but I'm trying to get beta ducks to like me?
Fucks.
Thank God for Drew. Oh God, this girl. Okay.
I'm not on her side anymore, by the way.
I don't like. She made a hit piece on us. Sort of. Keeping that. She talks shit. Keeping us women reminded, men like you are balding and alone. Wow. Okay, you went in on the balding thing. Next tab though. What's the next one? Wait, did you just double twice? What happened there? Oh, I think it just got bigger. Go back. Wait.
That's what she said.
Can you go forward, Nick?
Sorry.
Next tab?
It's me, Michael Scott.
Doesn't matter if you're skinny. Men use the term fat to bring down any woman because it's an insult to them. Once we stop letting the word fat come off it so negatively, they can't use it against us. But hold on, you just talked about balding.
Oh, yeah. Why not? You're going to attack me for being fat. I'm going to attack your hairline.
Well, was that what happened?
Yeah. I was being attacked in that thread. Holly was there. I was
she was getting attacked in the thread, and then everyone made it a weight topic, and then it just kind of digressed from there.
So if you're gonna, I don't ever fire first. If you fire at me, I'm going to verbally hurt.
I didn't know.
Crap out of you.
I didn't know that was.
Well, that's a part of the problem we have with plastic surgery. Yeah. Like, if this happens the whole time, you know,
then it's like,
I was looking into doctors after all that happened.
Okay, all right, next.
Yeah.
That's so crazy. I have sex with men for money and I get all my... Wait.
What? I'm a porn star.
I have sex with men for money and I get all my bills paid for me and my life partner, including a beautiful home and cars. Sucks they lost everything. She should F someone richer like I did? Oh, wait, but when you say you have sex with men for money, are you talking about...
I'm a porn star.
No, but you also did say you had sugar daddy, so maybe that's what you're
we could talk about sugar daddy.
I mean, they did buy my car, or he bought my car, so... Yeah.
Okay. All right. Wait, you had a sugar daddy buy you a car? Wait, okay, we'll come, there's 2 more tweets, we'll come back to those. Who here has had a sugar daddy? I'll just yes or no go around the table.
Yes. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
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 You should say yes.
You telling the truth?
I heard. No.
Huh? What?
You too? No. You're not his daddy.
Wait, why would you assume that I had one? Why would you?
No, because you paused a little bit, so I was like, you had to think about it.
I'd be a lot richer if I did.
Good. Okay. So sugar daddies. How many sugar daddies have you had?
I've been honestly, it's like a lifestyle thing. Like I had my first sugar daddy at like 18 years old, and then I've kind of like sporadically on and off since then. Like obviously not during relationships.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
And I've had and honestly, my 8-year-long relationship, like part of the spice on this relationship is he was 21 years older than me and taking care of me.
Yeah.
So in a lot of ways, that was it's kind of started out like that, and then it kind of just like, we're staying together and we're bonding more, right? Or whatever you want to call it, right? But it kind of, my 8-year-long relationship should have just been a sugar daddy.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Would that be considered a sugar daddy if he was your actual like partner?
That's kind of why I don't consider him a sugar daddy, because it was like, it's not like, hey, if I don't get money today for hanging out with you, it's
because I feel like it's more, like it wasn't transactional.
Yeah. It started that way though.
Yeah.
It started, so this is how it happened. So like, he bought me a designer purse like the day after he met me, which was like a super grooming move, but I was young and didn't know that it was a grooming move, right? And I was like, oh my God, I've never had a guy buy me a designer handbag before. And then
wait, why is that grooming?
Yeah. Because the way he did it was just kind of like, hey, I'm about to abuse the fuck out of you for the next like 8 years.
He was very
but you're gonna remember this moment as something that you want to happen again.
But did you
know what I mean?
Wait, hold on. You dated this man for 8 years. How early into the relationship did you detect that he was abusive?
I detected, and we had this
detected, he was abusive.
Had this crazy fight that I was like, this was disproportionate to the situation 2 weeks in. But again, I also, my parents aren't abusive to each other. So for me, it was really kind of like, oh my God, I've never seen someone yell at someone like that before. And then in my mind, because he yelled
at me once.
Idiot. Yeah. You're literally gonna end up fucking on the streets if you don't fucking learn how to fucking deal with this, you stupid bitch. Like that kind of shit.
Oh my God.
He once came after me.
I've heard it for 8 years, so I'm very good. And he has a bird squawking voice. So he's a bird girls, Like,
oh my God,
yeah.
that
Yeah.
man.
No.
You heard it too.
Oh my God, this man reigned terror in all of our lives.
All of that.
You were with her.
We
And let
hate
me
this
tell
man.
You, I swear,
has
if that
yelled
man
at
doesn't come out as
Full
gay,
on.
I don't know what.
Yeah, like that's
my
like
God.
it's like you're either
Man is gay.
asexual or gay. There's something weird
Yeah.
because you just like abusing people, and he probably
What the
gets off more on stealing money from old ladies than he
What
does
the
from actually having
fuck?
sex.
He's
Yeah.
very flamboyant.
Yeah, he's insanity. You've never met anybody. Most people haven't met people like this. But yeah.
Wait,
so
2 weeks in is when he
2
started?
weeks in, and then I remembered having this critical moment in my head where it's like, that wasn't right. That was weird. And then I talked to him thinking, okay, well, we should communicate about this, right? And I was like, hey, do you realize that like this, what you said was like completely disproportionate to this? It's too long to describe the story, but it was completely disproportionate.
Yeah.
And he was like, oh, well, if you hadn't like basically like left the house like this at this time, then it wouldn't have turned into a fight. And I honestly just believed him because I'd never been yelled at. And I was like, wow, the only way that someone would hate me that much to talk to me like that must be if I'm that bad.
He was very abusive.
Yeah, and I didn't grow up with like a narcissistic family, so I didn't like recognize the signs. You know what I mean? Like I was like, wow, I need this guy. Like he's helping me. Like it's really fucked up what people do.
And then you stayed with him for 8 years.
I wanted to leave after 3, but he completely financially enmeshed himself in my life and made it extremely hard to leave. So even though we weren't married, breaking up required a divorce. And that was part of the plan.
Financial divorce.
Yeah, that was part of the plan, and this is something that doesn't get talked about. I'm actually like writing a book about this, but like this is something that happens. This unspoken financial abuse that becomes a way of kind of like
How so?
People will just, trap you with debt. They'll trap you with assets. They'll, if you try to break up with people, they'll follow into the court system to try to create new ways to get in contact with you when they've exhausted all of the normal ones. You know what I mean? And this is actually something that the court system's aware of too.
Yeah.
The court system's super aware of it.
crap.
Yeah. But it's just not getting talked about a
don't
lot
do
because it's a
anything for
very
us.
ambiguous thing, right?
So, but
yeah.
wasn't he, you said he was like 20 years your senior. Was he successful? Did he make good money?
He was an investment banker, so it's one of those things where it's like when they get money, they get a lot of money, but they can also lose it like that, and they live very chaotic lives. So you could literally have $10 million one day and $0 the next day. Like, so it's kind of like a false sense. It's money, but not wealth.
Well, you mentioned. So did you have debts?
Yeah, so that was a thing that he did. So he gave me the story of like, hey, I'm gonna get you a credit card and I'm gonna pay it every month, right? And we're gonna build your credit. Sounds great, right? And so we do that, and he's paying, everything's going according to plan. And then one day we have a fight, and it's like, okay, well, you can go pay that on your own then. And it's like, well, you've been racking up a bill on this too. Right? Because it wasn't just me being like, yay, I'm going shopping. It was like, this card is like groceries, gas, like it's our life card, right? And so I was sold this story, like, I'm going to build your credit, everything's going to be fine, da-da-da. And then the day that they need that to be a tool for them, then they're like, you know what? Maybe you should just go pay this $50,000 of debt that I racked up that I assured you would be, you know what I mean? And it's like not all your own debt.
Wait, he wasn't paying the statement balance?
No, he did. So he would wait until the very last moment before it affected my credit report to pay it, but then like within days back up before I could make a decision to like run. You know what I mean? And so he kept me in this kind of confused state of like being fearful of my financial situation legitimately, right? You know what I mean? And then also trying to myself feel like I had to make a shit ton of money to cover his antics, and then being like, how do I leave? Because if I leave, basically I have to leave with $100,000 worth of debt. And by the way, I eventually had to make that choice and did leave with $100,000 worth of debt because I would never stop unless if I fucking just left, right?
Yeah.
But then you realize, wow, I could have done this 3 years earlier if I was going to get fucked the entire time.
Wait, so were you both using this particular credit card?
Yes, but it wasn't he wasn't supposed to be. It wasn't supposed to be being used the way it was, right? Like I was being told, okay, this is for like stuff that we actually like is like necessary, and then I go in the card, and it's like, and he was like buying. It wasn't even just shopping; it was like bad decisions he was making on behalf of the business that we started together. It was just like so much shit. But at the end of the day, I was holding the bag with his credit card. You know what I mean? That's kind of what it. Yeah.
But so I have a question. How old were you again? You were when you
I
started the
was
relationship?
I was like 19.
But okay, and you said you have like your family was
my mom
normal?
and dad
Yeah.
actually. So my mom and dad, when I met him, did a very overbearing parent thing, and they like ran a background check on him and got a private investigator and basically presented the paperwork and were like, this guy's really fucking bad.
Wait, how early on did that occur?
Like I want like a couple weeks, a couple months.
Wait, what did the background check uncover?
What?
What did it not? Because they said
That he just seemed to be shady. He seemed to be a ghost on paper, and that he didn't seem to have a stable job. There were just a lot of things that were like, this is an elusive individual who doesn't seem to come from anywhere. And
but you
like,
continued dating him.
because I was super young, and in my mind, I'm like, well, maybe he's just like some like amazing rich guy, and my dad and mom aren't rich like he seems to be. Which, by the way, he wasn't actually as rich as he seemed to be, but I was too young to even know what people do like that. You know what I mean? I'm like, when you're 19, you have no idea how fucking money works.
Think of the Tinder swindler, basically.
Yeah, he's like the Tinder swindler, but he did sell me the first 2 years like really top shelf life, right? Like it was like spoiling the shit out of me.
Oh, he spoiled the shit.
Because
spoiled the absolute shit out of me to make me like kind of be like, hey, I know I'm abusing you and you're crying every day, and I like don't let you see your parents, but like
Jesus
you're okay.
Christ.
You know what I mean? Yeah, like
So-
and I tell you lines to tell your parents about how we're doing when you go see them, so you don't talk about it on your own.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So
like, yeah.
early on in the conversation,
sounds like a lot of work.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you guys were saying how typically in Orange County, people their parents aren't very present in their lives. They might be together.
Yeah.
So, I guess in your situation,
This
what
happened
was your,
after college.
Well,
Like,
yeah,
I was
so, like-
already kind of like, I'm deciding to do this. My mom and dad are trying,
Yeah.
honestly, to
So
be
I'm
good
not-
parents,
well,
right?
so-
Like, they were trying.
No, but he
Yeah.
wants to know.
No, like
were
growing
you like
up.
that?
Oh,
growing up, did you not have parents
Growing up,
there?
did you not like
no,
have
my
your
mom
parents
and dad
around?
were up my ass growing up.
Really?
Yeah. They were up my ass growing up. My brother's like an Eagle Scout type guy, you know what I mean?
Okay.
And I was just sneaking out at night after they went to sleep.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, I want to party.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
I had
I think
And
there
they're
is.
like, Mom and Dad, I'm okay, and nothing bad's happening.
I
Mom
think
and Dad.
there is
Yeah.
a epidemic of one of two situations. It's either your parents don't care about what you do, and they're just like, as long as you're not dead at the end of the day, I don't care. But there's also this other totally opposite end of the spectrum where they dictate everything that you do.
They're helicopter parents. Yeah.
So helicopter parents are, in other ways, extremely unhealthy because they're essentially prolonging your childhood.
Yes.
So instead of treating you like an adult when like you turn 13, 14, like you start getting extra responsibilities, but you also get extra freedoms, and start training you into the woman you should become. They're like, I'm going to still treat you like the 6-year-old daughter I had at one point, and I will never let you go.
And
so I definitely, I think that's just as damaging as somebody who's like, I don't care about my kids,
too,
whatever.
They're really just parents that decided to get pregnant one day and are honestly just figuring it out, and they are a perfect example that you can. My mom and dad went to every parenting class. Like they like honestly, like it's a little like when I hear them talk about how much into parenting they got, it's a little bit, oh my god, like shut the fuck up. Like, but it just goes to show you, like, you can't control what your kid does. Like your kid's gonna grow up and become whoever they're gonna be, and you can honestly do your best, but like factors are still going to happen.
Did your parents and you have conversations throughout your childhood about, because I mean, I'm coming from as a mother, and I was a single mother until I got married, and I do talk to my daughter about, sex and how to take care of herself. I don't drink, so like I kind of want to teach her that that's actually not good for you. Oh Lord. So, anyway, so I think that
keep going.
it just had to happen when I was talking, right? All right, anyways.
Sorry, we're laughing at this.
I know. This baby.
This introduction, yeah. No, they talked to me a lot about it. I think, are you asking, did they have those talks with me?
Yeah, did they have like the talk? No, because the thing is, because I'm seeing it from like a lot of, every generation of parents are changing, and we're kind of learning from like our like parents and our grandparents and like stuff like that. I feel like now I'm starting to understand that you do have to monitor your kids. Like freedom is okay, but like, you do have to monitor them very well because children will make bad decisions, especially when they're surrounded by other kids that aren't being monitored. So you do have to monitor their friends. Also, like, I understand like where you grew up, like, you know, the communities that have like are wealthier, like parents are very absent. So like, I know me, for example, my daughter doesn't go to like a super wealthy area, but I do look at the parents. And when I see that a parent is absent, my daughter's not allowed to hang out with that person.
So my mom had a list of friends I wasn't allowed to hang out with too, but it's just like you can't.
It sounds like a bad situation.
When literally every single high school.
We don't have to linger too long on it.
Yeah, it's not. I don't want to.
Let's go back to the sugar daddy situation.
Yeah.
So you you've got some sugar daddies currently. You got some. Okay,
I do.
All right. And like, I'm curious, maybe to keep things a bit more light for both of you. Let's talk about the money when it comes to sugar daddies. What are we talking here?
I don't really like hang out. Like, I don't entertain.
Like allowances.
Yeah, like it's like allowances
gifts.
and allowances plus gifts, and it's kind of like. I mean, I want to say it's $10,000 a month, but sometimes it's
from just one. Or
from just one. Yeah.
10,000 a month.
That's the buy-in.
That's
to
a buy-in.
spend that much time.
Yeah, absolutely. To get your attention. I mean,
otherwise I have a job. I can just do my job, right?
Yeah, and I'm at a point where
no, honestly, like it's for me, it's not. Yeah.
Well, I'm at a point now where, ironically,
no, not my dudes. My dudes are not simps.
What does that mean?
No, come on.
Wait, can you guys tell me what that means? I don't know what that means.
Well, a simp is someone who basically doesn't care anything except how much they love you, and they'll give you every dime that they have, and they'll just give you every compliment, everything. You're their god.
Okay.
But I lost my train of thought. Sugar daddies. So me at this point, and I know no one's gonna believe this. I don't give sugar anymore. I have money sent to this. My New York guys, they don't send me. One guy's in a relationship now, and that's totally fine. He sends me money every month. Same with a guy in New York. They send me money whenever I text. Same with a couple other people. I don't have to give sugar anymore. It's gotten to that point. I've been doing it for 14 years also. Technically.
So they're pay pigs?
They're not pigs.
Pay pigs.
They're not pay pigs because we had a relationship before. We ended it.
Okay.
So because I've built that connection with them over so many years, they care about me. They know what I've had happen to me. We've hung out without money exchange because I genuinely like them. I was dating them. So
how much do they pay you? How much?
I don't like to disclose that. It's a really good amount.
Range. Give us a range.
No.
The couple thousand a month.
I make over 6 figures a year without having to lift a finger.
From just that, or from
without having to lift a finger.
6 figures a month.
A year.
6 figures a month.
One job,
without
having
a month.
No,
just off that. A year. Just off the sugar daddy.
Just off the sugar daddies.
But there's no sugaring. 6 figures a year. Wow. Bro, life on easy mode. Life on easy mode. That's insane.
You put in enough work, you don't gotta give the sugar anymore.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Wow.
Bro, these simps, holy fuck, bro.
At a new level.
Wait, say it again. 6 figures a year without having to lift a finger.
I mean, there's a lot of.
I blame the men, dude.
No,
I blame the men.
No, honestly, but think about it.
Here.
Imagine a billionaire guy who has women literally throwing themselves at him, pretending that they're getting pregnant all the time to try to nail him down. He is paying for the hey, these are the terms, right? You know what I mean? I don't want you to be confused about what this relationship is. I like you, but I don't love you. But I do want you to be okay, and I don't want your time to be wasted. So hang out with me. I'll make sure you're okay and not just getting used. And different people want different
But she
stuff,
says she doesn't lift a finger. These are just men.
I do. You're special.
No, I have lifted fingers. I've lifted more than fingers.
But you're saying, sure. And we could definitely talk about the past experiences, but you say currently you're making 6 figures a year without having to really do anything.
Yeah, just
without
text,
lifting a finger.
Give a check-in, maybe send a photo, not even a nude, just thinking of you, look at how I look, and that's
Wait, can I say a quick funny story? I had a tenant, and she found her husband's phone, and she found out that he was sending money to a woman in DR. And so she was like, "Can you call?"
Close the doors?
She was like, she called me. She was crying. She was like, "Please call this number. I'm shaking." When I called, it was a man.
Of course.
So
because it was
men
a scammer.
are so, of course, it was a scammer, but men are so willing to buy the story and pay for it, and it's crazy.
Because guys, it's not a surprise because now guys have AI girlfriends as well. They pay for that.
They take them on dates with them.
It's not a surprise. I'm not surprised.
Granted, no one's saying that everyone should go do that. We don't necessarily.
No,
think
not
that.
everyone's cut from the same cloth. They can't handle it, and it's fine. Like I've come to terms with, I will probably be single the rest of my life, just like my grandmother. She's been single for 45 years. She's happy. That'll be me. Cool.
It's just like these men spending all this money. I don't get it at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't either.
Yeah, I don't think even the women that do that, like do those things, even understand it, and they're like in relationship with those men. I don't think anybody can understand that.
No, unless you're in it, you know.
That's what I'm saying.
And that's fine. I'm not talking for everyone. I'm just saying for me. What works for me works for me. I don't give a
I'm
flying
saying,
if
do you
someone likes it.
understand them why they would spend so much money?
Yeah.
You do?
Because I've heard the stories that they're going through.
Oh, okay.
And, there's some men whose wives, they're not even there emotionally or physically. They're just there, and they don't want to leave, and they both don't want to leave. So they just want compassion. And it's fucking sad. It makes my heart break.
So you're
I don't
like a
want to see a
therapist?
man. Yes, a man's being an emasculated man because of his wife of 20, 30 years. That's fucking sad. Leave. Go make yourself happy. Don't do what you're doing. And I'm not saying I don't support them either, because obviously they're paying my bills. In the same sentence, it's just not fair to the other woman. It's not.
I've actually heard this so many times.
So, do you think maybe you're?
That it's like they're lonely, and even sometimes if they've been married for a long time, even in that relationship, it's they feel lonely, and
I think. Do you think maybe that you're enabling them to continue this
No, if
behavior?
it's not me, it'll be someone else.
_Rive_Ray_Massive_Truck donated $100. Chat wants to hear the Euro girl talk.
There's
That's
two.
you. I think it's not because she really talks. I think it's you.
What you got for us? Drop a hot
Well,
take.
I never had a sugar daddy. I mean, if I would be single, I'm not against it.
There we go.
Like,
Okay.
What would be your goal if you had a sugar daddy? What's your ultimate goal? Like a car, a house? What would it be?
I would say the long-term relationship, if it makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. So you'd want to turn it into an actual relationship.
Yeah, like not a relationship with the future. I mean, in my mind, sugar daddy is the person who gives you like the terms. Like, for example, you're just like a lover, or like he will never get married, and he just gives you like the terms that like, hey, I will give you like allowance, or I will provide you with that, and that.
Yeah.
But we will never like get married and stuff. So I think if I would be lonely, I would be fine.
Yeah.
So
I'm just wondering, where are all the women who want a dude to be the sugar baby, I guess.
I just had that for 2 years. I'm good, thank you.
No.
Go find it yourself. And I also tried helping him find a sugar mama. That's how I worked for his app.
Wow.
Yes.
Oh.
I'm like, if you're gonna cheat, go cheat and get money off of it, motherfucker.
Yeah, smart.
And he didn't. He's like, one of the women offered me a car. I said, why the fuck did you not take that car, you idiot?
Wait. Yeah, why not?
I told him, I was like, my car's fucked up. Why don't you get another car for us?
I can.
I want to extend my services. I will, if any women out there want to send me thousands of dollars a month.
Let's get your seeking
There
out.
are some guys who probably will.
I'm okay on the guys. I'm okay.
Guys who absolutely will.
Just
for
send
you.
some photos. That's
I'm
fine.
I have a thing about that.
About
Sorry,
what? You trying to
sugar.
be mine?
No.
Oh, I misread that.
He got
situation.
excited.
No.
What's up?
What it is like, for example, when I met my husband, he was a musician.
Yeah.
So he didn't make a lot of money.
Yeah.
I wasn't complaining about that, and I wasn't making a lot of money either, but I was making more.
Yeah.
But I'm fine. I don't care where the money comes from if you're in a relationship and you like each other. Like, personally for me, would it be easier to have somebody taking care of me? Yes. But I'm Polish, so my mom has always taught me that you should never ask for anybody else's money because it's not your money. You have not earned that money. You have no right to that money. So always make your own money as a woman, because you should never rely on anybody in a relationship to take care of you, because what happens when he leaves?
Yeah.
You'll be there with nothing.
Or what happens when you're in an abusive relationship.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's why I kind of liked that I was the breadwinner, because I was like,
I don't mind my guy not being super rich. Would it make my life easier? Yes, but it comes with terms that I'm not prepared to accept.
But that's where the independent culture kind of came in, because we were seeing how a lot of during the traditional times women couldn't go to work. But that's where it stemmed from, and that's why we're like hyper independent right now. So there has to be like some sort of balance, and I think that there's like a difference between a traditional man and a provider mindset man.
Let's go back to the tweets. We got some more tweets here from our friend Kendra. We got some tweets.
So you're way too interesting.
I'm not exploited. I'm not trafficked by men. I actually get paid to beat men up, take their money, and remind them how worthless they are. I don't cater to men. They cater to me. And if you are a S worker, you know that. Hold on. You get paid to beat men up and take their money and remind them how worthless they are. What's going on there?
So fun. I was on another really big YouTube channel about this, actually.
Okay.
About my domination. Like I have,
is it FinDom? Is that what it's called?
I mean, you could put that in my category, but I'm more of a domestic
terrorist.
Depending on what we're talking about. I'm a domesticated mistress, meaning I like my domesticated subs or slaves.
Okay.
So I want them to clean my house, walk my dogs, do my errands, take my car out for a wash.
And you don't have sex with them, correct?
Oh God, no, they're pathetic.
But where are the women that will do all this shit for me?
An escort, go find her.
No, but I don't. But they're paying you.
But he wants to get paid.
I want to get paid.
You can be an escort.
I want just swaths of women who want to pay me to. I will give them the privilege.
Fet life.
I will give them the privilege of cleaning my toilet.
I'm sure there's a submissive 19-year-old woman waiting just for that feed.
There's a lot of those.
I highly doubt.
You just said it. You just said it.
Said what?
You said that there's a lot of 19 to 20-year-old women that are ready to date older men because they're more mature and they have a better mindset.
No, to date. I'm saying like, you have no romantic or sexual interest in these men.
No, God no.
Right.
This is when my mom would say, hombres les gustan la mala vida, les gustan sufrir. Which is basically saying like, just men, there's some men that like to suffer.
They're like,
oh shit. Okay,
they're
interesting.
like, what's it?
Facts. They're masochists and sadists.
And it's really
sadistic masochists.
And it's a really sad thing. Like, I mean, personally for me, like, where are they like mentally? Like this is really sad, but
I mean, I do know one of my sugar daddies who is also a sub of mine. He had an upbringing with an older woman who abused him, but she abused him domination wise. So that's why he comes from that fetish, because he feels like he can somehow get the power back even though he's submitting. It's don't ask. Don't ask. If you're a sub or you're in the industry, you already know what I mean by this.
Degenerate.
It is. It's like
where'd you get spot?
I think boredom also. I think if you
boredom.
No, and I'll tell you why. So I have a guy. I can't say his name on here because like I grew up with. We grew up together. We grew up together, and this kid is from like a very wealthy family, and we're the same age. It's not like a weird sugar baby thing. It's just like I know him.
Kanye.
And I didn't.
Will Ferrell.
Like originally in school, I didn't take him for being a sub, but now that we've gotten older and like got back in touch, he's like, oh my God, I like want you to like yell at me and I want you to like do all this like degrading stuff to him. And I really didn't like take him as that kind of guy, but I can tell you this guy has probably only yes men around him. Yeah. And his life is probably very one noted and kind of like, good idea, sir. That sounds great, sir. And he's like zero variety from that. And I think that sometimes these rabbit holes are like, wow, that's the one thing in my life that I don't have.
I mean, I have heard of that. Like, like these men.
I mean, Jordan Belfort, he was open with it.
He liked both though, like, and a lot of the times it's not like they just like one, right? They're like, hey, I'm having a day where I want to feel this way. Hey, I'm having a day where I want to be with my wife, right? Like, it's like you're not like.
I was gonna say like maybe just get a Latina, like how you guys.
Wait,
with the
what?
Latino woman.
Oh yeah, because the Latinas are spicy. They're good to you. And the minute you do something.
Oh, the bowing video. Hold on, no. Oh. Gentlemen, get yourself an Asian woman.
Yes.
Oh God, I'm gonna get canceled. Okay, I don't know that.
Latinas are
feisty. Yeah.
Damn.
Oh yeah.
Sure. Let's do the bowing.
The bowing video.
Let's watch the bowing video.
Oh,
if you can
boy.
scroll it a little bigger, Nick. Yeah, then switch us over to the other side. Yep.
I like that it says register and download.
Boom. Look at that.
Oh yeah. Look at this.
Boom. Huge. huge. Wait, watch.
To watch.
Look, she's attentive. Oh, there's a shirt. Yep, fold it. Good, well done. Okay, all right. Oh, going to the kitchen. Look at that. Oh, food's ready.
That's just
Food
OCD.
is ready to go. Boom. Look at the attentiveness. Look at the. Oh, okay, and it's.
Oh, I've seen this girl. They just did this for the video.
Yeah, it's obviously.
Yeah.
they're doing a thing.
Like, she's not doing this every day for her man.
I literally did that for my ex.
I want to bow. Look, boom. Look at the bow. That's
Bow.
huge.
I'm down to bow. I'm down for the bow.
I literally did that for my ex.
Go ahead, Carla. Go ahead.
The thing is, when you, okay, this is going to be super controversial, but the thing is, like, men, you think that you want that, and, like,
Oh,
you
yeah.
think that you want that.
It's not that I think, it's that I know.
That you want
No.
that.
Oh, I know.
Wait till it happens.
Go ahead, Carla. Go ahead.
But y'all get so bored.
Yep.
You get
No.
bored.
Oh, I love boring.
You get you
I
think
love
you love
boring.
You
I
think
love
you love boring.
Oh.
Listen.
No. I'm not going to be gaslit here, Carla.
No.
You're very convincing. You're very
coming
convincing,
Coming
Carla.
from a wife.
I'm not
Coming from
gonna
a wife.
be-
Coming from.
I will not be
I think you guys
gaslit.
can agree with
Yeah,
me.
yeah,
Listen.
yeah.
100%. So I give that because I naturally love doing that for my man. Like he comes home,
Doing a
the
bow.
food's ready.
No.
Not to bow.
No bow.
Try the bow.
No bow.
Give him a bow. Try the bow once.
He'd be like, "What are you doing?" Like,
gets
You
No,
might like the bow.
No.
He's coming. Your husband's coming soon.
he's coming, right?
He's coming.
Perfect,
He's coming.
perfect.
So I like to serve my man. Like you can ask him. I never let him get up. Like I'm the one like serving him because I like doing that.
Try the
But
bow.
there are times. Hold on.
Okay.
There are times where like. Well, what do you want to do today? Well, do you not have anything planned today? The moment that I don't have anything planned, like either like doing chores, going out to getting groceries, doing things, he's like, but what else is there to do? So it's like there has to be a type of balance, and obviously this is just like my personal experience. But again, like you think you want that, but sometimes there's just things that you get bored, and then there's times that it happens where like men cheat, and you don't want that to happen. So it's like us as me as a wife, I'm just like, okay, how do I keep the balance? Because boredom is like an actual thing from that. You think you want that, but you really don't.
But
There
why
has to
would
be,
it
like,
be
also-
boring?
it also
So what are you suggesting?
once-
Hold on. What are you suggesting? Are you suggesting that
I'm not.
that you intentionally stir up drama in the relationship? Is that what you're
It's
suggesting?
more of like when you do it not because it's a chore, but you do it because you love that person and you want to just serve him. Because I out of experience myself too, like there has been moments where like I just as soon as I got married, I just wanted to play that role wife, and I turned into a maid, and I have a business, so like, and my daughter does dance, so like I was going crazy, and it started to get to a point where it wasn't even appreciated anymore because it was like already done.
I
like,
will always appreciate
his clothes
it.
was
Solid,
I-
deep,
No, but
deep
you
bow.
get used to it, and
If the bow is deep, I will always
the bow is
appreciate
deep.
it.
No,
Just saying.
happens. It's
Go
very
ahead. What's your
natural.
take? Go ahead.
Well, I think it's all personal because I think some guys do not get bored of it. Some guys really appreciate it, and they really appreciate the care about them because, like, I'm 4 years in the relationship, and every single time, like, I do love to cook. Like, I always cook for my husband, and every single time I cook, he's always like surprised, and he's always like appreciative.
Yeah, and I like
I
I,
wouldn't
said,
get bored.
it's a
would not
personal
get
thing, and it
I wouldn't
also
get
like
bored.
depends on culture. So I think maybe my husband, because he did have kind of like a more chaotic growing up, like he didn't have what we have now, so it's all very new to him, and it's a beautiful thing, like building that together. But I think it
There's
varies
no such
person to
thing as
person.
too submissive. There's no such thing as
No,
too.
no,
submissive and
listen.
unsubmissive.
Okay, listen. There's another thing. Like, also, men
They're
don't
both
just
good, I
men.
guess,
There's it varies person to person, but men who actually respect you, they want you to say no. They want you to have that boundary because then that means that they can't get away with whatever you want them to do, and
it's
there's
true.
respect, and they love that.
You don't want a
Because-
doormat, but you want like.
But you
there's no
become a
such thing.
doormat, like,
But
no,
when
no,
you're-
no, no.
You become
There's
a
no
doormat
such
when
thing
you just
as too submissive.
I definitely
No.
disagree. I think that being submissive to the right man is a beautiful thing, and it's a beautiful thing to experience. And I think men, deserve that treatment if they treat their woman right, of like coming home and they're being food made and being all those
Sure.
things. But the thing is, like, there are some men that just get bored, and
Some
it
men-
varies
some men get
person
bored.
person to
It's
person.
true. There's, and then I'll move on. Go ahead.
I
Yeah.
have a lot of attitude, and I'm a spicy person.
Sure.
But there's nothing more rewarding for me than please my husband.
Your acts
Like,
of
I agree.
service. That's your love language.
That's my love language, is to service. That sounded so horrible, but I love cooking. I love taking care of my husband. I love getting him stuff. I love popping his pimples. I love putting on, like, I like it because that's the way I show love.
Sure.
And if my husband says he doesn't want to eat my food, there's nothing worse for me. Like,
Swedish meatballs are not it. I'm just saying.
I panic because I feel like I did something wrong as his wife, and he's angry at me, and that's how he like punishes me. It's like either he doesn't talk to me because he knows I hate it, or he doesn't want to eat my food, and that drives me insane.
I don't know.
Like,
I feel
I
like,
was like,
if my wife made me food, I'm gonna eat it no matter what. I think like she's.
No,
trying.
I'll tell her. I'll tell her if it's dog shit.
No, I'll tell her if it's not.
No,
fucked up lasagna.
Yeah,
No,
he
I'm
will
kidding,
tell
I'm
me
kidding.
if it's dog shit.
The lasagna was. Okay, no.
I'd rather have you tell me it's dog shit.
Yeah, no, I'll tell you. Okay,
Rather.
this is not the best
Are
food
you trying
you've
to
ever
poison
made.
me?
I would be like,
but
yes.
Are you trying to poison me?
We'll
What the fuck?
But I'm still gonna eat it because like at the end of the day, I'm gonna come home. I worked really hard, and so I'm supporting my wife so she can do her
The
job,
least she can
which
do
is
is
to
take care of the home.
Okay, you got it. So she can do her job, which is to take care of the home.
Absolutely.
So
I was just gonna chuck the baby home.
Oh God.
okay.
I'll take it.
But yeah, it's very rewarding.
Yeah, actually gonna check.
exactly.
You got a
Do
good
it.
catch?
Yeah.
You ready? Yeah. You're an athlete too. You want to try to catch this?
Don't let
Or
the
here,
baby
okay,
die.
okay.
I'll catch it if
Wait,
you
fuck.
don't.
This might. Wait, can
Just
I
go
have
ahead.
you hold the microphone?
Here.
Hold. Okay, here we go. Wait,
Okay.
fuck. Okay.
Can you throw? It's not that far.
My throw's kind of pathetic.
not hit me.
not gonna lie.
Way too difficult.
I don't know. Like, what's the best? I don't know what the best.
Like a football.
Yeah,
Do I give it a? Do I give it a little
Like
twist?
football. Yeah. Just fucking curve it.
Do I do a little? You know how on the football they
Spiral?
give it a little spiral?
Yeah.
Wait, did you used to be a quarterback?
No, I used to be a receiver.
All right. I think it's more. I'm not gonna do a twist. I'm gonna do.
Oh,
Okay, hold on.
Okay, here we go.
Man.
Yeah.
Nice. There you go. That was
Now
beautiful.
you're with baby.
All right.
Would be my baby if I had a baby.
Perfect.
Oh, you like?
Yes.
Dark-
my preference
darker
is
men.
black men. Yes.
Okay. All right. There you have it, folks.
hi.
Let's pull up the. Is there another tweet? Is there one more tweet? Then we gotta get into some of
Tweets?
Carla's videos.
I know.
I haven't. Wait. I haven't lost respect for any.
Oh my gosh, this is crazy.
Wait. This is not.
That would be,
Wait. Did you, Nick? Are you?
He's just looking at my.
Did you
video
just
now.
click a random tweet, dude? Is there a?
No.
Huh?
What did I say? Am I going off on people per usual?
He was talking about like skeeting on your grandma's.
Oh my gosh.
And I was like, wait, I don't
Oh,
even know how we like got there.
By the way, you
like,
guys-
this seems like a Call of Duty chat room now.
You
Like-
know how we're talking about how
gosh.
with age we get better. My grandma has been
getting
working out the gym
wild.
for a whole year, and I have never seen a perkier ass on an old woman. Her ass went from saggy to up and fat, and I'm like, what the fuck, lady?
Well, I've
Get
fucked a
out of the
62-year-old,
gym.
so-
Oh,
She is
boy.
82
saying
years
nothing.
old, and she has
Hey,
a better ass
I
than
am.
me.
I am all about
I
older
am-
people getting in the
She
gym.
gave me the motivation to go even
100%.
more. I'm like,
you.
One of the
got
one of the
better
most
ass than me,
amazing
actually, no.
videos I've ever seen in my life was some like 93-year-old man deadlifting 405 pounds
own your.
for reps.
I have a
It's like-
friend that.
All right. Speaking, it's kind of going to be ironic since you have that.
Oh shit!
Here we
I say a
go.
lot of stuff.
All right, pull it up.
Oh no.
Uh-oh, here we go. Kendra, white people don't have culture,
Yep.
OMG, haha. I can't right now. White
White, yeah.
people literally stole everything from someone of color to adapt to them. Stop, racist, stop.
Yep.
Next tweet.
I still stand by that very
Oh,
strongly.
okay. It's not racist for black women to humiliate white men. God, you people need a brain.
I still stand by that too.
You
yeah.
you stand by that?
Absolutely. It's called reparations for your ancestors, motherfuckers. That's how I feel. I don't care.
I don't know if I want to make this conversation about.
I'm
white
also
men.
not fully
extremely
white, so I
political.
will put that out there. I'm half Mexican.
Can you scoot the mic that way a little bit? Wait, so okay. White people don't have culture?
They've stolen everything from another culture, so yes. Maybe Britain, but America, no. We've
that.
stolen it from everybody else.
What about Europe?
I just, okay,
Europe.
I meant Britain, Europe.
White.
Sorry.
No, Europe in
Europeans
general.
are white people.
I'm gonna say.
I'm talking about America.
Well, are Polish people? Do you consider Polish people white?
I'm Polish. I'm talking about America. Maybe I should have specified
Well,
in my
no,
tweet.
but you said white.
Maybe I should have specified it in my tweet.
But okay, but so white people in America came from various European countries, some of which, for example, there were
And who was
Polish
here first,
immigrants.
though? Who was here first?
The Native Americans?
Exactly.
Wait, so what do you... I'm
So
not sure
we
what you're...
stole their land and created our own culture out of it.
Yeah,
Well, they
Like, what are we talking
that's
about?
what happens everywhere. That's happened
I mean,
everywhere.
that's
Yeah,
just
so
concrete.
And we're so
I'm
mixed
commenting on
here.
that. That's
But we're okay. You said white people don't have culture.
I believe in that still.
Mason,
That's
do you have
my
thoughts on this?
opinion. Okay, listen.
So are you talking about cultural appropriation? Is that what you're talking about, kind of?
I'm
or-
talking about that. It's also a directed tweet at somebody. Again, it's not something I just fucking
but
thought of.
No, but you say you still stand by
Yes,
it.
because it was a person who was sitting there calling me racist, going off on me with a bunch of slander.
Racist
All of those
for what?
because
what did you say?
apparently I'm racist.
For what? What did you say?
I don't know. I'd love to know that answer.
Well, probably that statement in and of itself.
The white people don't have culture.
That's literally for white. That's against white people. If that's racist, then they can get fucked. Like,
Well, it is.
stop being
It
so
raises
sensitive.
It is racist. It's racist to white people.
Good. Hope it is.
You hope that it's...
Yes, I don't care.
About
People are so
racism?
goddamn sensitive nowadays. Get over it.
Okay, so would it be okay
so,
for
yeah, all right.
so would it be okay to start talking about like Spanish people or calling Mexicans like certain names or calling black people like
Are you? If you're
just
Spanish
because
and you're doing it,
I
that's
just
your
don't
prerogative.
I don't like the double standard of like
I'm not saying
that
there's a double
you
standard.
could be racist to white people but you can't be racist to black people. I think that that's very like
She's right.
double standard.
Yeah, she's right.
She's right in your opinion. So to my
No, you
opinion,
can be
I'm right
racist to anybody who's
in
different.
anybody's opinion like
That you
that's
see as a
fine. This
different
is my
person.
opinion. I'm standing by it. Nothing you guys say we're gonna
so
change
you think
it.
white people don't have a right to be respected?
I think. Did I say that? Did I
your
say that? No, no, no. Did I
your
say that?
comment is
No, no, no.
very
Did I say
racist.
Go
that?
in.
Listen, I'm not white, and I'm like,
And I'm not white either.
I'm super Latina. I mean, you're not Latina.
I'm
I'm
not
sorry.
full white. My last name's Alvarez.
Yeah, but you're not. You don't
You
have
don't
the
know my
culture
dad.
either. It doesn't matter, but you don't walk around with the culture either.
You don't know what I do outside of here, chick.
I
You don't
think-
know me.
I'm
You have
sorry.
no
but it's
idea who
just-
I am.
This is the thing, though, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I
You
think
are.
your comment
You don't
is
know
very
me.
disrespectful. But there's white people here on this table.
And did I direct that at any
no,
one of these
but you
people?
want to say,
No.
I stand by it.
Yes.
That's
because that
disrespectful. America has its own culture.
Cool.
We
Good for
have
them.
our own culture.
Good for them.
We're all mixed.
Again, this was not directed to anyone. This table is directed to a person who is already attacking me.
No, but you said you stand by the statement on its
Okay, so
own.
we're gonna keep doing this circle because I don't have to. I'm gonna keep my answer the same. It's not gonna change. You guys can keep saying what you want. It's not gonna change.
But can you
I
explain
just
why you
object as a
think
white
so?
person, as the representative of the white race.
The white delegation.
I object to the assertion that white people don't have culture. In fact, I think white people have created a great many things.
Indeed.
Like country music. Like I
But
don't know.
I would
There's
like
just
to
so
know-
many things that are beautiful.
It
about
originated from
Polish.
black people.
The
It originated
polka.
from black people.
I would like to know why I think that.
Nice try.
Yeah. Yeah, vodka.
Well, okay.
yeah.
Well, there's a medium here. So because this is gonna be so bad, but one of the reasons why I decided to marry like a white guy, a country man, was
Oh boy.
because of the, I guess, quote unquote, I could see like the no culture thing because my cultures have, and I'm not saying that I'm against my culture at all, but I think that part of the white culture is to be more progressive, more open-minded, more understanding, more open. And I loved that openness so much because in my culture, you see that there's already so many roles being played. And I love my culture. I'm not saying that, but I wouldn't want to marry into it. And that's why I married, a more accepting country, more, with the American beliefs, because my husband does have, this American belief system of the land of the free, whatnot. And that's something that I wanted to go into instead of, my original Mexican culture. So I do agree in a way that no culture could be its own culture of openness, of open-mindedness, and maybe, and this could just be from my own personal beliefs of what I've seen with like white men, that they tend to be so, well, with my experiences, they're like, oh my gosh, like that's amazing that you have parties so often, that you guys have posadas, that you guys have like this tradition. And I love that because within when I was dating my own race, it was like expected. The woman had to do all these things and it's an expectation.
I think that's a great point to make. I think America is such a good place to live because it brings all of those people of tons of different races and says, you have something to contribute to this great experiment. I want to be able to appreciate Asian cultures. I want to be able to appreciate African cultures. I want to be able to appreciate Latin American cultures. And I want to adopt the things I enjoy about all of those, and I can bring it into my own, and then I can express that in my own unique way and show 100%. That I am a unique individual. And I think that's something that has only been promoted in this country.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the many things that makes America the greatest country on earth.
Yeah, because we're so mixed.
I think also.
Sorry, I don't agree with that
I'm from Poland, and I was raised super Catholic. My mom was a helicopter parent, which was not good for me. But I think a lot of this comes from a lot of countries. I know Mexico, for example, Catholic there as well. So I think when you brought up Catholic, that is also why you kind of want to get out of it, because my mom and my grandparents were so strict. I was beat. Like my mom would beat the living shit out of me, because that's part of a culture. So
Jbutler donated $100. There are studies that show a large number of sex workers have herpes-induced racism.
Large
and Marge over
really?
there needs to sort her out her own problems before throwing stone from her glass house.
Let me address this. First of all, I just lost 40 pounds. Just wait for another 2 months. I'm going to look way better than you think.
What's that?
Secondly, I'm not throwing any type of stones at a glass house.
Wait, what?
I'm...
let's wait a little bit longer. Oh, we got Grid 1 coming
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $100.
Okay.
How is this Gil in Mimi still talking? America's culture saved the world's culture back-to-back World War champions.
Let's go. Back-to-back World War champs.
Today where Tubby can run her moneymaker.
Listen, sweetheart, you will never make the money I have. You're not sitting here on a podcast because you're so fucking great. Sit down, stay behind your keyboard, little warrior. We don't care to hear it.
I don't know, Mozart was pretty dope.
I mean, the whole herpes thing's a little like outdated. Again,
Wait,
more
the
people
what?
have it. Talking about the fucking herpes
Oh no,
thing.
I'm back on the whole white people not having a culture thing.
I mean, well, and also back to that, that's also why I don't date white people. I don't agree with their culture. I don't agree with their standards.
Wait, what do you mean you don't agree? You don't date white people because you don't agree with their culture? What do you mean?
I don't. I
disagree with.
Yes, I don't want to be in America. I don't want to be an American. I don't want to be here. I didn't choose to be here.
What do you mean?
I didn't choose to get fucking born. I didn't choose to be born in America by my own parents.
Well,
what?
I actually want to talk a little bit about this mindset, because I think this is not personal, okay? But I think that this type of mindset is also like poison to a lot of younger generations, like Gen Z. I'm seeing a lot of them forget what living in a third world country is like. And again, I didn't realize this until, going back to college, of how much power the United States has just with the military and how much influence we have. And I'd much rather be here and not have to like walk outside my door and there be like fire bombs or a war zone, because, that's what it's like in third world countries.
So I actually lived in a third world country for all of my high school.
Oh, wow.
And
where did you live, if I'm...
I lived in Morocco.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah, so I did my high school with all Moroccan guys, and it's the goal for everybody in the world is to get to America.
Yes. Yeah.
That is because it is the most opportunity. It will provide them with the best possible life, and I think people in America don't understand how good they have it.
Yeah, and I mean
So wait, you object to having been born in the U.S.? I'm confused.
There's so
yes,
many.
my family is like, my mom's side of the family is all in Scotland, Ireland, beautiful places, beautiful.
I'll let you guys come in a sec.
Okay. No, I have not been to other countries as much as I wish I have. I've been to a few, yes.
But you said you don't date white people because you don't agree with the culture, and then you also referenced. Hold on.
Truth Bomb donated $100. The reparations argument is such trash.
True.
Africans sold other Africans.
I know that.
Especially when the reparations argument comes from the commie non-slave state of CA. America is the best nation on the planet.
Okay.
The one
Amen.
instance, let me just address this. The one instance where I think reparations are acceptable is for people who are left-handed.
Well, let me
That's-
say, I was
Are you
not
left-handed?
Okay.
I'm left-handed.
I was being fucking
suffered.
facetious. God damn.
I suffered
Can't make a fucking
for
joke.
years in the elementary school with the fucking my I think I deserve reparations from the state and federal government. I want reparations as a left-handed person. Go ahead.
I was being facetious. I thought it was fucking funny. That was it. I didn't actually mean that goddamn statement. I don't mean that. It's been, what, over 100 years since black people have been enslaved?
Wait, what?
There's no fucking reason.
Forget the reparations thing.
Yeah.
Let's stick to the. You said that you don't date white people because you don't agree with white people's culture.
Yes, from the men that I have had pursuing me and their families, their backgrounds, what they believe in, I don't agree with.
The last guy you dated, was he white?
Nope.
But
Nickelodeon donated $100. Every time Abigail looks to her right, she looks like she's watching someone scratch their ass and smell their finger. Abby, good luck. You're adorable. Kendra, are you sure your last name isn't DeVito?
Did you have a response to Nickelodeon?
No, that's just stupid. Why would I? I'm not giving it. No, he doesn't deserve my energy.
Wow. Sorry,
Honestly,
Nickelodeon.
Danny DeVito's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, I mean,
would you smash?
He's my uncle.
I don't know if I'd
smash?
smash, but I'd respect. You know,
You'd
I don't know if
dap
I'd
him-
smash him,
you'd
but
dap
I'd be
him
like,
up?
hey, you're dope.
What about just like
free hug at least? You know,
BJ?
Hand hug.
No,
Oh my
BJ, just a
God.
free hug. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't express gratitude like that.
Wait, so okay, before I have you guys come in, I know you guys want to come in. I'm just trying to get a little more understanding, explanation of the whole white people. You don't date white people because you don't agree with the white culture, and that you don't like that you were born here in the U.S. or something.
It's not necessarily I don't like it. It's that I don't want.
Which country would you rather be in?
I don't. Okay,
Out
hold
of
on. Let
curiosity.
me get this clear.
Okay.
Because I had.
Dark Knight donated $99.
Oh.
I can only imagine how poorly she treated her man. Gnarly Quinn is ugly inside and out. I hope she finds peace one day.
You have awoken their wrath, it seems.
Yeah,
I must have hurt someone.
Stoked the flames.
You are making
Who
money
hurt
fall out of the
you?
computer, dude.
Oh,
Who
you guys keep talking
hurt
shit.
Okay, go ahead with your point.
What were you asking me?
Okay,
I mean,
well, you said you don't date white people because you don't agree with white culture, and also I don't want to misquote you, but you said you kind of sounded like you were displeased that you were born in the U.S.
So this is the thing. I have to take my time to talk.
Sure.
These are very old tweets, and by old I mean a few months ago before I was
Okay,
diagnosed.
they're old, but it's you
My
you said you
point
stand
being-
by them though.
Yes. So
That's
hold.
great. Thank you, God.
Okay.
The
Let me know when I can talk.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
You're good. Go ahead.
My point being is right now, I am not happy with the way America is. I'm not happy being here. I don't know what other country I want to go to. I've looked into a few. My point being is I don't like the way the men are being raised here that's come to me and that I go to also. The ones who I've dated, the ones I've pursued, I don't like it. That's my preference. If I could move to Canada or somewhere a little bit safer where I could do my homework and I know I want to go there,
Canada's a failed
absolutely.
society.
And I'm
Yeah.
trying to.
Canada's a failed society.
Canada is wild.
By far worse.
Canada's a big L. But where would I mean, if you don't like it here, you could leave, right?
Yeah,
You
that's my
could.
plan.
You
Once
could.
I have all my money saved up and I
You
have
said you
my
make
plan.
6 figures a year without lifting a finger, just from that one
I
source
take
of
care of
revenue.
my family. I have a house. I have a lot of things in my life. I have to make that money to live up to my standards.
Truth Bomb donated $100.
I'll let you guys come in after
Sad
this.
thing about life today is there are men out there giving those 304 money every month.
Facts.
You can lose all the weight you think you need to. You're an awful person on the inside. You should leave US.
You're literally the only person to ever call me a bad person in my life.
Yeah, she's not a bad person.
In my life, I
gotta step in. Like she's really not a bad person,
Nobody.
you guys.
Okay.
I'm not going to sit here and say what I do in my free time, but what I do is not what bad fucking people do.
Yeah,
and it
she's
has
not a bad
nothing to do with charity work and shit like that. So go ahead and fuck yourself.
Wait,
you probably don't do a quarter of what I do.
Charity work? What do you mean?
No, I said I'm not going to talk about charity work and shit like that. Other things I do.
Pablo Escobar. I mean, he was very.
Yeah, I know.
Oh my God, you can't. Yeah.
But that's why I'm saying it has nothing to do with that. The things I do.
Let's start with you, and then you go ahead. So go ahead with your.
Well, first of all, I wanted to know more why you think that, because like America is multinationality country, and you mentioned that your relatives from Scotland and Ireland. Do you realize that also that those are white people?
Yes.
Like you can say
Still
like
out of America. Again, I meant when I said that originally, it was America.
Okay, but America, it's internationality country. Like, I'm from Ukraine, she's from Poland, she's Jewish, my family is Jewish. Like,
My
she's
mom's side is
Latina,
Jewish.
she's Latina. I mean,
We're so
America, it's like mixed. There
Yeah.
are so many French, there are so many German, there are so
Yeah.
many people. You
I
can
know, I'm
say-
one of them, and I don't want to date somebody in my bracket.
Yeah, but
Why
they're
is-
so different. So there's white Italian, there's white
Yes.
Irish, there's white Germans, and they all have their own culture still within the U.S.
Well,
These
especially
Jewish
for us
people do
with Poland,
too.
my family immigrated from Poland, but like our
Yeah.
families are very different, and
Yeah.
it's like they did. I mean,
I
her
think
mom's
everyone
not
has
trying
their
to
own
marry her off to
culture.
Alden, like a weird ass.
Yeah, it's a different culture, religion. But what I want to say is like there is no country in the world, and I've traveled all over Europe. I was born in Poland. I lived in Poland. I lived in Sweden. I've been all over Europe. I've been around the world. There is no country in the world that lets you do what you can do, that you can do here.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
if you move to Sweden, making money the way we're making money, forget it.
And
They will take half of your income, 64%.
Wow.
Taxes.
That's ridiculous.
Straight up.
They do give you universal health care, but they take
But
a
it's shit.
lot, and it's
It's
shit.
shit. My
And
dad
everyone
died
travels
because
to
of it.
Norway to
Yeah.
go get health care and to
work.
pay for health care in Norway. Yeah, it's like
you
not
know,
the same. Yeah.
it is.
People-
It is. I mean, I understand America is maybe not great. Like there are things happening that are maybe not super great, but you know what? We're a huge country and we're mixed. And I think if we just work together, it can be good. And the bad things that are happening right now, yes, they're maybe not super great, but you know what? I still love it here, and I'm so grateful that I had the chance and that America told me that yes, you can stay here and work here, because the people I have met here are the most amazing people and most amazing friends and family that I could ever wish for. So
Also, I mean,
I'm so sorry. I just got very emotional. So yeah, I'm just grateful to be here.
Where's the Team America World Police button?
So I think the reason why it's so pressing and why a lot of people get so like frustrated, I think us who like to live in America, who love to live in America, is because we're seeing social media pull us apart.
Yeah.
When in reality, we agree on this, on the fact that we've seen, I guess, both sides of the coin of like what the consequences of living in a third world country. And when you come to America, it's like fresh air, a breath of fresh air. We used to joke about this, but I think it makes sense now. Whenever we would cross like from TJ to the United States, you could tell immediately, like just on the roads, like it's all rocky and like bumpy and scary. And then you just like cross the border and it's like,
Grid One Motorsports donated $100. Skeeling Mimi, your wallet is not that big. Keep selling that fat back and you might get there before you run out of people who will buy it. I retired at 45 and paid 6 figures in taxes. You're welcome.
Sweetheart, do I need to fuck your dad and give him a child he actually loves? I will. I'll do it. I will.
I just want to point out, Grid One Motorsports, it's U''RE.
Thank you.
I think, right? Did I get you? Yeah.
You are, yeah.
But to finish my point, I think that a lot of us are frustrated, especially myself, who's like, a Gen Zer, and I'm seeing so much poison in these mindsets of like, I want to get out of America. I'm like, have you ever lived in another country that is not America? Can we stop being so privileged and so ungrateful and entitled? So at least for me, because my family comes from like, they sacrificed to just come here and give me the opportunities that I had. I was the first generation. I'm sure that there's multiple of us that we're first generation. So I think that that's why it unravels a lot of like mixed feelings, because those who have lived in impoverished countries maybe see how great it is here.
I think that has to do a lot with growing up privileged. And I think Americans don't understand how privileged they are in comparison to the world. And then they victimize themselves.
What about those who've been homeless and in jails and shit like me?
I mean, listen, I'm not going to talk about my life, but I also didn't really grow up with both my parents.
But you're not the one saying that you don't like America like I am.
Have you ever tried to be homeless in a third world country?
No, because I'm not going there.
So
like I said.
listen, like I wasn't given the best card, like dealt with the best cards in life. And I have a very successful business. I raised my daughter, she's a full-time dancer. And this is not to glorify myself, but I think that the struggles that I've been through in my life is what has brought me to where I am in my life. So I'm sorry, but I had a daughter at 18 years old. Her father lived in Switzerland. My mom is not really big help. She needs help from me, actually. So I cannot feel sorry for somebody. If you are functioning like a perfect functioning adult, you should not be homeless. I'm sorry. I just can't.
Yeah, I wasn't a perfect functioning adult at the time.
And
I'm
sorry, but when you have trauma in your life, which I have had too,
we all have, absolutely.
Yeah,
and everyone deals with it differently. And you know what? I would have loved to not. Exactly, and I did. I was 19 years old and I was homeless. I am now 32. I have my own house, my own car. I pay all my own bills. So it took me a while, but I got there.
I'm so sorry, but auditioning for hold on. But I'm so sorry, but auditioning for Playboy at the age of 19 was privilege. There's so many people.
I wanted that opportunity. I would have loved
it. It is a privilege. I've been a model since I was 4 years old. So yeah, it is a privilege. I worked very hard to get there.
Yeah.
Since 4 years old, I've been modeling commercials.
But you're saying,
Here,
sorry.
The
final point, and then I think we'll move on.
The issue is that if you were dealt that garbage hand in pretty much any other country in the world,
I wanted to say that too. Yeah,
you are stuck there for the rest of your life.
Exactly.
I know many families that my family personally knows that they are stuck in their garbage life until they die, 100%. And until their kids die, and their kids die, and their kids die. Until the king of that country is no longer there.
Yeah, in Sweden, when you get a job, when you get that job, that's where you work until they carry you out in a body bag. Yeah. The end.
Well, I guess you don't have a work here.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we kind of are funding the world.
The point is that there's a lot of opportunity in this country. I just have to say there's a lot of opportunity in this country that a lot of people wish they had that we're not taking advantage of. So don't victimize yourself. That's it.
I'm not. Never was. I'm very proud of my accomplishments.
I'm not talking about you. I'm not bashing you. I'm talking about America in general. They don't understand.
It felt directed,
no,
that's why.
Well, you took it that way, but I wasn't talking to you. I was saying
I should have said I'm
Americans
apologizing. I'm sorry I took it that way. I saw and I felt that way.
Okay, well, I'm sorry you felt like that.
I took some MILF.
Sorry. I didn't mean to press that button.
It's the perfect time.
I'm sorry. Okay,
well, you ain't lying, though.
Oh, thank you.
You ain't lying, though.
Who?
She's hot.
Oh. Sure, yeah.
I'm just saying.
Okay.
You are, though.
Very
pretty.
Okay, let's pull up Twitch. Then we need to get two things out of the way. Then we have some videos from Carla here, and then your husband's going to join us here in just a sec.
Gonna bust a nut? No.
What?
What?
Field.
Holding a nut.
Oh my
just
God.
one squirrel nut.
That was out of pocket.
It was like.
That was out of
pocket.
pocket.
Coming in, it's like.
Wait, holding
a nut.
We're like, what?
All right, let's pull it up.
Okay.
Guys, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. Yo, J-Funk, thing for the Prime. TT12, thing for the Prime. Oh, I think I read Brightside, thing for the Prime. Honda Eater 86, thing for the Tier 1. Prime for the thing. The Prime. That was funny. Rare Terror 2, thing for the Tier 1. Guys, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. Yeah, fuck it. Yo, follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. Let's get me to 40,000 followers. I never fucking post. I don't give a fuck about Instagram. So, yeah, I'm not really too preoccupied with growing the Instagram, but let's I should try. Okay. So hold on. Let me see here. Okay. We have question for everybody. Does body count matter? Starting with you.
I wouldn't say body count, but hygiene matters like more than body count. Like
hygiene.
Yeah.
Hygiene's important.
Because honestly, like I'm sitting there and I'm like, okay, if you've had sex with like 7 girls versus 15 girls, is that 7 people really that many people in terms of my insecurities and anxiety? And the answer is no. But what I am concerned about is my health and safety. And so if I'm okay with those things, then it's okay. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to reframe the question. Because I think women also can care, or some women do care about male promiscuity or male's body count, but I do think this typically stems more so from men's preferences, and I do think men tend to be a bit more vocal about wanting
body
this.
Count. Yeah.
So do you object to men caring about body count? Do you think it's why should you care? It's insecure, or what's your?
I think that if you're like in a situation like you are, I think you should absolutely care because you are prioritizing that factor in your life as well. But I think that if you're not a virgin, then you absolutely like do not have the right to care, and
you don't have the rights.
You don't have the right to care. Like I'm sorry, like unless if you're putting it up there as your biggest priority to maintain that in your life, then people lie, right? Like okay, if it makes you feel better, if I've only had sex with 3 guys in my life, yes, I've only had sex with 3 guys in my whole life. I'm not, it's one of those things where I think people just lie.
No lie.
Yeah.
Well, does anybody here agree with what she just said that sure, if you're Mason over here, who's also a virgin, then you're totally entitled to want that in a partner. But if you aren't a virgin, or you maybe have had a handful or perhaps plenty of sexual partners, that's a hypocritical or a double standard, or you should not have that preference for wanting a woman with a low body count or who's a virgin. Does anybody agree with that?
I feel like I agree to some extent, more of like, if for instance, if their body count's 50 or 60, but the girl's 30, the guy's 50, the girl's 60, and he's like, I don't know about that one. It's like, dude, you can't really, can't talk on that. It should be equal. That's where I agree on that. The whole miles on a car. We're not cars. We're not diners. Let's not do that, please. We're humans. It's not like our vaginas get looser over the time. No, we can actually make it tighter.
In terms of the car thing, I think people use analogies frequently. I'm sure you're familiar with what analogies are, right?
No, I'm a complete idiot.
No, I'm not trying to be condescending, but
I'm just being a smart ass.
No, but an analogy is it's a comparison between two things, typically for the purpose of explanation or clarification. So if a guy uses some car reference or something, he's not like doing that to be like, women suck, I'm comparing you to a car. It's a common rhetorical tool used to better clarify or explain your position.
Absolutely. But doesn't it kind of make you think that if a car has been run down to 250 miles, you should either trade it in and get a new one or get rid of it? Isn't that what isn't that as a person you think of that when you have a car? That's a logical thought. That's what we're taught to do.
I personally don't use a car comparison typically in this
exactly, but a lot of people do. So my point of that is like when a car hits a certain peak, get rid of it. That's not fair. We wouldn't do that to a man. We are always supportive. Not me. I wouldn't do that to a man. How about that? For me.
Jbutler donated $100.
Here we go.
Okay, more herpes.
To 12 partners who have
oh my God, Jbutler, get this guy. He's obsessed. Yeah.
This is why being a sex worker is filthy. For fat-faced Sally, what side effects has the Valtrex given you?
Sweetheart, if you want me this bad, email me, KendraLeeRyan@protonmail.com. I promise I'll fulfill all your sadistic needs.
She'll dom you, Butler.
Yes, you clearly need it. You keep fucking talking to me.
He's a urologist.
Oh, I have a spectrum
I don't
want to
be rude or anything.
They're the freakiest people I've ever met.
Him as a doctor,
Don't worry, he only sees penises. Because he's a urologist.
It doesn't matter. You as a doctor shouldn't be talking like that.
Especially
that's really unprofessional.
He's very unprofessional.
Listen, he sees a lot of dicks. Let's give him a pass.
No. I don't think I've heard real doctors describe the human body that way because I don't think they think about the human body the same way.
Listen, we all need to blow off steam in our own ways.
I don't think doctors get this triggered by the human body.
Yeah, but he's in his mom's basement.
He's not a real doctor.
I think we're over.
He plays operation. He's a doctor.
I think we're overthinking.
Say this, girls, but like the thing is, like you do risk a lot more to have, stuff like that when you have a large body count. It's just what it is.
I mean, I have never, so let me put this on the table. I have never, and I know you guys won't believe this either, but I have the test to prove it. I've never had an STD in this industry since turning 18. I had STDs in high school with boyfriends that lied to me and cheated on me. Mm-hmm. So I have never been exposed.
Because you've been more responsible, but I'm saying a lot of the times, like it's you're at more of a risk
and
to get
more people, like civilian people that are not in sex work, do not get tested after each partner. And from what I found out, they get tested twice a year with God knows how many partners.
So I'll address your point. So you were saying that
I want to know is like, does this sorry.
Well, no, you were saying that, well, it's okay if Mason over here wants a woman who's a virgin, but a guy who's not a virgin, or even a guy who maybe is promiscuous himself or has a promiscuous past, he doesn't have, I think you said, shouldn't have the right to have that preference?
I mean, he has the right,
well, he
but
has the
I don't
right,
really
but
care what he
You
says.
object. You object
I don't.
to it.
You have the right to believe whatever you want. I really only value your opinion on that versus, you know what I mean? So from me personally.
Okay, so I mean, my response to that is, in order for you to desire something in a partner, must you also possess said characteristic or trait?
So here's the thing. I think that there's a yin and yang, and there's a same type energy that you have with people. Like there's a certain connection where you have where something's the same. You know what I mean? You bond over that thing being the same, and you feel camaraderie over it being the same. Then there's a different kind of a connection that you experience with somebody when they show you something that you're just incapable of doing for yourself. You know what I mean? And you're just like, wow, that is totally outside of the wheelhouse of what I know how to do. And that's a very different kind of respect when you witness someone doing something that you know inside you can't do. And then it's like, wow, like that's partnership energy if you like it.
Right,
you know what I mean? But maybe you don't be like, it's like.
But to address your statement that you made about how, okay, well, if you're a guy and maybe you've had some fun in your youth, maybe your body count's up there, that immediately precludes you from wanting a woman who's not promiscuous or who has a low body count or who's a virgin. I would argue that there are plenty of things that both men and women want in partners that they themselves do not possess. For example, a woman who is broke, she's not wrong for finding a billionaire attractive. Even though she's not a billionaire herself, it doesn't make her wrong for finding billionaires attractive.
Wrong. It's more that just like if someone said that, I'd be like, yeah, have fun with that opinion. You know what I mean? Like I don't respect it,
well, it's
but
not
you're
clear
allowed to have it. You know what I mean?
Well,
like I'm
sure.
just stating my perception,
well, okay,
which isn't someone else's opinion.
Here's another example. Short women liking tall men. You need not be a tall woman to find tall men attractive. So in that way, a man who perhaps has a promiscuous past, he has a high body count, I think he's perfectly fine if he wants to date a woman with a low body count or who's a virgin.
There's
I think
also
that's fine.
the side note or the opposite where you have virgins who are, I'm sure there's virgins that are interested in super promiscuous women, right? And it's like wild card. It's like, really? Are you sure you
could be.
Like
sure.
I think that there's something for everybody, right? But I think that we're kind of beyond the phase of like measuring which thing is the most popular life choice for people, because clearly people
I think
have such divvying.
Men are not very. I think men will never be accepting of a high body count for the most part, because they're just so like that's my woman.
What's your body count, babe?
Hold on.
My body count?
Yeah.
Hold on. So
I've always been in a relationship, so I don't.
You have a low body count, right?
Yeah, like I'm not. I don't do one night stands. Like I've always been in a relationship.
That's good.
Meow. Okay. Cat 5. Sorry, I'm trying to. Let me give you. No. I wasn't searching for your name. I was thinking of what the prompt was for the question. Okay, so we're going around the table. Do you object to men caring about women's body count?
Do I object to men's caring about?
Yeah. Do you think it's like a lame preference, or it's like they're insecure? Or like why? Who cares? You know.
I think everybody has a right to care about their own opinion with things, obviously.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Sure.
I mean.
Sure. We can all agree that everybody's entitled to their preferences, but do you object to the preference?
No.
Okay. What about you?
Wait. I can speak.
I didn't get to say something.
Oh, you didn't answer? I thought.
We didn't answer either.
Oh, you didn't answer either?
Yeah.
I thought. Okay, sorry. I didn't mean to skip over. Okay, you.
Okay,
Yeah.
You're fine. It does matter. I think it does matter, not so much for the male. This is specific. Wait. Am I answering the prompt right? What are we answering?
Oh, do you object to men caring about a woman's body count?
Oh, okay. Well, the answer the question that I was answering to was like, does it matter? But I understand why it would matter, just because from hearing a lot of women and working with women who have a high body count, they come with me like in tears and sobbing because they have a lot of like past trauma with other men. So, and they've told me before that the men that they're with don't want to work through that with them and unravel that. So I absolutely understand why men would want to be with a woman with a low body count, because it's, in my opinion, I think that each body is like, each body is like it's
no,
baggage.
go to sleep alarm.
So I do think that, I mean, it would be fair, but but they also can't shame or judge women for it. They can have that preference, but they shouldn't shame and judge. And I think that that's what we're seeing, a lot of shame and judging.
Okay.
I personally object to it. Obviously, I would, because I don't care about yours. So if you care, and again, I object for my own reasons, and these are people I would be pursuing. So I'm gonna object to your judgment of me, because why the fuck would I date you anyways? If you're just talking about average man, that's your prerogative, enjoy it. But also, I like a man who's experienced. I don't like men who haven't been around. I like promiscuous people. That's what I like, that's what works for me. And for the record, I have never had an actual bad relationship. Every man has been willing to work through all of my trauma, all of my issues, all of my body numbers. It hasn't been an issue, but you have to put the work in on both sides. That's what it really is. Yeah, so it's gonna be a lot harder, but I'm also very fucking picky too. So I'm not gonna let my standards go down just because of my job and my body count.
Okay, what about you?
Well, I can tell you from my husband's view. My husband has a high body count, and he told me that straight off the bat.
What's his body count?
Over 200.
Okay.
But he asked me my body count, and it matters to him. And I don't have a high body count, and I told him, and he was like, okay, cool. And I asked him, like, why does it matter to you? And he was just like, I just want a no, because it's a kind of trust thing, you know? And he also wants to know if I'm promiscuous or not, or if I have any diseases, or if I'm actually going to be in a long-term relationship. I think that's more important, because he was like, you know, if you're somebody that jumps around, that means you're kind of not ready to settle down or have a long-term relationship. And he wants to be in a relationship. He's not interested in this and that. He has had a very few long-term relationships, only 2 actually.
So the question is, do you object to men?
I don't object it, because I understand where they're coming from.
Sure.
Because I'm a person, when I ask somebody, hey, have you done this or have you done that? It comes from a place of trust, and I kind of want to know, can I trust you? Will you hurt me? Will you jump around, and will you find somebody else that you want to be with?
When you said the body count, I thought we will be talking about medical term and like fat and thin people, because like English not my first language. But then I understood like what you're talking about.
Yeah.
From my personal perspective, I cannot objectify, but I do think for girls it matters, because for me personally, every single connection you make is like a spiritual connection and emotional connection, and for my husband it matters. But I also like respect other opinions and other people, and I cannot like put a line like, hey, like it's matter for everyone or it doesn't matter for everyone.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I understand why men don't want a woman with a high body count, and I'm not judging it. I'm not saying it because of that, but I do know that like 95% of men care, and I think it's more of like, just men don't want to imagine. I think like, and this happens a lot. Like, women can forgive cheating, men can't, right? Like it's just something it's just what it is.
I can't.
Yeah.
I can never.
Well, let's not get onto cheating, but okay, you guys gave your answers on that. So I'm curious, it sounds like you kind of said body count doesn't matter. We'll go around the table on this. What's your body count?
Lady never reveals her secrets.
I thought it doesn't matter though.
I'm still a lady and I don't reveal my secrets.
Holly treats.
I put a lot out there, so there's plenty of find other than body count.
You should put a little more out there.
I'm not going to.
Because you said, well, I mean, okay, we know on
we
your,
can count
we know
4.
Swingers
you can
Island.
Count 4 on my OnlyFans,
we know,
and we can count
the Swingers
4 at
Island.
Swingers Island. That's 8 total. So
and then you said in high school there was
donated $100. If it matters, then my body count is 3. Your ability to hide the fact you've been run through by 10 plus guys is as obvious as your ability to hide the fact you can't move your forehead after Botox.
Babe, I go to the doctor and say, please freeze my face. Thank you for noticing. I pay a lot of money for it.
Your doctor did a really good job.
He did exactly what I told him to do. So
he noticed.
I'm just gonna say,
amazing.
I mean, I feel like if a man doesn't want that in their life, like if they don't want to accept a woman like that, like I don't think that you should bash a woman for that either. Like
And also, by the way, I don't want. So here's the flip side. I don't want a man with a low body count, because I don't even care about this conversation, right? Like, this is a conversation for people with low body counts.
Yeah.
I don't care.
And that
I don't
care
care
about
what
it.
your opinion is.
Not
I
even
don't
a
want to
high
have
bot.
sex
No,
with you.
no,
Like, it's like literally
Or
like
people
not
who
in my
care
mind,
about-
right?
No.
So I'm like, so it's one of those things where when people bring up body count, it's just kind of like, okay, have fun in kindergarten. I'll talk to you later.
No,
like
no.
it's just like it's just such a rudimentary conversation.
No, I think it's an important. No, it's an important conversation.
I think it's an important
When did he come in
conversation,
here?
but I don't I don't engage with that mentality. You know what I mean? Like, I don't hang around people who are like so in that rabbit hole. You know what I mean? So I
Welcome
guess
to the
I'm just-
whatever podcast.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this is the whatever podcast.
This is the
but
whatever.
it's so I'm having a little bit of a culture shock right now. Where
this is a
yeah,
culture
for me it's a
shock.
culture shock where I'm just kind of like,
The fuck
wow.
is going on in OC?
No, but I think it's a really important because
What the
again, a lot of women who want to wait until marriage, they go into like social media and they see a whole bunch of promiscuity. So they're kind of left with this thought of like, and this notion of like, okay, I should be doing the same thing because it's gonna get me that's a specific lifestyle. And it's not until they experience all of these things with different men that they're like, oh snap, I'm empty, I'm sad, I have like this baggage. So it's a very, I know that you might not like to engage in this conversation, but I think that it's a very important one for at least, I know that the women that follow me, a lot of them are kind of like hoping and they're like, I'm waiting until marriage, but I want to know that it's worth it. It might be for some women.
I
and
don't
not
think
for
it's
other.
worth it to wait until marriage.
Again, might be for
Oh
some.
my God, the biggest disappointment of your life is like, it's not
Yeah,
that
return
great.
that car.
Like,
You
it's
can't
like the
return that
worst.
car.
Oh my gosh. Anyway, back to your story.
The mileage is gone.
I would like to, I disagree.
I think,
but
I think statistically shown, the people who have the best sex lives are people who have been happily married for their whole lives.
Yeah,
And
it's
that's the
also,
only
like,
partner they've
when you don't have.
hold on.
Well,
no,
okay,
it's-
think about
But
it.
that's the point.
Wait,
Hold on. The
wait.
point is
Guys,
for you not
one
to
mic-
compare.
one at a time.
One
One at
mic
a
at a
time. One at a
time.
time.
One at a time.
So I think it's true. Because it's the only person you've been with, and then you don't have to matter
Yeah.
about size. You don't have to. It doesn't matter
okay.
about
You're not
STD.
Well, think
And
about
that's why
it.
it doesn't
Does it-
permeate.
Well,
because I'm just
think about it this way. Like, so you know so intimately this other person. You know them exactly what they like, how they like it, and you're able to provide that for them. And it is constantly learning and getting better and better as you age. So I think it's just
Listen,
true.
That's
I mean,
not true either.
I'm gonna say
It doesn't
like,
get better and
But
better
that's
as you age.
But your looks
I mean,
do.
but if you're not
But you look
comparing,
kinda
if you're
yeah.
not comparing them to 20 other people, like then you might like it more. I am gonna say like, what I know now at 31, like I wish that I waited till marriage. Like I wish somebody like guided me into that direction because something like one of my friends told me her son just got engaged and both of them are virgins, and she was like, yeah, you know, I was like, it's beautiful that they're getting married so young, and she's like, yeah, you know, it's actually beautiful that they don't have anyone to compare themselves to. And that hit me because I was like, wow, like sometimes we don't love a person and we're like we could be having sex with them and be like, this is whack, because now you're looking at them through your other experiences, you know? And so I think there's beauty in being with the same person for the rest of your life.
Here, let's go
and
around the
sharing
table
that.
on the question, what's your body count?
My husband.
Okay, one.
Nice. I
Into the mic.
I will give sorry. I will
Range.
give a bracket. I
Sure.
will not give a number.
That's fine.
I've done about 50 scenes.
Okay.
And I've had about 50 to 100 private partners.
Okay.
I became sexually active at 13.
Okay.
So that's,
Do you want to do that? Maybe a range type of thing?
Hell no.
Question.
Not with these people.
Who's these people?
This entire situation, hell no. I'm not going to put myself on a cross like that in front of you guys.
I've done
not
porn.
putting-
so-
no,
Continue
there's
down
no
the
cross.
line. Yes.
There's no cross.
Let's respect. No,
I have
let's
standards.
let's
No, I
respect
respect that. Yeah, I
let's
respect
respect her
that,
boundary.
yeah.
Let's respect her boundary.
Stop.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
The only
no.
and also
I mean,
I'm
well,
comfortable.
I don't
no,
like
no,
that
hold on.
question either.
That
I don't
question's
like that
super
question.
offensive, and I won't let you
Yeah,
double
I
down
don't
on
like
it
that
with me. Keep
question.
going.
What question?
Yeah.
Like
It's a
asking
woman's
people for their
private
body
business. You
count.
don't ever ask
And I
someone.
gave you
It's
an
like you don't
answer.
ask
The
a
answer is
woman
I
her
don't wanna
weight.
tell you.
Hold on. First off.
You
first
asked
off.
earlier, is it okay if I ask about your weight? Why didn't you ask her about that? It's the
what?
same thing. You asked
Ask
me
about-
earlier how much do you weigh now, if that's okay. That's
Well,
my
because your
personal
guys
body.
is first off, we're on the podcast having a debate and discussion about
I know.
this.
I'm just bringing up
So
a same
You guys
point.
don't need to like try to do some shaming and guilt like type of thing. Like if she doesn't want to answer, that's totally fine. I moved on, but then when you decided to give a range, I then brought it back to her. If she
Yeah.
felt more comfortable to give a range, if she doesn't want to answer, that's totally fine. Of course, I'm always curious if somebody states that body count doesn't matter, then shouldn't you ought to
Context,
be feeling,
I don't feel safe in this situation.
You don't feel
I don't feel emotionally safe in
That's
this
why I
situation.
jumped in, because I know how she is.
safe.
If she doesn't feel safe, I'm going to protect her. That's why I'm
and
jumping in.
I'm just not going to open myself to trauma, right?
And if she said
I don't
no
want
once,
to.
she said no.
I'm trying to
She
avoid
shouldn't have to say it more than
unnecessary
once.
trauma in my life. So that question, thank you. Please move on. We discussed not picking up trauma for no reason as you go. That's part of it.
You're not obliged to answer the question. That's totally fine. But I don't need the corresponding attitude that comes with your refusal to answer the question.
I think it's only
if you don't
because
want to answer the question,
I feel put
that's
on
why.
the spot right now, and I feel like why don't we just move on with this conversation? Yeah.
Well, I'm going to continue the conversation. If you don't want to answer the actual question that's directed at you,
I don't.
That's fine. However, I'm going to continue talking about.
Super hard for us women to talk about this because we are shamed for it.
Mm-hmm.
We are shamed for our sexuality. I'm sorry, but
Not
I'm
by
gonna
you,
put it out there.
everyone
Not
else.
by you. I'm not saying this is.
Yes, but men are discerning,
society.
just as women are discerning when it comes to who they choose to partner with. So just women have preferences, standards, and stop interrupting. Just as women have plenty of standards, preferences, and boundaries, so too do men. Men are allowed to have preferences, standards, and boundaries when it comes to who they sleep with, have long-term relationships with, and marry. And one of those factors that's very important for men is past promiscuity, current promiscuity, and body count.
But there is a difference. If you ask a man who's on here, if she was a guy and you asked him and he said, I had 100, dudes on here in the comment will be fucking, you're the king.
Yeah,
If
but
a
there's
woman-
differences.
No.
There's differences.
Yes, they are. But if a woman says she has a 200, she's a whore.
Yep.
So,
That's
and
well,
I'm not.
I can tell you why.
Yes,
But why is it
you don't
okay
have
for a
to.
man?
So,
Well,
this
okay,
is what
so-
I'm saying. Whatever. It's she doesn't want to talk about it because she doesn't want to, and
That's fine.
final.
That's totally cool. I don't need the corresponding attitude. In any case, to answer your question, why is there this supposed double standard? And so I don't think that it's actually desirable for men to be particularly promiscuous and sleep with a bunch of women. My own personal standard is if I sleep with a girl, I want there to be continuity. I want to continue seeing her, so I'm not interested in just going from chick to chick to chick, just like
But not
one night stand,
everybody
one night
is
stand, one
as
night stand. Sure,
respectful
but
as
I
you are,
okay,
unfortunately.
but sure, but I don't think it's necessarily like it's not fucking high value or alpha. Like if you just sleep with a bunch of women and get herpes, and you're now bringing herpes to all your future partners.
Yeah, no, I'm not
That's
saying
not,
you are.
No. Okay, so but
Not at
I can explain why this double standard exists, and it's primarily because getting sex for women is incredibly easy, whereas it's
I agree.
Comparatively speaking, it's much harder for men. Any woman, if she was so inclined, could be a slut. Not every guy can be a slut.
Agreed.
There are men who significantly struggle with dating, getting laid. Any woman, she can be overweight, she can be ugly. If she wants to, she can be a slut. Not every guy, her male looks equivalent, could not easily be a slut.
I don't disagree with you. The issue here is not all men are respectful in the way you are, where you actually want to meet somebody and have a connection.
Okay.
And that's the men that come at us with the attitude.
Yeah, but men get shamed for all kinds of things also.
They're not. I'm not saying they're not. I'm absolutely not saying, but
it's not affecting their insecurities and their confidence the way it affects us.
Let me ask
That's
the
what it
table a
is.
question. Is hookup culture a bad thing?
Yes.
Terrible.
Okay, so you cannot have the corresponding belief that hookup culture is a bad thing, but we can, but shaming the behavior that facilitates hookup culture is undesirable. Shame is a very powerful tool, and frankly, I think we ought to shame. Let's say I'm trying to figure out how I best want to frame this. We should bring back shaming.
Yeah,
I'm in favor of shaming.
I do agree with you. The thing is, all women are different, right? All women have gone through different trauma when it comes to relationships and when it comes to sexuality. And I think, well, they have.
Sure,
as well as men have. I'm not saying men are not without sexual trauma. Women and men don't talk about it, which is a shame because I think they should, because there is sexual trauma for men as well, and it should be discussed. But I'm not going any bad way. I'm just trying to say that we want to discuss different things.
Derpington 701 donated $100. Kendra, this is Brian's podcast. We understand you are triggered by the question. You are the guest. Be respectful and don't give him that sass while telling him what to do on his show.
It's called.
Wait, does he think I'm Kendra?
No, it's me.
I don't know.
Because I just popped off.
Okay.
Actually, well, it was you three and then you being like the sisterhood when it came to this question.
It's all, we're here for a reason to have heated discussions and get there. If you found it disrespectful, I'm sorry.
We're sorry.
I was just getting.
I just didn't answer.
And I'm apologizing to you, not them, because they're the ones paying to talk. So go ahead, keep paying to talk to us. I appreciate it. Thank you.
But Carla,
Kendra.
No. Well, you're Carla. You objected to me asking this question. Perhaps you think it's rude to ask a woman's body count, but I mean, in one of your videos, which we're going to get to here in a sec, you say that within my understanding, you advise women within the first 3 dates to your husband, if I recall, you found out his credit score, his bank statements.
Hell yeah.
You found out how much money he had saved.
Hell yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so if women are able to ask that question, I think men are just as. Huh?
I didn't ask that question.
Oh, well, he just shared it. Okay, that's fine.
He was proud. He was confident.
Okay, sure, that's fine.
Do you advocate for women asking for that information?
So usually, that's a great question. I usually say no. I say that a man who's like happy where he's at, where like we want to meet men who are at their peak. I say they will naturally just show you, and you'll if you are like,
I'm not showing that shit.
Well, no. I know. It depends, right? It depends. It depends. And and it depends what type of woman you have in front of you, because you'd be surprised when you find that woman that truly like inspires you to be the best man you want to be. Like you do things that you never thought you would, and that's a man in love. So I actually tell my ladies to not ask, to let him kind of like show you, because I think it's a little rude. And most of the time, provider mindset men, or men who are at their peak and extremely confident where they are, and they want that woman, they want to show them their resources. This is what I got. Is this enough for you? Because that's what he's saying. Whenever a man shows you everything, he's like, is this enough for you? Can you live within my means? Can you live within this?
Okay, we can come to that later. So going around the table, you said that there were you did 50 scenes and 50 to 100 in your private life.
And that's people, not men.
Sure. What about you?
Okay, I'm just gonna say.
Hell yeah, let's fucking go. Okay, there you go.
I don't really care because I respect myself now. I used to not really respect myself.
By the TTS. For Life donated $101. Concerning the two 403s, if body count is deemed insignificant, discussions should be less sensitive.
It's true.
It's evident that the matter holds importance despite attempts to downplay it. Filthy.
That's true. That's true. If it didn't matter, it wouldn't be such a touchy subject. Go ahead.
Anyway, it's 28. I used to not have very good respect for myself when I was younger, and I wish I would have gone back in Mail and told my younger self, respect yourself, and it's going to be okay, and you'll find someone good. So
28. Okay, well, first off, I just want to say I appreciate your honesty because, and for being willing to answer the question, because certainly, there's some people have hesitation when it comes to answering that, and I certainly appreciate your candor and forthcomingness with answering that question. So,
yeah,
respect,
just shows,
like honesty. Always respect on honesty. So
it seems like you've done a lot of like emotional work to work through that.
Absolutely, I have. I've been through a lot.
I think it's
like,
important.
And I'm reading the chat here. All the chat, they're saying like respect.
Yeah, exactly.
They're respect for the honesty. So
thank you, appreciate it. Yeah.
But one question: you're currently saving yourself for marriage?
Yeah, absolutely.
But do you think you'll like follow through with that? You think?
I would like to.
Okay. I mean, if the peace ring didn't happen, you would have. Let's be real.
Yeah, I would have.
Yeah.
I would really like to be led by a good man. Yeah.
Okay.
I would.
I have faith in you. You did it.
Okay.
I mean, I have willpower to do it, so.
And was there because we've heard, there's these terms, was there a phase that, like a bulk of these?
Yes.
Was there a phase?
Certain, like 5 years.
Well, because you're 22, correct?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So was there a phase, like, were you in college? Did you go to college?
No, I actually went through firefighting school.
Oh, firefighting.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a lot
Are you
of
a
fun.
firefighter?
I loved it. I used to just do volunteering for about 4 years, but I went through firefighting school right after I got out of high school, and it was awesome, but the pay wasn't good enough, so I decided to branch out and do my own thing. But I still go out and see the guys and say hi at the station and stuff, so I'm still part of that community.
Cool. Okay. All right. And so, tell us about the phase. Was there a phase?
There was.
What
in
was
high school.
It was in high school.
It was like junior year.
Wait, so okay, you're 22, so junior year, so you were what, 17?
Yeah, 16, 17, right when I got a car, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted
when you
to
got the car,
fun.
freedom.
It lasted it lasted like a couple months. It was like a party phase. It wasn't all the guys in a couple months, but I wanted to have fun and see what was out there. And I was like, nah, this is not for me.
By the time you graduated high school, by the time you're 18, if you had to put a number to it, do you know how many?
I would say like 14 probably when I graduated.
14?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 14 when you graduated.
It was
okay.
really sporadic. I really tried to date people, and it's like they would just leave. And I do believe, like, if you give it up quick, a guy will almost not respect you and almost leave in a way.
Not necessarily.
And
some
guys.
I don't think so.
Some guys.
I think all my long-term relationships.
Yeah. Well, I had to learn.
You're special.
I'm
That's
a special
most men,
boy.
though.
It is true, and I know coming
men
from
are
me,
like
it's a little ironic, but since I got single, I've been making everyone wait 2 to 3 months, and it's worked pretty fucking good.
Well, I mean, it's
for what I need out of it. For what I need out of it.
Like, if you respect yourself, people will respect you. Mm-hmm. And that's a big part of it. And I did not respect myself back then.
So I think some men use the whole, if she sleeps with a guy too soon, sleeps with me too soon, I don't respect her thing. I don't really think that that's the best metric for assessing somebody's long-term potential. Me personally, I think that there's much stronger indicators when it comes to long-term compatibility or values or, potential promiscuity than the rapidity with which somebody sleeps with you. Because, I mean, there's my own personal experience, most of my long-term relationships, many of which were very healthy and fantastic.
Yeah.
Second date, second time hanging out. So there's definitely much better there's much better things that you can look at to assess for potential promiscuity, for example.
I agree with that as well.
And also, I'm just not a big fan of like arbitrarily waiting. It's just,
Yeah.
So.
Well, yeah. It honestly, I guess it just depends on like your partner and also their beliefs when you come into a new relationship.
Sure.
Like, you want to respect them so that they respect you as well. I mean, obviously the last guy I was seeing, we decided to have sex and do that as well because we had a lot of strong feelings for each other, and sometimes I can get overwhelming and you do it and it happens, obviously.
All right.
But if I'm with someone that also would want to wait till marriage just like I do, if I get into that relationship, then I will, and I'll respect that.
Okay. What about you?
Probably between 25 and 30.
Okay.
I'm 40.
Respect the honesty. Thank you.
But also, I was in a bad place when most of that happened. My mom was super abusive, so I just tried to find love wherever I could. And I thought that was the right way to do it. Because if guys want to have sex with me, that means I'm worth something, because of my mom. But yeah, I wish I didn't? Yeah, of course. But you live and learn, and that's the way it is.
8. I'm not so interesting.
Okay.
You're still interesting? Of course. I bet those are the best 8 of your life, baby.
So I know you're gonna hate me for this, but I don't feel comfortable with talking about stuff like that because I know my husband's watching and I want to respect him.
That's fine. Mason?
Oh yeah, 0.
0.
The hand.
Pamela Henderson.
Okay.
Good for you.
Okay. All right. I think we covered body count pretty much. Okay, we have one thing, and then that's going to lead us into some of Carla's videos here, and then we'll try to get the husband up, I reckon. Hold on. Let me get these chats in here. Did I miss shit? Hold on. Fuck, I think one of the chats fell off. I'm gonna have to double check that. While we're checking on that though, still trying. Abigail, what's the word? 6'5", blue collar, 40 acres. You can bring me lemonade while I chop wood, till the garden, and build your home gym. How do you feel about homeschooling 6 kids?
I'm here for it.
Yay!
She said she'd do anything.
She's here for it. We have
Can we come to the wedding?
As long as you don't make a scene.
We'll be
Oh,
nice.
okay.
You can
I'll
come
be
to the
security.
wedding.
All right.
I'll bring my boots and my cowboy hat and my guns.
Do it then.
We have Derpington here. That accidental button press was accurate, though, Brian. Definitely a MILF, and all of a sudden, in all of the women in this panel, she's the most wife material likely. Wait, which?
Likely.
Oh, okay. I think.
The MILF.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, guys.
That's the nickname for the night. The MILF.
That chick's a MILF.
All right.
We
have.
make you blush.
Oh, did.
Infantry 4
Oh,
like
so
donated
I
100
think.
and...
So sorry. I thought. I don't know why that got triggered. My bad. Okay, I'm just double checking because I feel like I missed one of these. Hold on, guys, 1 sec. While I.
Wait, so are
checking out.
403 and 304 interchangeable? Like, does it mean
what
the
does
same
that
thing?
mean?
It's an incel term, but does it mean the same thing if they're both, if it's like not the right numbers?
But can somebody like fill me in?
Yeah, what is
Yeah,
that?
what is
It's like their way of basically just being like online
Troll.
whore or whatever they want to. Like, it's like their version of like,
I have
she's
no
just
idea
a
what
slut on the
that
Yeah,
internet.
because
or
there's so many
whatever, so-
comments that I just
Yeah.
don't even understand.
Yeah.
So, did I pull up the
I'm
Puffy
not totally
Vegas?
sure the origination of it, but it basically just means evil whore witch on the internet.
Hey,
and
Wait, guys. Nick, did I pull up the Puffy Vegas one? Okay.
You know a lot.
So, hold on, guys, stop.
It's a promiscuous woman. That's what 304
Sure.
is.
Okay. Puffy Vegas, I'm sorry, I'm not able to pull it up on screen, but this is from Puffy Vegas. Thank you, man. That every woman on the face of the earth, referring to the Asian video, no man will ever get tired of that. The reason why you believe that is because your female friends are lying to you. In reference to the bowing video, I believe. Thank you, Puffy Vegas. I wouldn't get bored. She says I'd get bored. I wouldn't get bored. Never get bored.
Every one of my friends that are married, no, you're wrong. Sorry. They all get bored. They all get
Of
over
what?
it. The husbands, they all get over it.
Get over the bowing?
The bowing, yeah. So that's when the dynamic changes in their relationship and they end up becoming partners. They stop being submissive and domination or submissive and dominant.
Are you saying that you have like a swaths of married
I have
friends
like 2
that bow?
very close.
So, yeah.
They did. And
What-
then it
They
stopped.
literally bowed?
I mean, no, they weren't like, no, but
Yeah, that's
they
what-
would do the cooking, the cleaning, the shoes,
Oh,
like
no,
everything down to a T.
We're talking about literally bowing.
Yeah, I'm talking
Yeah,
like
you want to
actually.
see-
Like, it's
Sorry,
just a
I thought it
joke.
was the figurative
Wait,
of like,
Abigail,
bowing
can
down
I see a
to
bow? A little
bow?
a bow
What's
check.
your
Let's
bow?
do a bow check.
Bow check.
Just stand up. Can you stand? No, you gotta stand
You
up
want
and
me
do.
to stand?
Let me see a bow.
Yeah, the wifeys.
All right, let's see the bow check.
My legs. I'm cramping up.
Me too.
A tall
Nice.
A tall
Beautiful.
queen.
That's pretty good. I give it like a B minus. It was good. It's good.
A+, please.
Oh, okay. You know, practice makes perfect. I
practice,
guess.
practice.
That's valid. That's valid.
Okay. Oh, Nick, can you pull up that one from Stifler? This is going to lead into our Carla videos finally here at the end of the show. Ask everyone to rate their looks on a scale of 1 to 10. We're going to go around the table on this, starting with you. Go ahead.
like me rate my own looks.
Yeah, your own physical appearance.
Oh, I mean, in my mind, I'm like an 11, but in these guys' minds, they're gonna be like that 304 is like a 2. So it's, let's say, average 5.
What?
What?
No.
So? Like 0 to
Nobody here thinks that.
I don't even know what to answer anymore. I'm probably like. I'm probably like a 7 on like an average day. Like I feel like I average
there you
7,
go.
then I can
All
dress
right.
myself up to 10.
All
Yeah.
right. Okay, all right.
I was gonna say that I was average too. I think I'm an average. And just because if I'm average and I can get this life that I have, then all the other ladies can have the same thing.
Can they though?
They can. Well, the women that do work with me and the women that follow me, there's so many women who feel less than, and I don't want more women to feel less than. If I say like I'm an 11 out of 10, I'm a 10 out of 10, I'll just say that I'm average.
Okay. What about you?
It's just appearance.
Just looks.
Yeah, just appearance.
I'm a 5 for just appearance. I'm a 5 for my personality, so I'm a 10.
I think that's how math works.
You heard it here
It
first.
is. It's called girl math.
Girl math.
Girl math. Abigail, what about you?
I'm gonna go 6.
Okay.
I still have room to improve. Everybody does.
All right. Okay.
I'm a solid 5.
Oh, into the mic.
I'm a solid 5.
Okay. All right.
I would say 6.
Okay, we got a humble group here.
Yeah, goodness.
I was gonna say 8. Oh my God, these alarms! I'm sorry, guys. I live off of them.
Go ahead.
And it's not birth control because I'm not on it. I would say I'm an 8. I'm an 8. Yeah.
Mason, what about you?
I say probably 7.5, 8 on a good day.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
I got a good pump going.
Good pump. Can we see the double buys again?
Oh yeah, the double buy.
It's a 12. It's a 12.
It's a 12.
It's a 12.
Let's go.
You're a virgin, it's now a 15.
Okay.
You just went up in market value,
All
baby.
right.
The PQ.
Yeah.
Wait, do we get to rate if we have a pump as well? Because
Oh,
I'm definitely
are you
an
saying?
8
Are you
if
trying
I
to
have a
Have you got
show
the
us
pump?
the double
Do you
buy?
have a leg pump?
A leg pump?
Oh,
yeah.
I'm all about
If
the leg
I have a
pump.
butt pump, I'm a
Oh
My
yeah.
legs, my
Easy.
quads
Eight.
as well.
Oh shit.
Wait,
Okay.
what is
Nice.
a butt pump?
It's like
When you
showing
squat.
muscles.
It's when you
Yeah.
do
Okay, so it
leg
pumps your
work.
muscles. It's
Yeah.
not
Yeah,
like a pump to
exactly.
go in.
Yeah.
You know what?
No.
Yeah.
No.
No,
it's
you're having a
called
glute
hard
day and
work.
you're
Hard
just like
work.
looking at the mirror
Okay,
every
you're
second.
pumping your butt.
Yeah.
Or when
Yes.
my abs are popping, then I feel like a 10.
Oh, yeah,
But it's
definitely.
over
I used to give myself a 6, but I've gained a little bit of weight, so I've downgraded myself to a 5.
No.
No.
I'm getting a little chubby. My face is getting a little chubby. I need to lose a bit of weight. I'm working on it, though. I'm working on it. You know, it's a stressful life.
I'm a personal trainer. I can help if you need it.
Okay, we could talk after the show. Okay, we'll talk.
I might be in Missouri, but I do online as well.
All right. Okay. All right. Okay. So, wait. Hold on. Let me just double check. We could just pull up the video, but I had some actually pre-notes before that. What? Whoa, why are you rolling your eyes about the video? Gee, are you ashamed of your own videos?
It's not that I'm ashamed. I just think I've done a lot of growing since that video because I rewatched it and I was like, oh my gosh, I had a pick Misha moment. That was like my pick Misha moment from the video that you're about to pull
Pick
up.
Misha.
Well, I have a lot. We have like 15 videos from you.
Line them up.
I'm not gonna lie. We went through like you have like hundreds of TikToks.
I do, yeah. But I've done a lot of growing
That was
since
tough.
I've done so
No.
much
You
growing
can't walk
since
back.
then.
You can't walk back your positions.
I'm not gonna walk back my
you're
positions, but I
grown.
definitely. I mean, I've been a year and a half married now. Like I've definitely.
okay.
There's
Okay.
been a lot of maturity and a lot of
all right.
growth.
Well, I've got a ton of notes on all of
Yeah,
this.
go ahead.
So
We
actually,
can get
wait.
into it.
Sorry. Before we do the video, let's look at the news articles because there's some news articles. We'll just glance over those really quick.
Okay.
Nick, start with the New York Post one, I think. Just for some context here for everybody. I'm a dating coach. There's one thing you must say on the first date. There's nothing too interesting in this article, but scroll down, Nick. Can you hit that X on the Cox internet? Yep. Was engaged to the love of her life in just 6 months. Now she wants to help other eligible bachelorettes find their perfect matches. The 24-year-old internet sensation who boasts 1 million followers on TikTok advises all the single ladies to talk about one crucial thing on their first dates: their goals, but never their past. Never the past?
That's a good one. Yeah.
Okay. Like maybe body count would be good to talk
not
about.
the first
I'll explain.
Well, that's not the most important thing. So okay, we can next article. These are the price of romance. I'm a 23-year-old relationship coach. Women are precious investments. Men who can't afford to pay shouldn't be dating.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Now, did they misquote you, or is this kind of, would you consider this like your position?
Yeah, that's definitely my position.
Okay. Well, there's one other article, Nick, and then we'll go back to the Sun. Okay, so this is the Mirror. I'm a relationship. Oh my God, geez, I can't speak tonight. I'm a relationship expert. Guys on low salaries shouldn't bother dating. And these are pretty much, go back to the Sun though, we'll pull from that one. Okay, scroll down, relationship coach. Wait, up, you missed. I'm gonna read. Scroll up. A relationship coach insists that women are precious and men who can't afford to pay shouldn't be going on dates. Carla Elia, 23, earns her living teaching women how to find the right man for the life they want. She believes being treated right is the bare minimum. Okay, next, go down. Keep scrolling. Okay, there's some photos, some pretty flowers. She said women's time is more precious than men's and they should be treated accordingly. Lives in San Diego. believes women's time is more precious, so they should be looking for a romantic partner as a provider, claims that many clients struggle to find the perfect man, insists the right man to date is one with a provider mindset because they will give their partner the best treatment. This includes paying for all their dates before they've entered into a formal relationship and buying them gifts and flowers. Controversially, she said men who can't afford a woman shouldn't be dating in the first place because they must add value to a woman's life to be worthy. In my experience, women are scared of speaking their standards. They think there are no men like this out there. Scroll down a little bit more. To find these men, you have to step into the energy of I'm worthy, I'm healing, and I'm not making decisions from a place of insecurity. We shouldn't be treated equal to men. We should be treated as women, and we're special. We should be treated as precious. A man needs to understand he has to be in a financial place to invest in a woman. We are investments. I know I can afford my lifestyle, and if someone can't afford and add value to that, I would say thank you, next. Scroll to the very top, Nick, just the very top. So just the title of the article, women who are precious investments, men who can't afford to pay shouldn't be dating. Sometimes with these like tabloid websites, they can misrepresent or try to paint it in a certain way that isn't totally accurate. So I just want to get it from you. Like, do you co-sign that? Is that your position, or is there nuance, or what?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's why my content kind of goes viral, because it's very controversial to say, like, if you can't afford a woman, like, don't date in the first place. But I think that if we stepped into this mindset of, like, I'm not going to be with a man that can't afford it, I think it'll protect us as women. And I think that's the way that we should be doing it. And it also forces men to, like, get up and do something, get up and work. It forces them in a way to, like, because if we set the bar of, like, if you can't afford me, you can't be with me, men would get the initiative to want to work and to want to perform the best of their abilities too.
Sure.
And also, I think women there's a lot of women who just think that what you feel is enough, and the matter of fact is I don't agree. I think that in the beginning of a relationship, you should be very logical and think with your head instead of your heart. As a relationship matures, you can think with both, but in the beginning, you have to be wise. And that's why I always say, ladies, be wise. And I'm not saying that I didn't love my husband when I married him. I loved my husband because of the way that he loved me. And I think that if we have that standard as like the bare minimum, a lot of more women would be happy, and a lot of more men would be happy, because they would feel accomplished, and they would feel worthy of, and they would be able to attain the women that they so call high value.
Sure. And so do you think that broke men should not date?
Absolutely. Broke men, like financially and mentally.
Sure, let's go around the
it's not just money.
Well, let's say it's just financially. Okay. They're otherwise good men, but they're not in a good financial place, let's say.
Well, a good man is going to be in a steady place.
I don't think if you're poor that makes you a bad person.
So it depends. Like, if you're 30 and you're saying that, I don't agree with that. But if you're 21,
I think a man.
If you're 21, 18, and you're poor, I get it. But if you're 31, 40, and you're still broke, there's something wrong with you.
I don't necessarily. No, I mean, look. I don't think you're a bad person, though.
I'm not saying you're a bad person, but I think that there's some like limiting beliefs and some issues there.
Well, I mean, some people happen to, there can be financial ruin that, some things are out of your control, for example,
But again, we were just saying a little bit ago that America's the best country to live in, and like we have a lot of privilege. I don't disagree with that.
Well, yeah, but like, you could be on. Well, I think most people perhaps even, hold on, I'll let this come in.
Derpington 701 donated $100. You're supposed to have that mindset when you're a virgin and not run through.
In Carla's defense,
she's a virgin.
I didn't know this, but she is. She was a virgin before she met her husband. So
I think that's why they said it, because they paid attention that she was a virgin.
Yeah. Yes.
So like that, and that's another reason why I had these standards. I was like, if I'm gonna date, I'm gonna put myself in the dating market. Considering that I've done all and put in the hard work, just as yourself. I'm expected to be taken care of, because I also come from a household where I was nurtured, taken care of, and I lived in a certain tax bracket.
Right.
And I want the same thing. I'm not going to disappoint my parents by them sacrificing, the life of coming to the United States and marrying into someone that can't give me that
right.
life.
And at least to address Derpington's thing and the whole virginity thing, I would certainly argue that women who are virgins are in a much stronger, say, negotiating position and have much more leverage to be demanding certain kinds of treatment. So, but to bring it back to the whole broke thing, like for example, a guy, what if he has some sort of, he's in his 30s and he has some catastrophic medical thing that just wipes out all his financial savings because of health reasons.
That's what happened with my ex. That's what happened.
So to me,
I would love to hear what you say.
So
people-
okay, so there's different perspectives. Like if I was married to a man that already, like if that happened to my husband, I'm gonna fight for my husband. But if I was like a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship and that happened to him, that is not my, like that is, it's unfortunate to say, but that's not my burden to bear. Everybody has different standards, of course, and it's very unfortunate that happens. But like I said, it depends on what the woman, on what the woman wants, and everything's okay within a marriage, but marriage protects you. Everything outside of that, for me personally, it wouldn't be a good investment.
Sure. Well, so you think, did we go around the table fully?
No, we haven't.
So do you think broke men should not date? I think you said they should not.
I don't think they should. You should focus on your other stuff, and then dating will be easier, and it's just a timing thing.
Kind of like what you were saying.
Short answers if you can, guys.
Even if you're rich before, no. If you're broke now, you should not. You can't.
Shouldn't be dating.
You can't. Are you investing at least any of your money into you? That's the main thing that I think about.
I think that if they have something lined up to provide, like in the soon future, then it's fine to date if you're broke. Because like college students, they date all the time and they're broke, but they have something lined up. I've dated one, and I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, most people in college, they don't have money.
I mean, I had to provide for a little bit, and then it was fine after that. I mean, they provide after that. You do what you have to do if you really love someone.
I don't know. I don't care that much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you'd be fine with a broke guy dating?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would be fine as well if I'm looking for dating. If I'm looking for transaction,
yeah.
Like we talked about like sugar daddies before, and if it's like a relationship lined up in the transaction, that's one thing. But if you're looking for connection
scoot your mic this way a little
and
bit?
dating, that's a different thing.
No,
like my husband was broke.
Can you scoot your mic this way? Go ahead.
Yeah, when we started dating, my husband was broke.
Okay.
So.
I mean, I don't think they shouldn't be dating. I think that.
Wait, are you married or in a relationship?
I'm married.
Oh, you're married. Wait,
Yeah.
hold on. Wait. I thought, because you said you were in a relationship.
No, I said I'm married.
No, she said she was married.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I wrote that down
4
wrong.
years, yeah.
I heard relationship 4 years, but I didn't hear married. Okay, so we got married. Wow, okay, that's new for the whatever podcast. We have chronically single people mostly. Okay.
I feel rushed. Okay, I get like the point. I think that in the best case scenario, men maybe should focus on their finances before they pick like their life partners. But I don't think it necessarily has to I do believe in building together with your partner too. So,
should broke men date?
Should broke men date? It's just, the thing is like, how broke though? Like, are they like
broke? Just whatever your sense of broke is.
It's such a weird like.
Would you accept an ice cream date for the first date?
I totally would.
I would.
Yeah. No, I would accept an ice cream date.
Uh-oh.
Best ever.
Uh-oh, Carla, they're turning on you.
Good.
They're turning on you.
Yeah, no, ice cream
Is
date.
that broke?
The type of date does not mean whether or not he's broke. It's more so
I agree.
kind of like, hey, do you need me to pay every time we go out?
Yes.
Hey, are we limited on what we can do because of your income, your financial situation, and do I have to cover your back? Yeah.
So, question for Carla: what about getting married? So, broke men shouldn't date. I assume definitely shouldn't get married, right?
What? Yeah. No.
Wait, question.
Can't pay for the
what
wedding?
about having kids? Should broke men have kids?
No, that's a tough one. You can't.
I will say there are men who do the same thing, right? Where it's like they have women taking care of them. So I do think that if there's someone out there that will love you and you guys can help each other, then do it, because there are broke men getting married to rich women.
Yeah. But
like,
quick points.
My stepdad made $1,600 a month, but he was the best dad I could ever ask for.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, so I mean, it really depends. Because my parents, I come from a combined, like I'm adopted. I have my stepdad adopted me. My dad and my mom was a single mother of 2, and my dad was a single father of 1. So like it really just depends. Like if I'm, and I've said this before in my videos, like if I'm coming into a relationship childless, I'm expecting for my partner to come into the relationship childless as well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But are you saying like should broke people not? Well, I don't know if should say broke men or broke people. Perhaps it could be the case both. But do you think broke men should not have kids? Maybe I should.
Yeah, they should. I mean, they shouldn't. Like what?
Shouldn't? Okay.
They shouldn't. That poor baby, like poor kids. Yeah. What type of life do you want them to be raised at? Like broke men shouldn't have a lineage. Period.
Yeah.
Broke men shouldn't have a lineage.
They shouldn't.
No, they shouldn't. My dad's a broke man. Yeah, my dad's a broke man, and he has 4 kids from 4 different.
Broke men should not have a lineage.
They shouldn't. Why are they procreating?
I'm with
They
you,
can't
but
afford it.
It's tough to listen to. It's tough, but think about it.
But poor does not mean they wouldn't take care of their kids.
Okay, the way you do one thing is the way that you do everything. I'm not saying, like, again, going back to, like, if you're 40 and you're 45 and you're broke, like, hello. It's a very fine and thin line that we're crossing here. But I think from all the things that we've seen time and time again, single mothers, like, I just want that suffering to stop. And it stems from broke men.
Well, there's single... Well,
not just financially, but mentally.
I want to point out, like, you guys are both from Orange County, right? Which is a fairly wealthy, very affluent area. And it sounded like what you guys said earlier was that a lot of these parents are kind of out of the picture a little bit, even though they're very wealthy.
Yeah, depending on who you are in Orange County.
Sure, not everybody. I'm not saying all wealthy people are just totally checked out, but even having wealthy parents doesn't mean that they're going to necessarily be good parents.
Oh,
money is not medicine.
My mom,
like money is not medicine, and money is not the Bible.
Right. Before my mom died, she was the best mother she was able to be, but she had no money. I mean, I was cooking potatoes for 2 weeks on my own.
Right.
Like, she was broke, but she was the best.
But you saying broke people should not have a lineage?
But she was a mom.
I'm not saying broke people.
No, you said broke men. You said broke men should not have a lineage.
And listen. I know
that's a hot take.
It's a very hot take. But listen, again, even if you're wealthy or even if you're rich with money, doesn't mean that you're really rich.
Wait, I have a follow-up question. Let's say you were the dictator of America. Would you ban poor men? Like, would you ban poor men from having children?
Yes.
I love you.
So
I'm gonna go.
Here's a question. Wait. Hold on. I'll let you guys come in, but I have quite a few follow-up questions here. So,
oh my
so
gosh.
do you think if anybody is on any sort of, and I'm going to shout out Andrew Wilson from The Crucible here because he helped me out a little bit with this. But do you think if let's say the man or perhaps even the woman, if they're on any sort of government or state assistance, that they should not date or have children? Because they're poor and I'm almost
There's like the veterans
question.
get help.
Sure. I'm saying like perhaps just someone who's not a veteran who's on food stamps. I mean, I feel like it's almost redundant to be asking this question because you've already said that.
I think, first of all, I know that this is going to sound very awful because of the current economy and with inflation. I understand all those points and I get it.
Don't walk back.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. But the thing is, like, I also don't want to ignore the fact that what we just stated, that America is the best country in the world.
Hold on just a second.
Jackson donated $100. The one that was lucky enough to be adopted into a wealthy family telling broke men specifically they shouldn't procreate is the irony I needed today.
Who was adopted?
Actually, I was adopted.
Well, you said you were adopted by your
but he wasn't wealthy though. Okay, so
but your mom, your mom is
my biological mother, but my stepdad adopted me at age 17.
I think, but he's for clarification, I don't think you were adopted in the sense that you were an orphan.
No. Wasn't an orphan.
No. Okay. And was your family, your stepdad and your mom, were they?
They weren't wealthy. They grew up to be, but again, that's what I'm saying.
But you turned out.
Exactly.
Well,
yeah, absolutely.
Despite the fact that it sounds like perhaps your parents weren't like the most financially.
They weren't.
But so why ban?
So no.
So
listen.
How old were you when your stepdad came into your life?
That's not particularly relevant. Go ahead.
So when my parents met, again going to the building thing, they weren't making a lot of money. Like my mom was on welfare. I've lived that life with my mom, and then my dad came into the picture two incomes, and my dad worked his way up because my mom was like, I'm not working, I'm staying with the kids.
Wait, your parents were on welfare?
No. My parents weren't.
My
parents weren't on welfare. My mom was on welfare.
Okay.
When my dad came into the picture, he made life.
Wait, so it's okay for
us.
women to be on welfare, but not for men to be on welfare?
So listen, but the matter of fact is that a lot of men step out of the children's life. My mom had to do what she needed to do, and that's why I'm saying broke men shouldn't be dating, because you end up with situations like this.
I see what you're saying. I do see what you're saying.
100%.
But if you're saying, so you said broke men should not have a lineage. I feel like if we follow that, and again, shout out to Andrew Wilson here from The Crucible, if we follow that to its logical conclusion, you would eliminate most African-American families and most African-American children and other racial minority groups, as they are the ones who are most heavily dependent upon government assistance.
But I
demographically to help. I'm literally verbatim. I want to give full credit to Andrew Wilson here. I'm giving full credit.
I totally agree. I'm not saying that this isn't a matter of fact. But again, I blame the public education system. I'm not blaming men at all. I don't think it's the man's fault. I think that the blame is on the public education system and the way that our culture is set up. So, I do have a lot of compassion. Again, I'm a POC, I'm a person of color, and if it wasn't for the decisions and the discernment that my mom made for her lineage to be with a man who was a good man, he might have been, I don't want to say he was broke at the time, but he might have not been making as much money as he is now, but he was a wealthy man with his character. They got to the point where they were able to raise a family, you know?
Sure, but like, and again, full credit to Andrew Wilson here. Saying that broke men should not have a lineage, broke people should not have children. I mean, full credit, Andrew Wilson here. You've just outlined a eugenics program. You're a eugenicist.
Well, I think that you just set me up on a trap here, and I want to take a moment to gather up my thoughts. I'm not saying that I know that I said that broke men shouldn't have a lineage, but what I'm saying, based off of my experience, the limited experiences that I had, is that if we were more accountable with men to have and to build a life of success, and instead of focusing on dating so early on, and they focus on working hard, getting good jobs, I think that we would have a very different society today. So when I say broke men shouldn't have lineage, I'm just saying I think that.
No, you did say that they shouldn't have children.
Yes, I said that. But
would it be okay for poor men to date poor women?
I don't know why I mean.
No, I'm just.
They could do whatever they want. But what I'm saying is I don't see the benefit. I need to gather up my thoughts. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. But okay, so it sounds like it's not okay for a poor man to date a poor woman. Correct? It's not. I suppose it's not okay for.
Can I just step in here? I don't think he means.
Hold on, just a second.
Nickelodeon donated $100. Should fat, stupid, and mentally ill women not be allowed children either? Some rich people are the worst morally. Some broke people are the most giving, kind people.
That is very true.
What is wrong with you?
No one said
that. Does that mean all? Does that mean all?
I think the terms that you use were maybe not the worst. I mean, not the best.
So I think
what you're saying.
Let me go ahead and rephrase this. When I say broke people, I'm not just speaking about financially. I'm also speaking about morally and values and character.
Well, I think you're shifting the goalposts.
No. I've said this since the beginning because you said let's just focus financially, and I said okay. But what I'm saying here, just because you are broke, that doesn't necessarily mean you are broke in character. And also, if you're wealthy, that also doesn't mean that you're broke, that you're wealthy with.
But when you say the term broke, most people are they're not. You're now adding nuance to it, but most people are going to take that from a financial frame.
Yeah, I would say a more apt term to use would be degenerate. Or something that has to do with.
You're shifting.
Yeah.
Well, but I want to stay true to my message, because I actually promote a lot of two women who come up to me and they're like, "Hey, he's not that rich, but he's such an amazing man and he treats me well." And so that to them, I say, you can build together. There's no problem there, because character is always going to override, money. And we have some experiences here where I had the best mom, I had the best dad, and that's what I'm saying.
Is it okay? So let me ask: is it okay for a poor woman to date a rich man?
Why not?
Yeah.
I mean,
I think
if
that
she
the
can
trade is
provide,
different.
if
The
she can
trade of
provide,
what is being asked is different.
What about the poor?
and if she can provide for him what he's looking for to a T, if he's like, I want you to be at home, cooking, looking nice, get your nails done, I want you to be the perfect woman for me, why not?
I think that your message is more of like, in the ideal world, men should be financially stable before they start a family, right?
Yeah.
But I think that the words that you chose are a little bit poor, and that's why like people are starting to like attack you.
Nobody's attacking her.
Like they on there, they like
Oh,
were
okay,
saying,
whatever.
yeah.
Don't listen to the peanut gallery.
So I think I get
being
your point. I really do,
a good
because
thing.
as a parent, I know that I would have loved to give my daughter a much better life if I was like financially stable when I had her. So I get what you're saying.
So, but okay, what about a poor man dating a rich woman? Is that cool?
I mean, if the woman is, accepting of that and she wants that, why not? Like, I'm not saying that.
But you said broke men shouldn't.
Yeah, well, I think that's
Okay,
taken
or
out of.
shouldn't
I don't
date.
think that applies here with the question that you're asking.
Oh.
So I think.
broke men just shouldn't date other broke
I
women?
know. Well, I think broke men shouldn't. They should be focused on other things, not just like procreating. They should
Okay.
be focused on their goals and like maturing
Sure.
and working up the corporate ladder, trying to find jobs,
Couldn't
like
the,
share your attention.
Yeah, couldn't the same thing be said about women?
Absolutely. And I say that. Actually, I say that all the time. Focus on yourself first to find the good partner, because a lot of the times we see that women date when they're at a very low vibe. And you guys have said it here, low vibration, when you're like still working on things. And then finally, when you're at your peak, when you feel confident because you've worked through, all of your traumas, creating your business, whatever the case may be. Once you step into the dating stage again, you realize that you have better options because you're happy, you're confident, and you're in a way like, you're set free. You set yourself free.
clear-headed.
Yeah, absolutely. Clarity is important. Sorry.
So, okay. Don't you feel it's like a little elitist to say that broke men should not date?
Okay, well, why?
Or have kids.
Okay, but why should they be having kids if they can't financially support them the way a woman can? So why should a man be broke and a woman not, when she's the one that has the kid for 9 months, can breastfeed them, can literally keep them alive for free, but then also has to go on welfare because her man can't step up and take care of the food and can't take care of the diapers and can't take care of the clothes? How is that fair? Why should he be having a baby he can't support?
I mean, I think it's more about broken men.
Yeah.
But
he's talking about money.
No.
Shifting the goalposts.
Like,
Shifting the goalposts.
I'm just talking about from my perspective.
Or is it modern daily?
No, but also I also want to be accountable for the women too, because I tell this is like a protection for them, right? So they don't have to go through the welfare system, so they don't have to go through these things. I say don't date broke men.
Yeah.
So it's in a way it's a protection so that we can avoid this from occurring again and again and again. And I put more accountability on the women rather than the men. I say you need to have built enough discernment. That's why a lot of women attack me sometimes.
Sure.
And I tell them you need to have discernment, you need to know your standards, your boundaries, and you need to be at a good place so you can decide with clarity.
Yep.
It's very balanced. I don't just keep it just one-sided for men or women.
It might be a
Because it takes two to
eugenicist position, though, to say that broke men shouldn't have a lineage.
I'm just done seeing single moms on welfare. It is I live that life.
All right, I
and it's very
won't
sad.
linger too long on this topic, but let's get into the videos. We gotta get into the videos finally. We got good ones here. Oh, here's the one. Okay, go ahead.
I'm gonna be honest with you. You're not a 10.
All right.
I'm not saying that to be mean, but you're not a 10.
Okay.
The only way for you to be able to avoid these types of situations and these types of men and these types of conversations is when you recognize your worth and you work on your character. Because let me ask you something. Do you think they would dare to ask me something like that? Do you think
Challenge
men
accepted.
like that would dare to try to include me in a conversation
I dared.
that is so immature and mediocre?
I
No,
dared.
they wouldn't. Maybe they would because they have no self-awareness. But I need you to pay attention to the type of women they're inviting to these shows. They're not inviting women that are walking aligned with purpose. A lot of the women that they're inviting are still in their self-discovery phase. AKA,
Pause it really
they're trying
quick.
to find their place.
Pause it really quick. Well, I just want to say, first off, we've had plenty of high-value women on the show. Candace Owens.
This was
Lila
recorded in
Rose.
August.
Sure. Plenty of we've had wonderful women on the show. So, okay, continue, Nick.
world. Because when they talk about their ideal woman, they're speaking about a high-value woman. But notice, they can't have high-value women in their show because high-value women do not entertain those conversations. I'm not saying that the ladies that they invited are not high-value women. I'm simply saying they're still in their self-discovery journey. So to avoid all of these bad, low-effort, low-class men, I need you to armor up with character and worth.
You helped me when I got through my breakup.
I need you to armor up?
You helped me.
Wait, what?
I just realized I've seen her. She helped me in July.
Wait. Go ahead.
It just stopped.
The reason why these men... Go ahead. Do you have to reload it? Is it... That's weird. Awkward. It's not working? It's not loading?
Oh, man, what a cliffhanger. That was good.
There's so many videos. What about... no, just try to reload it, I guess. Oh wait, the husband.
Yeah, he's so weird.
Yeah, when are we gonna?
He's chilling outside.
You got it? Okay.
Avoid all of these bad, low-effort, low-class men. I need you to armor up with character and worth. I need you to armor up by being in your discernment and truly living a life with intention and purpose. The reason why these men want you to feel less than is because they want access to you. They want access to us because we have something that they don't.
Pause it.
Erroneous! Erroneous!
Keep going.
Have. And if you as a woman have not yet recognized how much worth you have, baby girl, it's time to do the inner work. Be such a lady that men would never dare to speak to you in that way because they respect you so much that they know that those conversations are not interesting to you. They are not stimulating to you. On the contrary, they are annoying and mediocre conversations to have. The only way you can elevate your experiences is by elevating your standards. Ladies, be wise.
Erroneous!
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to press that again. Okay. So that's in relation to the whole "Are you a 10" conversation. Yeah. Well, and you said earlier that you kind of changed your view on it a little bit, but so I don't ask the "Are you 10" question to
I didn't. To be fair, I know what you're gonna say.
No, I don't want.
Go ahead, sorry.
It's not to make women feel like less than. What I want for both men and women is to operate not from delusion, but from being realistic. And I would say, for example, confidence, right? Because sometimes people come on the show. Granted, I think everybody here was fairly modest in their answers to the rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10 question. My view with confidence is, and we have women come on, say they're 10, and I'm just being confident. Confidence is not thinking you're a 10 when you're not. Confidence is being fully aware and okay with the fact that whoever the person may be who's on the show, or whoever it is, that you're a 6. Now, I'm not saying you or anybody else here at the table. I'm just saying you're just cool. Oh yeah, I'm a 6. Cool. I'm happy with myself, And one of the major issues that I see in the dating world is you have average women do not want average men. And you have women who will spend their 20s chasing Chad, racking up high body counts, passing on good men who are actually on their level. And I think a lot of average women would rather be a side chick or casual only with a really attractive guy than in a relationship with an average guy. So it seems to me that average women want above average men. Average women don't want to date average men. So if you have women like that woman in the video who thinks she's a 10 in beauty, she thinks she's on par with the most beautiful women in the world. And I'm not saying she's ugly, but she's certainly not a 10, which is what I was trying to say in the video. One of the things that I try to emphasize for both men and women is, I already said this, you need to be realistic with your own self-assessment of your physical attractiveness. Physical attractiveness is very important when it comes to dating. So if you're delusional, and you're, I'm fucking hot shit, I'm going to be chasing after all these dudes who... If you are not chasing after, if you're not interested or pursuing people, whether you're a man or a woman, that are on a commensurate level to you in terms of your, say, value on the dating marketplace, whether you're a man or a woman, you're going to be disappointed. And you're not going to find that person. For women, for men, the way that's going to manifest is they're not going to get any attention from women at all if they're constantly trying to shoot way too outside their league. And for women, the way that's going to look is there are going to be a ton of men that will sleep with you but never give you commitment. And that's when women start racking up high body counts and when these men are just using them. Because the difference between men and women is men will sleep with women of a certain physical attractiveness that they'd never commit to. Yeah. Men welcome the easy access to sex. So like a girl who's say like a 5, she could sleep with a guy who's an 8. He's never going to commit to her. He might keep her around for a little bit, just welcomes the easy access to sex. He'll never commit to her though. So that's where women can get into trouble if they have a unrealistic self-assessment of their own attractiveness.
Yep.
That was long-winded.
That was actually a really good point. I just have to say.
No, I completely agree.
And just to add one thing to it is, so my view is that typically for a woman to sleep with a man, that man has to be at least physically attractive enough for her to be in a relationship with that guy, typically. Women will typically break the rule. Like, let's say a woman doesn't typically have one-night stands or casual sex. She might break that rule if the guy is like exceptionally physically attractive, whereas it tends to be almost the reverse with men. So for a man to sleep with a woman, she need not be.
I'll finish it up after this. $99. To be honest, I would never date any of you. You are too shallow as a person.
We would never date you either. Half of us are married.
But Grams, can you give me another chance? Grams, I'm like really desperate for your approval. Can you please like slide into my DMs and just try again?
We're so sad now.
Yeah.
Oh.
I lost.
So with men, like men will sleep with women that they would never be in a relationship with. So that's where women, and you say women need to be discerning. Women need to be discerning in terms of, am I like shooting a little bit out of my league here? Because dudes will sleep with women that they would never be in a relationship. Just off of the looks metric alone, men will sleep with women that, again, they would never consider for a relationship. And that's where women can get into trouble, where they can get used by men for purely sex. So that's, I'm not trying to like dunk on women like, oh, you're not a 10. I'm like, no, like have a realistic self-assessment of your own physical attractiveness. That way you can maneuver in the dating marketplace without potentially like chasing after these guys who are just using you, just want to use you for sex.
Yeah, but
that's where it stems from.
At the end of the day, you're
for the guys.
Sure.
Is this a female perception or is this a real thing?
Wait, what do you mean?
I'm gonna make a statement. Yeah. Do men, is sleeping with women to increase your street value, right? So like having sex with one of those hot girls that you would never commit to in your mind, whatever it is the purpose of that to raise self-esteem and then your own street value? Or is that not real? Is that something that women just think men do?
Wait. So you said sleep with the hot girls? No.
So
well, the point I was making.
No, like is the purpose of sleeping with those girls that you don't commit to, sex aside, right? Obviously the sex is a given, right? You want it because of the sex, but in addition to the sex, is that like this raises my street value? Cool, checked off the list.
So Brian's point is that you tend to sleep, or guys will sleep with women who are not as attractive as them. Like if, say, I'm a 7. And I'll go and sleep with someone who's a 5. Men will typically do that, but women will not do the opposite way. If she is women won't do the same. So if she's a 7, she will not give a 5 the time of day, generally speaking. That's a pretty good rule of thumb.
Certainly for casual sex.
Yeah, certainly
like
for that.
For casual
for hookups.
So
exactly. If we're speaking,
not for like relationship, considering all the factors.
But
so men,
sex. Men can in addition to just looks, men can bring other things to the table: riz, personality, status, wealth. But so for casual sex, women will typically break their rule for who they will sleep with. The guy has to be like really attractive.
Really hot,
Whereas it's almost the reverse for men. They'll like sleep with a girl that they would never be in a relationship with, but she's not going to be.
What happens if it's the other way around though?
Yeah, what?
It happens, but generally,
why-
what do you mean if it's the other way around?
Just asking.
I've slept
I'm
with a
just
lot of
curious.
ugly guys, but
What-
they had great dicks.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah,
the guy
what
who hurt
happened
my
if-
feelings, I was like psycho texting him for years, and this guy's not hot, but he just like negged me at the right time, at the right age, and all.
Yes, men can make up.
Yeah, like you know, and he
it takes
did,
like
right?
a miracle
and I would
situation.
sit there being like, "Wow, this guy's not attractive. Why does this hurt? Like, why am I like this from this?" But so yeah.
But what if the girl is just as hot and it's a hookup?
Yeah, that happens.
Yeah, but you know.
Well, so typically in that situation, the woman will push the guy away because she thinks I can obtain this caliber of man that's probably out of my reach. So if, say, a 7 gets with a 7, generally speaking, since she has seen that men will reach down and have casual sex with somebody who is less attractive than them, well, it gives them the false self-confidence that I can get with somebody who's way above me in the attractiveness arena.
Also,
Do you think
just,
men get like that too, or is that just women get like that? Like, are you saying that's how men get, or that's how women get, or that's how both get?
Well, that's how women get in particular.
Okay.
So
do men ever get delulu like that when they like say a guy like gets out of his league somehow and he like bags this girl who's like way out of his league? Does that then make him a little delulu going? Like, do you ever, maybe not all guys, but do you ever see guys like that where they're like, oh yeah, I'm a 10 now? Like, does that ever happen with guys, or is that?
I think most men get slapped in the face with reality typically
Yeah, exactly.
when it comes to.
Maybe it'll like he'll be high on it for like a week or two, but eventually it's gonna be like, that was just like a.
But yeah, I do agree with you. Women who like say 2 10s, I'm not saying 10s, but 2 7s, they hook up and you know it's all fine and dandy. But I do agree, women will fuck off.
Yeah.
And
What do you
then
mean?
no, it's like, you know, once you've got that trophy as a woman.
Move on to the next.
I don't trust a guy if he's too hot, and I know men feel the exact same way about women.
Yeah.
But it's same parallel. I don't trust a guy who's too hot, just like how you don't trust a girl who's too hot.
Well, also
Like-
there's Nick. There's actually they've done some data on this. Nick, if you're able to go into the infographics folder, it's so men and women's assessment of Nick. Are you able to get it? Infographics tab. Oh fuck, I'm screwing this up on mine. It's in the infographics tab. It's OKC new chart. So men and women, like perception of male attractiveness versus female attractiveness. Men tend to rate women on a bell curve, whereas women are pretty harsh judges of male physical attractiveness. Go ahead, Nick.
OKC new chart.
OKC new chart.
I would like to respond to everything you said.
Yeah. Well, I'll get you to come in here in just a sec. You got the chart, Nick? So perception of male attractiveness versus female attractiveness, men as rated by women, women as rated by men. So women are very harsh judges of physical attractiveness. So, there's some other really good charts too, but I don't have them saved. Shit.
So we either rate you a 1 or a 5, where guys will rate in the middle, kind of. Is that what it's kind of saying?
The bigger thing is that like most women find most men physically unattractive.
Yeah, where it's like you're either hot or you're not. Like that's what that looks like.
You basically like the vast majority of women think I think it's something like 80% of men are unattractive.
And like the vast majority of men will say that 80% of women are attractive.
Yeah.
I think Tinder did a study on that. How many men swipe?
It's only like the top 5, top 10% of men that are getting like all the attention on Tinder. Oh man, there's like some really good websites on this, but I can't recall what they are. Did you wanted to come in?
Yeah, so I want to go ahead and start with the first thing that you mentioned about how you were telling this girl, not that she wasn't a 10 out of 10, but I think that well, when I first saw the video, a lot of women
they hated that video.
Yeah, no.
I was getting dragged.
Yes.
I was getting dragged.
And so to respond to that, I think that they were the woman that said I'm a 10 out of 10. She was in survival mode. She feels attacked in this space, and I think we've made it a comfortable space for us to be real with both of you and with the audience that is watching. So the first time that I saw that, I was like, oh my gosh. And to be completely honest, I didn't know what the Whatever podcast was until that video, and I was like, oh my gosh, this man is like so rude with telling her this. And I was getting a lot of women kind of like coming up to me and telling me, hey, what do you think about this? So I responded to that video without really knowing the show. This was in August, so I didn't know that Candace Owens was going to be here. Candace Owens, I'm like a fan. And
I'll get you guys linked up.
And then I'm such a huge fan of Candace Owens. But anyway, and then secondly, I completely agree with what you're saying about the Delulu is a Salulu, how that's like a new phrase, being Delulu is a Salulu. And I tell my ladies, here we're smarter than that. I actually built something called the list of threes, and I tell them to choose three physical qualities in a man that they need, not want, need, because I also agree with you that they're choosing, like they're so focused on the physical aspect, and that's why they get what they get. A lot of women that are not happy, and I'm like, you need to look past that.
Sure.
What is his character? And I think that in response to that video, I do agree with you all the way, and that's why I'm telling my ladies to armor up with discernment, to be smarter.
Okay. That's nice. All right. Here, let me get a couple chats. We got some more things to react to. Kyle Kelsey. Women don't want a guy working 60 to 70 hours and still making six figures. Know from experience, no matter how well you treat them. I know form experience. What kind of form? Spreadsheet?
Those women can
Excel?
be very
What are we talking about here?
selfish, though. Like, it can happen where they don't like it, but for me, I would love a man that does that.
It depends. Like, and there's a video where I made like, are you capable of being with a wealthy man? Because a wealthy man is going to be working.
All the time.
There's not, and that's why I say women have your own life outside of the man. So if you're the type to say, I'm going to sacrifice some money to spend more time with a man, go all for it.
Quick thing.
I know a lot of men who work like that, and I would not be able to be with a man that works that much. Like, I need my man at home. I want to love him and hug. Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Like, I just don't. Please work from home if you're gonna be working.
Sure. All right, we have Puffy Biggest. To every man on earth, if a woman asks you how much money she makes, leave her and block her. She does not like you. No woman ever asked Chad and Tyrone these questions.
Is that
Alpha fucks, beta bucks.
That was kind of racist, but that's okay.
What was Wait, what was
he
racist?
made a point to say Chad and Tyrone and not in that
He's a black man, just saying.
Is he single? Okay. Yeah.
Wait, Puffy Vegas. Yo, are you still in the chat, Puffy? She's single and ready to mingle.
I mean, I'm only mingling, so.
Okay, there you have it.
Yeah.
Let's see. Or you're not. Well, you got your lady friend.
She'll join too if you want.
Okay. Oh, Puffy, you want to threesome, buddy?
She's skinny if that's what you're
Puffy,
into
you
more.
want a threesome? Okay. My question is for the woman saying broke men should not have children. Is it okay for somebody to say that overweight women should not have children? Oh.
Scientifically, women should get slightly more, like 20 pounds more overweight to have children.
Yeah.
That's not even an argument. Can I speak on this since I am an overweight woman?
That's not an argument.
It's not like, for me, like I should probably get a little bit healthier if I was to have a kid because I wasn't that healthy. I wasn't eating correctly. I was not taking care of my body. So if I'm going to put a life in my body, I should probably know what I'm eating and putting into them. So with that said, I might be overweight, but I could be eating really healthy. So it just depends on your definition of overweight.
What do you mean?
Like right now, for instance, I'm still overweight, but I don't eat carbs. I don't eat sugars. I don't eat anything processed. Okay. So if I was to get pregnant right now, which will never happen, if I was to get pregnant, my child would be really well fed and really well hydrated and taken care of by my nourishment skills.
All right. Okay.
But I am overweight. I'm fat.
Should we bring the husband up? I think we should bring the husband.
I think we should bring him up.
He's been waiting.
Yeah.
He's so excited.
Patiently waiting.
He's such a big fan.
We need to pull up another chair, and then I think maybe what we do is if you scoot over that way, and then we'll just put the chair right next to her.
Yeah, my legs are already in pain. There's no squeezing nobody in here.
Hold on, let me check if he's still
What thin chair would be best? Thin chair would be best, good sirs. Okay, hold on. So, what do you guys think about collateralized debt obligations? CDOs? What do you guys think about CDOs? You know,
Like when people get married and then they have to share the debt. What? Just
no, like you know
expand.
the whole like financial crisis, CDOs, collateralized debt obligations. No.
What do you mean? Like
Educate
with the
us. What does that mean?
What exact question?
Oh,
are you
there's something
asking
World
too?
of Warcraft related I wanted to ask, but I.
Oh my gosh, you can't just drop that on us. Wait, what's the definition of collateral debt?
Oh, I was just being awkward while
The
we.
world's dead.
You want
Oh my
to go?
gosh, I'm like dying
Is
to
he
know.
downstairs by the?
He should be. I'm asking
Okay,
him now.
I feel
He's been
bad for
kinda
him. He's
waiting
probably
for,
freezing.
Yeah, he's probably freezing his butt off.
Sorry, but what's his Dustin, right?
Dustin.
Yo, Dustin, I'm sorry, dude.
So, question: if anybody here would say I'm a 10, would you
I
knock that down? Would you go like, hell no, you're not a 10, bro?
Put you in your place.
Yeah, I would. Yes.
With
I would-
spankies or just
Spankies?
Yeah, or just,
I would just say. What do you mean?
No, I'm just wondering.
I wouldn't rate the girl, but I'd say, no, you're not a 10. That's it. I'm not trying to be a dick about it, but no, you're not a 10. Sorry.
Is that your favorite line by chance?
What's my favorite line?
That you're not a 10? I've heard you say it more today than anyone else.
Is there anyone that you've seen that is a 10? Like, is there like
That
one
you've seen in
unicorn
person?
that's a 10 to you?
I don't
that, like,
think there's
celebrity
such.
crush?
I don't think there's such thing as a 10.
You just don't believe in
No.
10s.
There's
Yeah.
9s, I guess.
Yeah.
There's 9s. I feel like 10 is perfect. You know, nobody's perfect. So
I have a lot of 8.
A lot of
life will
people
be a
just
10.
like on a religious basis don't believe in 10s.
But
like,
wait, what?
like you know, they're
No,
like
well,
it's not
it's-
real. Yeah. Like
well, no, it's just there certainly have been women that I've seen that I'm like, this woman is amongst the most exceptionally beautiful women I've ever seen. There's that.
but you're never like, that's the 110. I finally found her.
Nah, 'cause you,
There's been some-
can usually
I've seen
find
some AI
some
girls
like
that are pretty
minute
hot.
detail.
Oh no
It's like-
shit.
Trigger.
Yeah, they're perfect.
Yeah, some of those AI girls. What's
Oh,
that?
they're
Yeah,
they're
some
good
of the
looking.
AI
Hit me
girls
up.
are unreal. Literally.
It's fucking insane. Watch out.
And their riz
They're-
is so
they're coming
getting
for you.
so good. Their riz is getting unhinged.
They're coming for you guys.
I have to
They're coming
say,
for you
like
guys.
Tom Cruise is a 10.
Tom Cruise is a 10.
Isn't he like?
He's a handsome guy, but I don't know if he's a 10.
Isn't he like 5'4"?
He's 5'7".
5'7".
Who's your 10,
What's
Holly?
that?
Who's my 10?
5'7".
You don't even want to know.
Say it.
5'7".
Say who your 10 is. It's controversial as fuck. Say
Pete
it.
Davidson?
Worse. It's worse than
James
that.
Franco?
Yeah.
He's cute though.
He's cute.
Oh, frick.
She goes spring break whenever she's horny.
Oh, it's
Whenever she's
spring
horny.
break. Spring break. No, I'm obsessed with Spring Breakers, and it's like his ugliest role.
Yeah.
Like James Franco is not hot in this role, but for some reason.
Ah.
Yep.
Wait. The husband approaches.
Dun, dun,
Where is
dun.
he? I can't see him. Oh, he's in the bathroom?
I have to say, He-Man is a 10 too.
He's warming up.
But, yeah, no, so. Oh, maybe, do you think if you're willing to just
share.
let him maybe
Or-
share the mics?
I'm like, do you
No, I think,
I'm like,
I
no
think
offense,
it's
but I
best.
think, yeah.
I think it's I think it's best.
Cartoon.
This?
Yeah, just if you can share with him.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
Thing.
Oh my gosh, we're both wearing crunkies.
Oh, are yours the?
beards,
Yeah, mine are just like.
Oh, I got those in pink too. They're coming. The Black Friday sale.
Oh my god.
What was
Crocs.
Yeah.
They're really cute.
Did you see these on the site?
No, I didn't. There's
Wait, we're.
I got 100. I paid
Wait,
100 for them.
hold
They
on.
went on sale for 60.
I feel like I have more. Well, I guess while I wait, I can see if I have any other notes.
Oh no, they're Crocs.
Yeah, they got heels on them.
Oh,
I'd
yeah.
be like
Because
towering over
I'm
everything.
trying to be your height. That's why.
Right.
Good luck.
I know I'm
Can't
5'2".
reach
I'm like,
me.
get me up there.
Let me see. Okay, so I'm trying to think. Wait, and maybe we'll get into some of these in the videos. Are you against 50-50? Who here is against 50-50?
Like going 50-50.
I'm not against it for certain people, but for
Financially?
me, I won't do
Oh,
it.
thanks, Nick. Good call.
Financially?
Yes, 50-50. Against it?
Yeah, I'm against it.
Okay, yeah. I'm
I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm for and against.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm for and
All right.
against. 'Cause,
Honestly,
like,
I
don't
think the
mind.
woman should pay for everything.
Of course
That's
you do.
honestly,
Hot
that's like the
take.
most. That's the
What
most
if-
alpha fucking thing.
So wait, question: if
Like
you were
you're
doing
so
nothing,
fucking alpha.
Okay, but what if
that-
you were doing nothing?
That you get to stay home
And do
I get to
nothing.
surf, and the woman she has to go out and toil in the fields.
But how much worth do you think you would feel? Like, I'm
How-
not saying
how
how
much
much worth that anyone would see you. How worthy do you feel as a person sitting at home for years on end, depending on a woman? As a man, growing up the way you were,
See,
how
this is
worthy would you feel?
this is the ultimate level
Can I?
of the societal programming when it comes to elevating being a wage slave over all else. I don't think, even for both men and women, a challenger approaches. I don't think that the ultimate shit, what's the term? The ultimate, oh my God, it's been a long fucking episode. I'm starting to blank on shit.
It really has.
The ultimate sense of purpose is making money or a career or a job. Like, to me, that's not.
But if your wife is taking care of it, you're going to be at home. So
I'm going to kick up my feet. She can come home and cook.
You'll be divorced like in 5
I'm gonna just
fucking
surf.
seconds.
Rincon, we got some great surf spots in Santa Barbara.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna surf. It's gonna be I'm being a bit facetious.
I
but.
think I should also say that I'm not against like 70-30, 20-80, 9-10.
Well,
But
let's
I
have
think
the
50-50
husband introduce himself. Welcome to the show, man.
Hey everybody, my name's Dustin.
Can we just have you pop your hat off? Just cast a bit of
Bald guy.
If you want, throw it backwards, just the bill, or is it the bill, the front part? It casts shadow.
Sideways is good.
Yes.
Oh man.
The punk rock sideways hat. Yes.
That's how you do it.
It just casts a bit of shadow on the eyes. So
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Backwards is always good.
I mean, do it without the hat. It's fine.
Okay.
Channel my.
Yeah, there you go.
Channel
Andrew
my.
Tate. Oh, dude, let's get into the
inner
Andrew
Andrew
Tate glasses.
Yes.
We have some in the studio. Okay, so tell us a little bit about yourself, Dustin. Your age.
I'm 25. Just recently got out of the military. Am I good with the mic?
Yeah.
Been bouncing back and forth, trying to learn new skills and jobs, and I've been in the process for going on to the police force for about a year now.
Okay.
Should be going in January.
What branch of the military were you in?
I was in the Navy.
In the Navy.
Wow.
Okay.
Thanks for your service, man.
Thank you for your service.
Amazing.
Were you enlisted or officer?
Enlisted.
Enlisted. Okay, got it. And I'm trying to think what else I had. So you met Carla. Tell us about the first meeting. How did you guys meet?
We actually met on a dating app. I got real bored with Tinder, so I switched over to Bumble and let the girl talk to me first.
Okay.
The good stuff. Nice. And then I actually invited her out for drinks, but turns out she's allergic to alcohol. And that was the first green flag that I got from her. So we went for coffee and just got some coffee, walked out on the beach, talked about our life stories, and then I was like, you hungry? And she went out to Denny's with me. And I got to meet her family on the first date, actually. It was very impromptu.
Wow. Okay. So you guys met on Bumble, it sounded like. And actually, there's a video on this. So why don't we pull up I think it's the next video here that we have that's how she met her husband. Okay. Go ahead and we'll play it.
Part 3 as to how I met my husband. From the first coffee meetup, I knew that he was a one, but that didn't mean that I was going to cancel on all my other dates. We are believers of rotational dating here, and we're single until we're not. But what did my husband have to do in order to get my full attention? For him to get exclusivity. After our coffee meetup, he did invite me on an actual date, and we both knew that we were talking to different people. Because if you're on the apps, you just know that you're talking to multiple people. But of course, my husband wanted another date. He was very insistent because he knew that I had option.
Wait. Again? It happened again? Can you put it? It was a bit fast too, maybe 1.25x speed.
Part 3.
Oh my goodness. Oh my God. Yo guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever-drops to follow Drops Prime Sub if you have one. And be sure to subscribe to Mason's OnlyFans account while you're at it.
You will be seeing nothing, but
Yes. Yeah, it's just open for mamas.
Do you guys think
you get nothing from it?
Do you guys think he'd make good money on OF?
He would.
He would.
Yeah.
I think you wouldn't be able to deal with how many times they're like, "Can we just see you lose your virginity?"
But the thing is,
like, I think every day you're gonna get. I will pay you X amount of dollars all day.
Yeah, you could do a fundraiser.
Stop
bidding on shit
right now.
Yeah.
Wait, Holly.
Yeah.
Mason. I'd like to broker something here.
Oh, nice.
My fee's 30%.
Wow.
She has an OnlyFans. You're a virgin.
Yeah.
Could go to Vegas. You could get married. It would be legit, I guess.
Totally legal.
Totally.
Got it.
I mean,
But is he
I will-
Jewish? Is he Jewish?
Yeah, I gotta
What,
say.
you only fuck Jewish guys.
I don't only fuck Jewish guys,
Oh,
but I only trying to marry a Jewish guy. So, and he's saving himself for a very special situation, and so.
Would you do it though, Mason? Would you do it?
Do you want to join the tribe,
Would you do it,
Mason?
Mason? Would you do it?
Mason, do you want to join the tribe?
I hate to let you down, Brian. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
It was a good idea, though. It was a good idea.
High quality idea.
To be honest, the woman in the light aquamarine shirt with the 2 leaves on her neck is the most beautiful out of all of you.
Wow. Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you, Grams. Appreciate it. Nick, were you able to get that video going?
She's like.
Yeah, go ahead.
Actual date. And we both knew that we were talking to different people. Because if you're on the apps, you just know that you're talking to multiple people. But of course, my husband wanted another date. He was very insistent because he knew that I had options. But he remembered something. He remembered my work schedule. He remembered what time I got off. He remembered what days I was off. So you can bet that this man was asking me if I was busy or if I was free after 6 p.m. And he knew my days off. I don't know why I told him my days off, but he knew. Because he knew my days off, he would always call first dibs. After our first date, I would always receive a text message at 5:45 from this man asking me, what are we feeling today? Chinese, sushi, Italian? Every single time he wouldn't miss. I did have a part-time hostess job. My full-time job was managing rental properties. Let me rephrase that, leasing rental properties. So I worked on weekends and he was off on weekends, but this man took any opportunity to spend time with me, so he would always bring me lunch during lunch hours for me. Anytime I said I'm not available after work, he would be like, oh, but you're available for lunch, right? What do you want for lunch? It was getting spicy. And the one thing I loved about this man is that he would do anything in his power to give me what I wanted. This one time I mentioned to him that I wanted to go to Julian, and it's like a small town near San Diego. But I told him I wanted to go to Julian, and I was gonna go to Julian on my day off. And obviously, since he was in the military, it could take days or weeks to get days off approved. I don't know how this man would do it, but he would take me wherever I wanted to go, get fast approvals just to take me wherever I wanted to go. On the third date, we were eating sushi, and he looked at me and he told me, you're my wife, and I'm your husband, and I will prove it to you. I have a year to prove it to you that I am your husband. How sexy is that? Like, put yourself in my position where you just met this hot, sexy, southern man who's extremely masculine with a thick accent. He's telling you this. But you ladies already know that I think talk is cheap, so I did not believe him. I was like, yeah, right, prove it. And well, here we are today. And because men also have standards, he said, hey, I want to continue pursuing you, but this needs to be exclusive. So I agreed to exclusivity. By this point, he had already showed me all his finances, his credit score, how much money he was making, how much money he had saved, his plans and everything. So I felt like it was safe to be exclusive with him. What made him extremely persistent to me was the fact that I had a physical boundary. He says that that drove him mad, more interested in me because I had standards. And if I was willing to protect myself in that way, I was gonna be able to protect our family and our relationship in the same way. Point being, never lower your standards for anybody. You are single until you're not. You are single until married. Ladies, be wise.
Period.
Okay. So there's a lot there. I'm interested in the like single until married thing.
Yeah. My mom used to say it. 100%.
So, okay. So hold on. Wait. Wait. Question. So you guys met? You're out of the military now, but you were in the military when you guys had met. Is that right?
I was in the military when we met.
Gotcha. Were you in the barracks or?
I was living out in town with a couple buddies.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay, I see. And so, is that a pretty accurate assessment of the first meet?
Oh yeah, I think I told her mom first that I had a couple of years to.
Nickelodeon donated $100. Welcome, dude. How much do you make? Are you allowed to have children in your wife's dictatorship?
Your wife's? Do you want to?
Under your wife.
Wait, baby, do you think you're under a dictatorship?
I do not think I'm under a dictatorship. I run my household.
Okay.
She just makes the food and points me in the right direction.
Okay.
Classy answer.
Wait, so I had to ask you a question, but it just slipped my mind before that chat came in.
Single until married.
Oh, single until married. Or no, you had asked him some. Wait, hold on. I'm trying to remember what it
about
was.
the finances, credit card, and savings.
Oh, on the. Okay, yeah. So on the third date, hold on. There's a. Did you mention like the third date about the finances, credit score? Was that in this video?
No, it was in another one. I
did
said that I was exclusive because he had shown me his background.
Okay, I must have my notes here a little bit out of order.
No, it was in that video.
She
She mentioned it.
I mentioned it, but I didn't say like what happened on the third date.
But you mentioned
she
that
mentioned
he on the third date showed you finances, credit score, how much money he was making, how much money he had saved, his plans. So only safe to be exclusive then.
So no,
For you or.
yeah, so I think we were both pretty open, and we both were rotational dating at the time. And I was just, the reason why I encourage a lot of women to rotational date, and men too, I encourage both men and women to rotational date, is to see, your options and really get to see who really is putting their best foot forward to win your heart, both for both men and women. And Justin was just extremely persistent, and he spoke my language. We both wanted the same thing. So I think, and because he wanted my full attention, I think he knew that finances was important, because we both wanted marriage, and in marriage, finances is a really big hot topic. So I think that, the way that I took it, he was extremely proud of where he was in his life, and he just showed me everything. He didn't have anything to hide.
Gotcha. And it sounds like you were both doing the rotational dating thing, which sounds like just means dating other people. Yeah. Did you have any issues with that? Because it seemed like you really, really liked her. Was it to some degree upsetting, like that she was dating other men? Or was it you're just like, that's how dating is? Did you kind of accept it?
Well, the moment she looked at me and said, should we be exclusive? I said, yes.
Yeah.
Let's be exclusive. I don't want to see other people. This is what I want. I knew what I wanted.
Gotcha.
That was it.
Gotcha. But early on, when it sounded like perhaps you were both upfront with each other that you were doing the rotational dating, was that at all? Well, I suppose you were doing it too, so maybe you felt like I'm doing it, she's doing it, it is whatever. But was it upsetting to hear that she was rotational dating?
Well, I knew she wasn't being promiscuous when she was rotational dating, so it's not really that big of a deal. I knew she wasn't kissing nobody. Our first date, she didn't even kiss me. I tried.
You tried?
Yeah. I even tried to hold her hand. And I tried to. She was walking across the street, and I held her hand to keep her from getting run over by a car. And she said, "I'm not holding your hand."
Oh shit! Okay.
So a car's honking at her, and I'm just pulling her out of the road.
You went for the grab, and she was like,
"Oh, absolutely."
Okay.
I knew this was a different breed of woman.
Oh, okay.
I came from a long line of this is easy. Okay, next.
Got it. Okay, gotcha. And were you? Wait, hold on. Because I feel like the whole rotational dating thing, because I didn't know coming onto the show that you had waited until marriage to have sex and that you were a virgin. So when I think of rotational dating, I think they're sleeping with other people. So that I think that's certainly gives me a different view on it, because I would certainly I wouldn't even pursue a girl that was sleeping with other men.
Exactly. So that's why I tell my ladies to rotational date, but rotational dating doesn't mean to be intimate. I'm like, spend time with each other. Let's go back to how it was, where you're just trying to find connection to see if it works out. And that's why there's this big thing on coffee dates, but that's why I don't say coffee dates. I say coffee meetups. Right. So you can get to know, preview to the movie.
Sure.
And it's a new form of dating. You can talk to multiple men. I want women to talk to multiple men. Just, sleeping and kissing, that should be exclusive. I talk about girlfriend privileges versus wife privileges, dating privileges, versus the other ones. And I think men should also have standards as well.
Did you have something?
Yeah, so I definitely agree on that. And when I got single from my ex, we're together 11 years. I was 19, he was 10 years older. When I got out of that relationship, we were engaged, I had no idea how to date or what to do. I was so young when I met him. I have hardly dated before. But I totally agree, because me and my husband now, we had a long distance relationship. I lived in Sweden, he lived here. So we spend a lot of time just talking on Skype and on FaceTime and texting. And I think when you do that, you get to know that person so well, because you're not scared of telling that person everything. Listen, I have debt, I have this, I have this, I have that. And he was like, I have this and I don't have that, but I have this, So I just think it makes it so much stronger when you actually have those conversations instead of going on a date and jumping in bed.
Interesting. And on the rotational dating thing, I disagree with you a little. Well, you do make some valid points with it. However, my view is, and my own advice to men is, where I suppose it comes at a conflict with your advice, is that as a guy, I want a woman's undivided romantic and sexual attention. So once I come into a woman's life, I want to be the only guy that she has eyes for. Immediately. Like, because even if she's not having sex with those other men, if she's talking to other dudes, me personally, and I certainly, if you have the leverage to do this, I recommend you do it. But if she's like a fence sitter, like she's, I don't know if I don't want to be a maybe for a girl. Like, I want immediately that like genuine, just immediacy with her interest in me, and I want it undivided. So
what I would say is you have to win it, and that's what I tell my ladies: win it. You have to work for it.
Me?
You have to work
Or
for my
guys?
attention. Yeah, absolutely. Women lose again.
I am the
women
table.
lose. No,
I am the table.
Okay, no.
We'll get
and
into that in a little bit.
Yeah,
but-
absolutely. So, and I think like my husband got my undivided attention, after a couple dates because like he won it. He won it. So I think that it's valid to want that.
Yeah.
But to, you have to win her over, because then again, like women lose. She's spending, the more time she invests in you, she's losing more.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're not proposing or you're not suggesting marriage, again, she loses. So I think that totally valid. I totally see why you would want her full attention, but you got to earn it, boy.
Yeah.
So
Totally true.
I
think you can.
That doesn't help anybody.
I have earned it.
That might work with women who don't really recognize their worth, but women who know their worth and women who like know the type of life that they want, it's not going to be acceptable.
Well,
But
I
when
think
it
you
comes-
can.
go
I
ahead,
think
go
you can know your worth and still not rotational date. Like you can go one person at a time. I'm only going to invest time in you. Okay, there are these things. Okay, morals don't align. Whatever. I'm not going to see you anymore. Go to the next person. So I could see that working. I don't know about the like having 3 guys on my roster and I'm going to let them vie for my attention and the best man wins.
So
I don't think it's a super long-term thing though.
It's
Like
not.
I don't think they're in this dance for like, months on end. I think it's like like we dated for 2 months or for 2 weeks. I figured out after 2 dates, not into it. You
Look,
know what I mean?
And I think
on.
if other men are fine with it, that's fine. But what I can say for me personally, if I come into a woman's life, even the first time meeting, and she's telling me, "Hey, I've actually had this happen. I went on a date with a girl. I met her on Hinge. I think dating apps are a huge L, generally speaking, because that's where you often encounter people that are dating multiple people. And look, that's kind of the way the dating world is. I personally don't think I don't agree with it, but I went on this date with a girl. She had just downloaded the app. She told me like, "Oh, I just downloaded it this past weekend," and we went out on a Wednesday or something, and she had told me she'd already been on 2 dates and that she had 3 dates planned for the weekend. Instantly lost interest. I was like, okay, like I'm not gonna be like number 3 and like this like I'm not interested
and that's
in
fine.
you.
And that's totally fine.
Yeah, and I don't think you object to that, but what I'm saying is like if this whole rotational dating thing, I don't think, like, I think there's some pros to it, but I also think like there are some men, if they're aware, and I think honesty is very important. If you're like saying, "Hey, just letting you know, like I'm dating other people right now," like I think a lot of good men are going to be like, okay.
Yeah.
Well, he was a good man.
No, I'm not saying. I'm not saying that.
I understand, but let me go ahead and address one point. So the reason why I say to rotational date to women specifically is because women get attached. We're emotional.
Get
beings.
attached. I like women who get attached. Get attached.
But the
Well, I'm
thing
the right
is,
guy.
they might not like
the right
you
guy.
Yeah,
and not
well,
want
here's
to
the
get
thing.
Get attached, baby.
I like
attached women.
I wish I could say that we could do that and we should do that. But the thing is, like, we've been mistreated and in a way taken advantage of because we've done that before. So the solution that I proposed was like, why don't you just talk to multiple men? You're just talking. You're just getting to know each other. You could go to a coffee meetup first, because women, we're emotional beings. Like, the first thing that we want to do is to get to know you even more. And what happens? You prolong that into 2 weeks, into 3 months, into 6 months, into a year, and then there's no ring. So to avoid all of that, because another thing, I coach women who date for marriage. I don't coach women who are just dating to mess around. So I think that's the main reason why I suggest that. And again, it might not be like a cup of tea, and that's fine. But there's still, I don't want to tell, I do want to let women know that there are good men who are going to be like, okay, well, if she treats me this way, that she's not letting me hold her hand, she's not kissing me, she's not being promiscuous, she's just getting to know me, she's doing that with other men.
But I think you're like, to some degree, you're a bit of an outlier. Like you are, because you said you're a virgin, right? And I think I already mentioned this, is that if you're a virgin as a woman, I think you have far more leverage and negotiating power to actually get that sort of treatment from men. But if you're a woman who slept with 20, 30, 40 guys, and you're like, okay, now my new standard, and look, as a woman, at any given point, if you want to change up how you move, that's 100% your prerogative, and men should respect that. However, men are going to look at that and just say, that's not the type of person I want to date. Like if a girl, for example, for me, it's like, okay, you've slept with 30 previous people, and now you're coming to me and like, you want me to wait 3 months or 6 months or till marriage to have sex with you. I'm just like, okay.
Why do you think we married so fast?
What's that?
Why do you think we got married so fast?
For the...
Hello?
No,
Hello?
but I don't know.
But I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
No, but I think...
get it.
Well, I'm sure you guys got married for other reasons, like you care about each other and love each other.
Finances, close personal goals, the
well,
burning
like, obviously,
fire.
when sex is not like clouding your judgment, you can make those decisions. Like you have all of those conversations, all the difficult conversations immediately, so that you know, okay, is this person worth my time? Like I'm going to ask them all of the hard questions, so I don't have to waste 2 years of my life sleeping with this person, getting connected with them, and then all of a sudden I figure out, oh wait, you're pro-abortion? I'm not okay with that.
Yeah, no, and to add to what you were saying about being the outlier, that's the thing. I coach women who are virgins still and who want marriage, and it's like, it's really hard for them. And there's a lot of women who resonate with me because I did the whole thing. Purity ring, like I waited, I got married, I gave, I'm traditional at home. And there's a lot of women who want that. And that's why I think that my advice goes, specifically I cater to those women, but they still exist, guys. So please, like, I'm asking and urging us to like have specific standards to raise these men up to, get better.
But I'm sure you're also, there's probably women who are watching you who are not virgins, who have double-digit body counts, 10, 20, 30.
Absolutely.
And I'm assuming that despite this, you're probably still advising these women to...
Yeah, because here's the thing. So I was raised by a single mom, okay? So my mom was, and I love my mom, but I was raised by a single mom, and I saw her get everything. She has everything. She has the dream life that she wants, her own house, the dream car. She has everything she wants, and she was a single mother. It just depends on the type of man that the man that you choose. If you choose wisely, you get everything. But that's where we're struggling of choosing wisely.
I do have to say, like, go back to women being. Going on feelings and emotional. Me personally, I don't go a lot on looks. Of course, the first time you see a person, yes, you like the way a person looks, but I kind of need to interact with the person to see if we have a connection. Like, do we get along? Can I talk to you? Can we talk about things? And if silence is awkward, then maybe we don't really work. Dating would be important for me to, go for coffee and talk to these people. You can FaceTime, you can do a lot of different things just to get to know each other, because you might be hot as fuck, but you might be a really not,
And that's totally fine. And I think this is just a difference of approach that we have.
Of course, yeah.
My personal view is, I think typically, I think as a guy, my view, because I think men should have much higher standards, preferences, and boundaries when it comes to this. My view is, if the woman you're pursuing, her romantic attention is divided. My view is that
I don't.
She ain't the like.
Yeah.
But lock
I'm
it
not.
in.
I lose
like,
interest.
She
Yeah,
just
I don't-
met you. Like,
yeah.
how are like so they're supposed to get single to meet you?
I don't think
like,
Yes.
get totally
romantic.
available
Yes,
to meet
you have. You're currently
Yes.
dating.
No, okay, that makes
you
sense.
said you were single. But you said you were single, and you're dating 3 guys, and you're like sleeping with all of them.
I mean,
So-
it's more. It's not. I wouldn't. The way you make it sounds like
Well,
okay.
that's what you
there's
said.
I know, but it's not like it's like I saw my friend in New York last month, right? And then I
Haram.
come back. Like it's like I'm
Haram.
not.
I wouldn't date you. I wouldn't date you because of that.
But
'cause
I
you're
have
still.
not trying to.
No, I know,
have
but
to
I'm
say,
saying
though,
like.
I do have to say that.
And also,
Oh,
we're
but
not
I'm not
looking
trying
to
to
date
date
your
anyone that's
type.
not
We're
down
not
with the way-
interested in your type anyways.
Well,
Like,
I'm just like,
again,
no,
offense,
you're cute,
not,
like on a
but you're not
physical,
what
like
we
purely
are looking
physical
for.
basis. Yeah,
That- that's
purely
cool.
physical
That's
basis, you're great.
cool.
But yeah,
I
No,
would.
I mean your genre of a man, not you. Like
My-
just people
my
who
genre of a
follow
man.
under your
Back to
umbrella,
you.
You mean
we're not
white? You
interested.
mean white people?
Yeah, your people. Yeah.
Oh my god.
I'm white people.
Yeah,
You
You want
people.
to bring it back? I'll
Yeah, bring it back.
Yeah.
Bring it back. So wait. Are you saying? But you're talking about her. You don't date white guys?
I do. No, I
No,
do.
she's saying she's white, so that's why she's
I was
laughing.
talking about the caliber of men, the way that you
You
think.
guys, like-
We don't agree with your thoughts, so we're not gonna
You don't-
date someone that has the
You
same
don't-
different thoughts. I guess.
What thoughts of mine do you disagree with?
Oh man, I don't have that list.
Come on. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Oh my God.
Just give me 1 or 2 or 3.
Dying in here.
Give it to me.
I mean, well, for one, you crossed my friend's boundaries, so that was
Oh
a big one for
my
me.
god, bro!
So-
I crossed her boundaries.
Yes, she
Okay.
said no how many times? That to me, that's an indicator of who you are.
Bro, this is no.
But she's
Wait.
over
Hold up.
She's not. Maybe right now, but I know her. She's a woman.
See,
She's
this
gonna
is
be
like-
hurt.
this
If she
is-
got her boundaries crossed. To say that's like.
You gotta get your boundaries crossed to
this
get
is-
views, and I get it, but it is what it is.
Oh my god, you guys really want to like no, but the way you're framing it is incredibly disingenuous because you're trying to suggest because you're trying to say because she said no. Are you suggesting that I am a grapist?
No.
Because of that? Like
No,
that's
I
no.
do
But
like
that's the way women use shaming language to
No,
try to
but
pathologize
it's just a
men.
little pushy.
And I'm not.
It's just a
that's-
little pushy of a
exactly.
style.
And
It's
she kept
not
saying,
has nothing to do with your
and
sexual
she kept saying she didn't
behavior.
want to talk about it. She kept saying no. There was 3 other women who had to interject and stop you, and you still got mad at all of us.
Okay.
That's my
First-
point. Is that she
This is a
said
hot
no.
topic.
That's it.
First off, it was not like constant no. She said no, and then I asked
said
for
it like
3 times.
4 or 5 times.
and then no, hold on.
Yes.
And then stop. And then I asked for well, what about a range?
And she said no.
And then
again.
I don't recall the exact verbatim back and forth that we had, but then we moved on to somebody else, and then I went back to her asking if there was somebody had provided an additional cont, or I forgot exactly, but what's that? Oh, someone had provided range. I went back. Bro, it's a fucking conversation about dating. Like, hello? And of course I'm gonna push.
You
I'm
asked
gonna
me
push.
to give you an example,
No,
so I
but-
did. That's the type of man that we wouldn't date. We wouldn't date someone who
Because-
asked us over and over and over, and we said
Bro,
no.
okay,
That's
this is
how we are.
yeah, but you're really like trying to paint it in the most unflattering
I'm
light.
talking about this
as
situation.
possible.
That's why I
let's
brought
move
it up.
on.
I'm not talking about
Let's move on
any
to
other
fun.
Bro,
situation.
y'all
I'm
are
talking
really
about this
triggered.
one.
Y'all are so triggered.
Yes,
over
because you
that.
crossed a boundary. Yes, I'm
What?
gonna get triggered.
I crossed a boundary.
Yes.
Oh, a boundary.
Yes. If a
This
woman
is-
says no,
Okay,
you
can I
stop.
just-
Bro,
I
but this
say-
is, okay, no. Do you guys chat? Do you hear what she's doing?
Okay, but-
You're trying to paint it in this most unflattering, bad light, bad faith way as possible. If a woman says no, you stop. You're trying to paint me as like like a grapist, basically, because I asked her a follow-up question and I pushed back a little bit because she said that body count shouldn't matter. So of course we're in the midst of a debate and a conversation and you're trying to paint me in this totally egregious way because we're in the middle of a debate and a conversation. Of course I'm the host of the show. I'm going to push back.
$100.
Fuck out of here with bro,
When
that's
you're
so
sleeping with
bad
multiple
faith.
people at the same time, your lady parts are literally a sewer at this point. What man
guy's
with
not
any
a doctor.
self-respect would want any
You give me
contact
another
with
bottle
your
of water, please.
herpes-infested skin?
I'd actually like to add, so I just met so I'm a designer, contrary to all this, and I just met my interior design hero named Melanie Rose from How to Build a Sex Room on Netflix. And you would think this woman, who is a famous designer of sex rooms, would be very happy to share about what led her to being interested in sex rooms, and one would think maybe this lady has her own sex room. And this show got huge on Netflix. She gets recognized everywhere. She's like a cute Mary Poppins type lady. And when you ask her, so Melanie, what's in your sex room? She responds, that's private and I don't share it with anybody. Yeah. She has an entire show called How to Build a Sex Room, and this lady will not discuss her sex room.
Yeah, okay. Well, so we are on a podcast where we're talking about dating and dating topics.
You asked specifically about one thing and wouldn't get off of the body count question, though. Like, what is my body count?
We lingered on it for like 30 seconds.
Yeah, so
it was not. I can't wait for this.
Well, okay, so it was.
Can't wait to go back and
it was lingering.
Okay,
there were a couple of pushing.
Maybe it was a minute or two, but like this is part of having a conversation. Like the conversational.
Like sometimes people are going to push back on what you're saying.
Yeah.
So like especially if we're on a platform where we're going to disagree on certain things, people are going to push back on what you say. So you're allowed to get triggered, you're allowed to get offended, but you can't accuse the host or whoever is asking you those questions. You don't care about me. You are like, there is SA going on. You're acting like a rapist. Stuff like that. You can't be making those accusations when you come onto a platform.
I don't feel like those accusations.
That's
no
not
one
what I was
called
doing.
you a rapist, and no one
okay, what I was doing was pertaining to this conversation. He asked me for an example, so I gave it. He goes, "Why wouldn't you date under my umbrella, me, whatever?" That was why I wouldn't. Okay,
look, that's fine.
That's me.
No, it's fine. That's fine.
But the reason
I wasn't saying that's what you do to everyone. I'm saying that display of behavior for me is a sign and something I would never entertain. That's my choice. That's my preference.
I mean, yeah, but you're trying to paint it in the most unflattering, bad light, bad faith way.
Then that's how I view it.
Right, but as the host of the podcast, I have a conversational burden and duty. Like, I'm playing devil's advocate on certain things. I'm pushing back. Like, I'm trying to I do dig on this show, but like that's part of the format of the show.
I mean, he asked me to sell my virginity.
Mm-hmm.
But
to me,
and also
to
like,
you,
and just
we were very supportive.
I won't even appreciate your virginity. I'm sorry he did that to you, but yeah.
Oh my goodness gracious! Now you're not even appreciate it. God damn it!
I mean, you did ask me for my body count when you felt offended by me, so I mean.
Oh, that's actually a very good point. Wait, who was the one who asked for your body count?
She asked me for my body count.
Wow, that's actually, it's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
You didn't really answer me either, though.
Yeah, because I'm not going to speak about my sex life.
Right, and that was the point I was trying to make, that not all women want to share about their body count. So thank you for helping me with that.
Yeah.
Look, the whole thing stems from the reason I pushed back is because you said that body count isn't a big deal.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter, and so like it would occur to me logically.
And
like,
you don't want to answer because of a man. Maybe I'm seriously dating one of the guys that I'm seeing, and maybe he's watching, and I don't want him to share. I'm just not married, so I'm not flexing my husband, right? It's like we all got our reasons.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I just want to touch on that romantic part. You said that
the romantic
the dating, like the.
Wait, what? I guess we could come back. What?
Yeah, I just want to come back to that. Being as a woman romantically like involved with other men, if she was like dating other men besides you, women don't really get romantically involved like that on the get-go. They're just seeing guys as friends and seeing maybe there is something there. But I personally, if I went on a date, on the first date, I don't get romantically involved or in love or like, oh my God, I'm gonna spend my time with you, and then go to the next guy and say the same thing. You know, if I meet the right person.
That's because women have an abundance mindset, but when you do, like, here's the thing, right? When you encounter women, because, okay, I think most men's experience when it comes to dating women is women naturally have an abundance mindset because women's sexual and romantic optionality is orders of magnitude superior to men's. Like, most men have very few options. Most men can't be going on. Like, take an average girl, like we talked about earlier, an average girl, if she was so inclined, it's very easy for a woman to be a slut, but an average girl could have a new date every single day of the week, whereas an average guy, take dating apps for example, he's lucky to get one date a month.
Yeah.
That's even then. That's
but that's like a woman has, you know, she will probably have the decency to say no, I don't want to sleep with you. If like me personally, if I don't feel your vibe or I don't, you know, get along with you romantically, where we, you know, we have a good time and we vibe, yeah, I won't sleep with you.
Okay,
I mean,
but so just to finish my point on it. So my position as somebody who's had plenty of experience dealing with low interest women, kind of fence sitter women with like medium interest, you know, fence sitters, and also who's had experience with women who have demonstrated very high levels of interest, for me, there's no going back anymore.
Yeah.
I'm not dealing with low interest women anymore.
Yeah.
I've had women who like with
totally
really
agree.
high interest.
Totally agree.
And
I mean, it's very annoying to meet somebody you like, and that person, it's just like you don't know.
Yeah.
Like it's like I'm on this leg or this. What are we doing? That's
Sure.
the worst.
I just stopped talking to a guy who
person.
made me feel like I can't tell if you like me or hate me, so I'm just going to stop talking to you because I don't know where I stand in this, right?
Yeah. So I totally get where you're coming from. So.
But unfortunately, I think for the vast majority of men, because to some degree, because of my, you know, my online presence, and I think women also feel this because women, you'll get contacted by men
You
who
never
follow
know.
your social.
You never know
but,
what the person's
but
after. You know?
like, there are definitely women that will pursue you and will demonstrate a really high level of interest. So, and I've even had that before I got involved in social media. But like, once you've had that, for me, there's just I'm not going to deal with low interest women.
I mean, I met guys
not worth it for me.
who I think are super attractive, and like, oh my god, this is the hottest dude ever. And then you hang out, and it's like cringe. Sure. You know, and the other way around, like not the best looking on a picture, but then you hang out and it's like awesome, the best ever. So
because,
you know,
and I know you want to come in here in just a sec, Carla, but my view is there's like this whole thing about, and I think Carla, you actually have a video on this, is like playing hard to get or whatever. A woman who plays hard to get quickly becomes hard to want.
Yeah.
So for me, like, I'm not playing that game. Oh, okay, like you're not being. We had there was this. Were you on? I don't know if you were on that show. There was a girl who was like, one of the ladies was talking about how this guy was like total simp, and he'd sent 25 love letters to this woman. She never responded, and then he stopped, and then she's like, got back in touch with him. Oh, where's my?
Why'd you stop?
Yeah, I was like, bro, I ain't playing
super
that
romantic,
game.
by the
I ain't
way.
playing that
That's
game,
not
girl.
cool.
Brian.
That
Yeah.
women should not. Women need to be accountable and not do that either.
How old are you?
34.
Okay. So the women that I mainly coach, they're in their early 20s, right? So they're going to be talking to men that are also in their early 20s. At the age of 34, you have a lot of more wisdom, a lot of more experience than most younger men, you know, in the dating scene. So what I've noticed, because this is the way that I've lived all my life and the way that the women in my life have lived, it's be hard to get. Let him win you over. Be a lady. Let him pursue you, right? And so to some men, maybe not you, but to the men that I've attracted before, they seem to love it, and they seem to, you know, really not just find it entertaining, but like, oh my gosh, like I'm working. You value what you work for, right? And so maybe to you and to a lot of people, that's not the case because you already kind of like ran out of that because you see it as a game, which is totally valid. But we also have to go back into the context as to why I say be hard to get. Again, I'm protecting a specific group of women who are, you know, it's still in high school, 17 or,
Wait,
you know,
she's
no,
22.
I know she's 22. I know, girl, but you said I wish I could have gone back in time in high school and would have told myself, you know, XYZ. So that's who I'm speaking to. So in a way, I'm protecting these women from putting themselves in unsafe, you know, relationships.
Well, it's not.
Well, you can still be interested in somebody and not play hard to get.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
So let's
Like,
go. What's hard to get? First of all, like what's hard to get in your?
Okay, so if you're like, I'm not gonna kiss you until like we're exclusive, that's hard to get. So you are barring certain things from this man because you're not exclusive. So then I'm not gonna have sex with you until we're married. I think that's being hard to get. Now, if you're refusing to give him attention, and like that's how you're playing hard to get, I don't want to have. I don't want anything to do
But
with
do you see
it.
yourself as hard to get because you don't want to have sex before marriage, or
yes,
or do you just explain it? This is my religious belief.
Well, so
this
yeah,
is, you know.
I think I'm hard to get because I have all of these. Yeah, so I have these boundaries. I'm not going to have sex before marriage.
It's not a bad thing.
Yeah, exactly. No, yeah, I don't think you think it is. But yeah, there are all of these physical boundaries as well as emotional boundaries that I'll set up and say this only comes with commitment in being exclusive or in marriage.
My husband was hard to get, by the way.
And
I had to for 2 years.
Sure. And I mean, I do want to move on, so we can't linger on this too long.
Yeah.
My just personal view on being hard to get, again, I already said it, but if a woman plays hard to get, she quickly becomes hard to want. That's my view.
You don't want her more? Just to see if you can?
No, I'm just like,
I'm just wondering, you know.
okay, she's not really warm to me. Okay, goodbye.
Because some guys
I don't want to waste my
guys
time.
don't want to feel played either. Like when guys feel
Yeah.
games, they just feel like they're going to get played.
Yeah.
And so when things, even if it's not a game and it just reminds them of a game,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
like,
I agree.
oh my God,
I agree.
can't-
100%.
I'm just like, I think I'm very direct. I'm very blunt. I'm very straightforward. I like you. You like me. Cool. Let's be
I'm the
together.
same way.
I think when she means like hard to get, it's like she's still going to show you interest, but you're just not going to get everything all at once. I think that's what she means by
Yeah,
it.
so so what I'm gonna get, so like what I do give, you know, before the exclusivity is like that attention. Like I'm gonna give you attention. I'm gonna save time for you. I'm gonna say yes to the dates because that's me showing interest.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that we established what we think hard to get is.
Listen, I think when most people hear hard to get, it's usually okay. I'm gonna withhold
Like play
interest,
games, yeah.
and I'm gonna like not respond to them. I'll leave them on red for like a day.
Wait, can we pull up next
that's a
video?
game. Yeah.
Next video,
Exactly.
Nick.
No.
If you
It's
can get
either yes or
the
no, or it's like,
next.
Exactly. Yeah.
When no one here has time to be like,
I don't have time.
1 sec, guys. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You could start doing to check if he's husband material or not is by asking this one question. If there were a fight to break out in the middle of a grocery store or in the middle of an event, what type of man would he be? Would he be the one to pull out his phone to record? Or would he be the man to try to fix the phone?
So I want to
Would he
explain
be the
how
man
my
to try
British parents are raised.
Scuffed. I think probably another video played. It's okay. Just fix it. Probably you can. You're gonna have to unmute it just to see which other video started playing all randomly. Are you? By the way, you can close out the tabs for all the previous videos because that could be overloading the computer a little bit. Yeah. Can you pull that one back up? Let's just see the rest of it.
this fight and get in between and be the middleman. AKA, he's reactive to a situation like that. Because tell me why nowadays men, instead of helping out the woman who's in danger, or anybody that's in danger for that matter, instead of helping and being reactive, all they do is pull out their phone to post on TikTok.
Pause it. I think
and
that's.
Let me tell you something.
Wait, question. So what would you do in that situation?
Oh yeah. So I definitely saw this video after she posted it, but I'm glad to know that I am looked at as a hero and a savior, or someone who keeps my wife safe in certain situations. It's hard to say what I would do in a situation without being in the situation. If it's a fight between two men, is it the best idea to break it up? It's obviously gonna have to come down to me looking at the situation and seeing if it's even safe for my wife to be there. If I should just leave, if I should take my wife, my kids, whoever's with me, and go.
Just get out of the situation.
If I'm directly involved, maybe I'll take a video to show the police when they show up, because maybe that's my best defense against it in any court. It all just depends on the situation, and I wouldn't say I would jump in and be the hero every time, but I would definitely keep my family safe in every situation.
Wait, can we play the rest actually? Let's play the rest. I think there's a little more. Go ahead.
That is the most attractive thing for me. Knowing that my husband is gonna go ratchet on someone, knowing that my husband is not afraid to protect who he cares about or to protect those that need protecting, is another level of sexy.
Oh, did it pause again?
I'd be the one filming the TikTok.
Wait, another level of sexy. Huh? Wait, what?
I would be the one filming for the TikTok.
Well, okay, so let's see. So you think protecting, whenever a woman is in danger, do you think like the husband should give his life? I think that's what you say in the video, right?
Yeah, so when I was saying, recording that, it was out of frustration from a situation that we saw, like a breakout at Walmart, and there was.
Oh, so you both?
No. This was with my this was with my mom. So she was actually telling me the story. I didn't really know, and this is where the idea stemmed from, because she was so terrified, so scared, and she's like, I hated to see all the men just recording like idiots, because it was 2 men there, and a guy in the store was like bullying a special needs kid, and a fight broke out. And my mom was like, I'm glad that guy who was bullying this kid got, his butt whipped. But like everybody in the room or everybody there, the mom was yelling, help my son, and no one stood up. Everybody was just recording, and nobody like tried calling 911. No one did anything. So I was like, that's like the one thing that I love about my husband. If it were me in that situation, he doesn't care. And not just that, but I've seen my husband like in a fight or flight zone, and he reacts to every situation so well. And I don't know if it's because he's in the military and going on to the police force, but that is like another level of like sexy. I can't explain.
I agree.
Being able to feel safe, protected by your man in every situation, it's hot.
Okay, gotcha. And you said it sounded like, what about like if it's a first date? Do you think like the guy should still like protect the woman even like first date?
Yeah, like it. So that this is the analogy that I use when it comes to this is like a man is a car and the woman is a pedestrian. A man has the ability to protect. Okay, a man has the strength and the ability to be able to protect, his woman in that way. So I think if he's gonna go out on a date, it's like you have to take on the full. This is how I want men to start thinking about. Like you have to be willing to acknowledge the responsibility that you're going into this date.
I see. Okay.
So
wait, I have a proposal though. You say like single until married. What about unprotected until married?
What does that mean?
About
like you don't get the.
No, I'm not talking about. No.
Savior on the first.
No, like,
you don't get the man's protection.
You don't get the like if you're single until married, you don't get my protection
until married. Yeah.
What about that?
You're out with a girl on a first date. Just say you're on a first date, and you're not married. This is just a first date.
Yeah.
And you're at a coffee shop, and a fight breaks out. You as a man, regardless if you're protecting her, you will step in to.
No.
So okay.
No,
actually,
it's a liability.
Hold on.
It's a liability. My primary thing would be to. What?
Would you protect all the time for no reason? Go on.
What if they attacked her?
It's a liability.
Yeah.
This person's liability.
What if they attacked
that
her?
situation's a liability. Yeah, just.
But you want their full attention.
What if? What if they attacked her?
Hold on. Let me
Wouldn't you
finish
defend
my
her?
point before you guys start interrupting. So okay.
Sorry.
No, it wasn't even you. If there's 2 people fighting, and I'm with my girlfriend, hey babe, grabbing her by the arm, let's leave. Like I don't think it's my job to like intervene, because like look, you can be the hero. No,
that's protecting
no,
her.
but like you can be the hero, but I've seen way too many situations where some poor guy tries to break up a fight, the guy swings around, fucking knocks him out. Who knows if there's a weapon involved? My personal thing is there's a lot of fucking crazy people out there.
And you're logical and smart in that sense, because you're still putting her forward because you're being logical.
No, I'm not saying I just leave like
I would like to say a scenario. So
I'm just like, yo, we need to like if some shit's going down, like my primary thing is like, yo, we got like if I'm assessing the situation, yo, this is I don't know if they have a weapon. Okay, we gotta leave. Let's go.
Absolutely. So here's the thing. So this also stemmed from another case that I saw. It was a recent thing. I got a lot of hate for it. It was like in September, where I don't know, her last name was Alvarez, and she got shot, and but she was in the car with her boyfriend at 12 a.m. I don't know, doing what nonsense in the car, and this random person comes by, pulls out, the firearm, and this man runs away and leaves her there because he shoots, and she's left there injured. And instead of being a protector, like the way that I say, he left her there and to find help. And by the time that he came back, obviously she was gone and was found, no longer here.
Question for everybody here. What would you guys think is the most based or alpha thing, right? So you often hear like men, like let's say there's a bullet, right? Oh, jumping in front of the bullet, like for his girlfriend. I kind of think like the most alpha thing is if the man uses, I'm kind of memeing here. The woman, the man like lets the woman jump in front of the bullet to like save the man, or uses the woman as like a meat shield to protect himself. That way, because as the provider I feel like I'm more capable of like providing for our kids. Like if we have kids,
you're like, you need.
I need to survive.
Yeah,
I need to survive. Now, from a purely alpha point of view, like the most fucking alpha thing would be like, my survival's number one. I can procreate.
Don't you need
I can go procreate with another woman.
No.
That's the most like.
I understand.
Like sure, maybe it's alpha if you'll protect your girlfriend, but the most alpha thing if like there's a situation where it's like one or the other, one of you has
Not
to.
even Andrew
like the
Tate
most
would
fucking
do that.
alpha thing is.
So can we hold on?
The most alpha thing, bro, is for you to continue on your survival so you can continue passing on your seed. That's fucking alpha. You sacrifice your woman for the greater good so that you can continue on, find another woman and continue. Like that would be the most alpha
This
thing.
is the type of broke man that I'm talking to you guys about.
No, that's
exactly
the most fucking alpha thing.
No, listen.
That's super
This
alpha.
this actually happened, and that's why I say to women like, know who you're with. Know who you're with, because
I'm
this
not
was
saying I'm alpha, by the way. I'm just saying that would be the most alpha thing, to sacrifice the woman so you can continue living on, so you can either continue protecting and providing for your children and finding a new woman to also impregnate and have 7 sons with. Right?
No.
Okay,
I
I'm
doubt
just
that's
being
in the
ridiculous.
Bible.
I know.
What's that?
I doubt that's in the Bible, just saying.
I don't think it's
Definitely not. But
But it would be, like, wouldn't it be?
But it would be the most alpha move.
It would be the most alpha move. Like, you're so fucking ruthless that your own wife, you will sacrifice her to continue.
It's just straight Darwinism.
I'd say the Mongols would agree with you.
What's that?
The Mongols might agree with you. They didn't have really any.
But there's always this
respect
talk
for
about
purely most animalistic instinct.
No, but there's always this talk about like the alpha male. The alpha male will take a bullet for his wife. No. The alpha male will use his wife as a meat shield so he can continue living.
Men like that. They'll probably do it.
An alpha male would
I'm
take
not
out his
kidding.
gun, deflect the bullet with his own bullets.
Yep.
And
There's
that's the
actually a
end of the
male
story.
podcast host that like freaked out over too much responsibility and had to have his not obviously, but like had to have his girlfriend basically go save the entire night that he planned, and it was just this very, I don't know what's going on, help me, and she
Or is
just
it
like
Sigma? Is it maybe it's Sigma?
I'll tell you after the show. But it was just very kind of like, oh my god, like.
Now, obviously,
like
guys, I'm being kind of exaggerated here. This is a bit of hyperbole.
I mean, I know a guy that, was dating girls. She wanted to have a kid, and they had a kid together. But he was like to her, "I'll give you a kid, but you'll take care of it by yourself."
I don't know if that's. First off, I don't like the whole like alpha beta.
Yeah. But it's accurate. She has to take care of the kid. She sleeps downstairs with the kid. There's like
Sigma male grind set, throwing your wife to the tiger. Okay, I don't know, whatever. Okay. All right. Let's see. Here, let's pull up wait, did the video just cut out? Is that?
The videos are really tweaky.
Oh.
Have to get rid of a few.
Just close out the husband material check. Do the next one. How to?
It's probably gonna stop after.
Just try. See if it works. Okay.
If you're already in an exclusive relationship, should you still date other men? No. Let me go ahead and explain.
Wait.
What I need you to do before you get into an exclusive
And
relationship
let's just
is
do. I
establish the
don't. Just do next, just so we can. I want to try to wrap up soon. So next one. Next one. Next.
When we say rotational date, we are not saying to sleep with them. This is why having boundaries is extremely important. This is also why I don't want you to get physical with a man the first couple of dates. Whenever I get asked by all of you if you should disclose that you're talking to multiple men, I always say yes, only if they ask. And the reason why I stress that you need to have class and respect yourself is so that when you tell them that you are talking to multiple men, they understand that you're not sleeping around, you're not disrespecting yourself, you're simply getting to know your options. You're dating. I don't know about you, but intimacy for me was definitely a wife privilege. Kissing should be a boyfriend privilege. Holding hands should also be a boyfriend privilege. By the way, whenever someone doesn't like that you're rotational dating and talking to multiple men because they need all of your attention, they're not good options, and they're not mature enough to even be in a relationship. Because when you're dating, you're just dating, you're just talking, you're spending time together to see if it is going to lead to a relationship.
Here, we can
always
pause it. Wait, so okay. First off, the background music is fucking epic on that. It's like
high quality. Intensifying.
So wait, hold on. Okay, so intimacy is a wife privilege. Okay, yep, we got that. So, but do you genuinely believe like that someone wanting to date someone who isn't talking to and dating other people, they're not good options or not mature enough, as you said in the video, for example?
So again, I think it goes back to background and age. Obviously, I think that what you do really probably goes into and pours into your dating life. So I think that men who aren't so involved in this wouldn't know so much. So I feel like I'm speaking to men who might not, that are too busy, you know, working a lot, long hours and doing what they need to do, that they barely have any time on social media. So they wouldn't know, because this is for the girls, they wouldn't know all of these things, but you do know because you've been exposed to all of this, and you know your followers also know as well. So I think that, in my opinion, a man who doesn't want to see like, you know, one of his options like thrive in the dating market, I think that they're very, in a way, I guess, selfish.
Hold on. Wait, it's selfish to not want somebody that you're...
I think it's selfish for you not to want the girl that you're dating to see
thrive.
other options. But you
said thrive, right?
Yeah.
To thrive. Well, of course, yeah. I want the girl that I'm seeing to, what's the opposite of thrive? To have a terrible experience in the dating market, and I'm here...
Well, Brian, so if
I'm joking a little bit. It's not. That's not what I'm saying. But no, I certainly don't want her to be thriving, because if she's thriving with the other options, then I feel like that diminishes my chance of getting her, I guess.
Because you would have to like step up your game, like, and that's what I'm saying.
But I'm not gonna be I feel like here's the thing, like. There's going to be, and people tend to compartmentalize this, both men and women. So like, for example, a woman might have a guy who's like really good in bed, but he's broke. So like, and I don't think that this is what you're advocating for at all, but like, you'll have women who will, okay, he is the provider guy. This is the emotional support guy. Here's the guy with a really good personality. Here's the guy with a really good dick. And so they'll like compartmentalize and shit. And so, I recognize like there are perhaps some dimensions where I'm not like the ultimate, like there's always somebody better.
Yeah.
There's always somebody better, right? So my concern is if she's thriving with her other dating options, it's just like, I don't want you to be thriving. No thriving. You don't get to thrive. You can thrive with me. You can thrive with me. Other men, no, I don't like you thriving. You can't thrive with other men. You can thrive with me.
Absolutely. And to some
I only
women,
got eyes for you.
Yeah, some women are gonna go for that, but other women are gonna be like, you know what, you do have a point, and they're gonna do what I suggest. And thus far, because I am a women's advocate, I think that this is why I say it this way. And obviously, you stand for men, but it really just depends, I guess.
Okay. Yeah. And let me see here. So, okay. Oh, well, when it comes to the rotational dating thing, so, and again, I think it's like you...
Mind you, I think the reason why Dustin was okay with me rotational dating and he was like okay with it was because I would consider myself being an, I don't want to say like I was spectacular. I would say, like, I don't want to toot my own horn here, but I mean, I'm educated. I had a job. I'm bilingual. I'm cultured, and I'm fun. I'm fun to be around. And one thing that we didn't discuss was not talking about the past, right? So one thing that I noticed was whenever you talk to a man for a meetup and you talk about your dreams together, oh my gosh, if you're talking to the right man, a successful-minded man, I would assume that both of you guys are successful-minded men. You can go blabbing on about your dreams and not focus so much on the past. So that's why I avoid talking about the past on first dates.
And again, going into this conversation, and I'd made some notes on stuff. I didn't know that you were a virgin, so that obviously because when I think rotational dating, I think the way probably most women move is when they're rotational dating, they're absolutely kissing the other guys, having sex with the other guys. I'm not saying all women move like that, but there's definitely enough women, especially here in California,
Absolutely.
that are dating, sleeping with multiple men to me. And granted, like my advice for any guy, if that girl is sleeping with another guy, that's just a non-starter.
Absolutely, and I agree with you.
But my standard is a little higher. My standard is, well, if she's even dating other men, for me personally, that's a non-starter too. Because I feel like to give, at least my view, to give the relationship the best chance of flourishing and proceeding, there can't be other guys in the picture. Like once you meet me, other guys have to be a wrap. Preferably you're just proper single when I come into your life and you come into mine. So if,
and those are your standards. And one thing that I want to say is, like, I'm not speaking to those women. Those women that are promiscuous, I'm not like. I'm speaking to the women who are wise, who like know how to dominate their emotions and know what's best for them. So this really doesn't apply to women who are extremely promiscuous. This really applies to women who are marriage minded, which is very, very different.
Wait, Nick, did they have to take off, or are they coming back, or?
No, they're still there.
Okay, I think they just had to use the bathroom. Yeah, we'll try to wrap up here pretty soon. Let's pull up the next video. Why not? We have, what's this one? Oh, how she met her husband, part 2. Go ahead, Nick.
Part 2 as to how I met my now husband. So
Can
at this point, I have 2 weeks of dates lined up
Oh,
from
the
the apps,
audios.
and all of
Can you
them,
look at it on the? Oh, okay. Go ahead. Keep playing.
We're extremely attractive and successful.
Wait, start from the beginning because I was talking. I don't want to.
Part 2 as to how I met my now husband. So at this point, I have 2 weeks of dates lined up from the apps, and all of them were extremely attractive and successful. But anyways, the day rolls around where I have a coffee meetup with this guy named Dustin. Prerequisite for me, by the way, to get a date with me, you cannot be from California. I was only dating guys from the South.
Pause it. Okay, that's it. Can't be from California.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
Gotcha. And so you said you had 2 weeks of lined up dates, and they were all attractive and successful guys? Okay. When you say like 2 weeks of lined up dates, what do you like? So a couple dates a week, every single day,
No,
or
it was like, let's say 2 weeks, and out of those 2 weeks, there was like 5 dates.
Six, 5 days.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. And I mean, a question for you: is it Destin or Dustin? The Y threw me off. It's
Dustin. Yeah.
Dustin. Gotcha. Did that like? I think some men can be competitive in this sense. Like, did that light a fire under you? Like, oh, okay, shit, I really want to get her because she's got these other, as she said, 2 weeks of lined up dates, all attractive and successful, and so.
I knew that any woman that I went after was going to have options.
Okay.
Competitiveness has been around since cavemen. There's always a guy with a bigger rock.
Sure.
So it lit a fire under me. So she didn't really have time to go with other dates because every day I would text her and say, hey, what are we eating tonight?
Yeah.
Yeah, he put the work in.
Okay. All right. Good times. Good times. Next one, Nick. Oh my God. Holy fuck. I have so many notes. Holy shit. What's up? Oh my.
Notes.
What's up?
I'm dying.
Yeah. Wait, question. Are you down to come back? Maybe we could hit on.
Absolutely.
Because I feel like this show's gone super late.
Yeah.
So I have like literally this could probably, if we tried to get through all of them, it'd probably be. I have one other question for the dating stage. Should we do it round 2?
Do it.
Round
yeah,
2?
Let's do it.
I know some of the girls here probably it's getting late, so I don't want to.
Yeah, I'm on New York time too, so I'm
Yeah,
like
yeah,
3
okay.
hours.
Should have been asleep hours ago.
All right, yeah. Let's well, here, final thoughts from everybody. Does anyone have any final thoughts here before we wrap up the show? If you can, just make it quick. Go ahead.
I do have to say I'm really grateful for being on the show because it really helped me to get perspective on a lot of things when it comes to seeing relationships and just in general, guys. So thank you for that.
Yeah, welcome.
I actually just wanted to thank all of the virgins for sharing the virgins and the low body count people for sharing their experience, because I honestly really can't. I wouldn't be able to even have context for what you're talking about without this conversation. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Are you talking about him?
I mean, and her too. Any of the people. It's just like an entire like way of life that I didn't. Yeah.
Hey, Nick,
live.
did you say you too?
Oh yeah, Nick's also a virgin.
Yeah.
Let's go, Nick.
I real quick, I am so you guys are all of you are so smart. I thought that I was gonna come into a different space, but you guys really opened my eyes to some different things.
Nice.
Likewise, thank you so much for giving perspective on a lot of things.
I want to say,
Go ahead.
I just want to say thank you, everyone. I know I'm a firecracker and I fly off the handle. It is not just it's not just a facade. It's who I am. With that said, it's all love. I just like to get challenged, and I like to challenge people too. So I really appreciate you guys listening to me when I apologize.
Wait, last question. What do you think of white people?
I prefer black men. Thank you very much.
You're just digging that hole.
No, let me just say about that though. That was written in response to some people calling me out about my partner.
Don't worry about that. What do you think of white people?
I don't like white people. No.
Oh, holy! Yo!
Keep giving it back. If you're gonna
like
keep
the
firing me,
Clayton
I'll do it.
Bigsby of white people.
Wait, so you don't like white people?
No.
Don't like white.
That's why I don't like myself.
like them?
No, I'm just kidding. I love myself.
Oh wow, the self-loathing. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, she's the Clayton Bigsby of the white people.
Hey, you can be a humble white.
Wait,
okay?
what do you think of men?
What do I think of men?
Yeah.
Well, there's a reason why I get paid to degrade them for a living, sweetheart.
What is that?
I do not think highly of most men. I'm also bisexual, mainly gay, so
Well,
if my mindset is more towards women, I'm not going to have a lot to say towards men because I'm not pursuing them as a partner.
Well, shouldn't you even have, I feel like because you're not dealing with men, well, I mean, you do deal with or have dealt with men romantically, but I feel like you could almost make a stronger argument if you're not dealing with men romantically, then because there's a lot of conflict in romantic relationships. So I think honestly a lot of the animosity, frankly, that the genders have for each other stems to some degree from dating and relationships.
And let me reiterate, it's the men that are disrespectful, the ones that I see all the time that are doing infidelity like completely off the charts, the ones that I have dealt with. So 8 out of 10 men that I have dealt with, I don't have respect for. My ex, even though he did me dirty, he was an amazing man. He did everything to a T.
Sense?
Because he was broke.
Amazing man, but
he was
did
still
you
a great
dirty?
man. He loved me. He gave me everything he could, not financially. That doesn't make him less of a man. He became broke 2 years after we got together and then chose not to work again. That's where my quarrel was. I cannot handle that. But he was a great man, but I can only handle so much of that unconditional love to where I'm now hurting myself. We weren't married.
It's hard to watch men give up.
Yeah.
Like I like love aside, I think it's hard to watch anyone give up, right?
Yeah.
So when you're in a relationship with someone and it's turning into a situation rather than something they're just going through, I think
it's not
that's
what we
hard
agreed
for
on.
people.
Going in a relationship, you agree on something.
hide
You
it,
can't
Nick.
break it up like that. It's not fair.
Wait, so
It's like if I was to do that to him, he wouldn't have liked it.
wait, I have just to reiterate, what do you think of America?
God, you went there. Wow.
Into the mic.
Same answer.
No, but restate the answer.
Don't do this to her.
Restate it.
I love Philadelphia. Go Eagles.
Yeah.
That's where I'm sticking to it.
Were you watching the show?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But
I've been watching the show the whole time.
Oh my god.
She's not a big fan of the U.S. What do you think about that?
I think it's a privilege to have your own opinion about everything in the U.S.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Congratulations.
Facts.
For your privilege.
I have to say though,
There's a lot of countries where you couldn't openly talk shit about
Your own country.
Lots of countries where you
I've
can
been
be
in those
murdered for
countries.
such
Yeah.
things.
I do
It is
have to
rough.
say you're harsh, but
Oh, I'm harsh.
no. I'm saying this as a good thing.
Oh, okay.
You are harsh, but there's certain things in my life where I needed that bandit just ripped off, and you did that for me. So thank you so
Like
much.
what?
I don't want to get into
Oh.
what it is in my head, but it solved a lot of.
Fake titty thing? Is that?
Well, no, that was a thing that I wanted, that I changed my mind about a long time ago. But what I mean is like love, relationships, and so on and so on. So thank you for that.
Can I actually add to that? Like I feel like when I first saw you, you had a different energy, and
Yeah.
right now you have like a completely different energy than when you came
Yes,
here.
a lot of things during these hours played out in my phone.
Yeah.
In your phone?
Yes. So thank you for that. God bless.
That's amazing.
It helped me a lot.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I think that a lot of the times, like we make decisions because there's no self-awareness in certain things, or we don't have good guidance especially in our childhood and throughout life, and we get influenced by people around us, and we don't realize that we're like in a bad environment until we
100%.
start to share with different types of people
100%.
and different types of mind.
Yeah.
Oh wait, Kendra, I got another thing here. You had a tweet. I don't know if I already brought this up. I really wish men did I read this already? I really wish men appreciated when they have a good provider who's an OG porn star in their presence, willing to spend time with them. Not even that, just the presence of a woman who knows and understands your needs. It's hard to find us, trust me. Wait, so I really wish men appreciated when they have a good provider. So like you? So like the woman?
Yeah.
Wait, into the mic if you can.
Yes.
But you said that, like very early on in the conversation, you said that you were very upset about paying the bills in your last relationship.
Okay. Again, he sold me a false relationship. I went into it thinking he's a multimillionaire, and 2 years later, he's broke on the couch. So, it's one thing if he, yes, he was. You can look him up. Phil Tyler. Freaking famous. Yes, he's an actor. He's great. Very nice guy. But after 2 years, he had medical issues. He had constant issues. And after so long, a woman can only endure so much.
Phil Tyler.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can we see Phil Tyler?
You were romantically involved with Phil Tyler?
4 years. He proposed last year twice. Beautiful blue sapphire ring, everything.
You gonna bring him up so we can see?
Please
Should-
don't.
should we?
I want to.
wanna
Let
see
me
I don't know
see
if
this.
it's.
He's gorgeous. He's a great
I don't know
man.
if I want
She
to
just
do that.
disclosed his name already. Might as well.
Yeah, he's
bring
an
it up.
actor. Well, if the viewers want to see,
He's already
I
famous.
feel
Yeah,
like-
we're in this too deep.
Yeah.
We're
too
in this
deep.
now.
They need to see. They need to
Like a plastic
See, like, he's
Instead
a
of
public figure,
going
so
under.
he's out there publicly.
Yeah,
You're
good
fine.
music.
Yeah.
Sum 41. Let's go.
Heck yeah.
Okay, all
They're
right.
playing soon.
Dope.
If it's like IMBD, it's public information.
Sounds like white people music.
It is.
Sounds like white people music.
100%. Oh yeah.
Let's go. Wait. Okay. So.
Is he hot?
Bring him up.
Yeah, he's handsome. He's pretty
He's very
handsome.
good
guy.
He's a decent looking man.
Decent.
Wait, so were you guys in a monogamous relationship?
He's a manly
Phil
man.
Wait, but
We were in monogamish. We would be with women
is this
together.
already like publicly known that you guys were dating?
No, we never walked red carpets together. Only my red carpets he came with.
Oh, but
Okay, so-
but like
I met them together. Like
Kendra Lee Ryan has never publicly announced this. This is the first time I've ever publicly announced my partner ever. I had kept it under secret for four years.
wait, so and how did you characterize him? You said great guy.
He's an
but-
amazing man, but he's his ambition, and his ambition and me enabling him for so long broke him as a man. And because he was broken as a
broke
man,
him?
I couldn't help. I'm sure maybe
Oh,
because he was broken as a man, I can't fix you. You have to do it yourself. And if you're not willing to get a job, you're not willing to go to therapy, and you're not willing to do things that I need you to do that I'm doing, then that's not a fair relationship.
He's kind of a giga Chad, not gonna lie.
What's that?
Like a Chad, but a giga Chad.
Meaning he's a really buff, like kind of good-looking dude. Yeah.
Is he? Wait,
yeah,
Chad.
like,
Is he? I mean,
Meaning
there's
he's
this.
like a
there's like this.
bigger size
There's
Chad.
this photo of him in a suit. Like he kind of looks like a giga Chad. Not
Wait,
gonna
so
lie.
we're not seeing him?
Should we pull it
Is
up?
that him?
Just,
This
that's
is him
fine.
right here. We
That's
already
him.
pulled
Here,
him up.
Nick, Phil Tyler, Google image search.
Pull him away.
Oh, wait, the one in the suit
Yeah.
at the top.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of
Come
he's
on.
kind of a giga Chad. Not gonna lie. Okay.
I will say in
Tell
real
me
life,
what that means.
he's not really a giga
that
Chad.
Whoa,
Like,
whoa,
he doesn't
whoa,
have
please.
the.
Yo,
Like,
He
put some
doesn't wear the mark of
There's
the
a
Chad. You know what I mean?
Put
Like,
some
Chad is a guy
respect.
that's like-
Put some respect on Phil Tyler's name.
Okay, I will, and I will
some
say
respect.
I was like not really like because I'm her friend, right? So my natural inclination is like, hey, this.
guys, let her talk, please.
Yeah, so I met them. My natural inclination of it is kind of like, hey, she's my friend. I've known her for a while. So if this is not on the up and up, I'm just not for it.
Yeah.
My loyalty's to her, right? And so, but he is like, he's a good looking guy. He really wanted to do a lot. It's just like people get into these depressed things, right? And it's hard to get out. And so, but I mean, honestly, like I know she is a firecracker and looks different and has tattoos and stuff like that, but I've seen this girl pull really hot guys consistently and that are like good guys.
Have relationships.
And have like long-term relationships with them. So I know that like it seems a certain way, but I've seen this happen over and over. I've seen, you know what I mean? Like good guys, but you can't co-sign a life like that if it starts kind of going downhill, because he's never going to change if you make it comfy for him. You know what I mean? So it's really not doing anyone a service. Be like, yeah, just keep doing this, right? You know what I mean? So it was better for everybody, but
$100,000 a year without lifting a finger? Kind of jealous.
It's not
That's
even that much.
pretty dope.
When you have to take care of your grandmother's rent on top of all of her bills and your own, it's not that much. Like it's really not. Especially because my grandmother has broken every bone, has back surgery.
Whoa. 100,000. One source of revenue. One source, guys. One source of revenue. That's pretty impressive. I mean, for
I lift
not having
2 fingers quite often.
Is that like a?
I'm just kidding. Yeah. Oh, never mind.
Okay. Whoa. Haram. Wait, okay. So you don't like white people, you don't like men. What about white men? Wait, can you grab the microphone? You don't like white people, you don't like men. What about like white men? Do you like them?
Two negatives make a positive.
What do you think?
Maybe it cancels each other out.
So my second relationship which was not a good one. He actually physically abused me to the point of almost,
And he was white?
He was white. And I'm not going to lie, that's probably where it started.
I'm sorry to hear that happened, but like, don't you think it's a bit like sexist or racist?
Absolutely. Absolutely, but there's right now that's what I feel comfortable with, and if that's what I feel comfortable and safe with, then that's how I feel.
Okay, there you go.
And just to also say, I don't really hate American white people. It's kind of just on my Twitter, and that was literally so old ago. What am I going to do? Try to deny what I wrote? No, I'm not going to deny it. I still stand by it. I wrote it. I didn't delete it, so clearly I still stand by it. But I'm not what everyone thinks I am. So.
Wait, do you consider really quick? I know we're going to wrap so soon, guys. Going around the table really quick, do you consider yourself a feminist?
No.
No.
Not really, no.
Oh, okay.
No.
Nope.
No.
Negative.
Oh, okay.
Yes. No.
Let's mix it up. Yeah.
It's changed now. It's not
And you're like,
I've
really
never,
a
honestly
woman.
though, a man is my leader, and I know that bothers women. That's sometimes triggering for women to hear, but like, I was raised with like good male like role models that really honestly impress me, and so it's like I do want my leader to be a man. You know what I mean? I don't want it to be a woman, and it's cool if it is. I don't have a problem, like a fundamental issue if it's like I'm at a job and my leader is a woman, but it's like I would kind of like prefer it to be a man.
Yeah. And can I say, like, for the most part, when women have like leading roles, it's because they live like in a very masculine energy, and it's because they've grown up on survival mode. And I think that's why like it's more of a male role, not that we can't do it, but it's more of like their dominant energy.
Well, they adopt male traits, so they're extremely disagreeable. They're very driven.
I've always gotten along with dudes.
I got to wrap, guys. I've kept you guys here for way too long. Thank you, guys. This has been our longest show ever. Yay. So I thank you guys. I know it went very
Did you love
late.
it?
Did we do a good job for you?
Or did we...
That's what I need to know.
Are we too boring?
Or did we fuck your life up?
I don't know if I go there.
Like rate us rate our performance.
Rate it.
1 through 10.
Rate
but
it.
as a
1
group.
through 10.
I'll tell you this.
It's your turn.
I'll tell you this.
Period.
I'm gonna just like twist the knife here a little bit.
Do it.
Had you revealed your body count, it would have been a 10.
Oh, I'm the only 10 in this guy's life, almost.
There you go.
Oh my
there
God.
You go.
Wow.
There
Is
you
it
go.
at 8.5 now?
I'm not sure.
Is it a 5? I'll live with a 5. I'm a 5.
Don't worry about it.
I thought 10 wasn't real.
Yeah, it's not.
But it is real for the podcast. Okay.
It could have been.
Could have been,
but
yeah.
All right. But yes, thank you guys for staying long. Appreciate it, guys. I know we went very late. I know it's freaking 7 hours. That's a long time. So, last call, guys. Please hit the like button on your way out. Thank you for tuning in tonight. Oh, shout out Twitch really quick. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever/, thing for the Prime, Terror, thing for the tier 1, Supreme, thing for the tier 1, Dorn, thing for the tier 1. Appreciate it, man. Oh, yeah, my Instagram, BD_Alice. Yep, there it is. Boom. Give me a follow. Okay, guys, thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you were here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, supports the show. Thank you guys. Really appreciate your patronage. Thank you guys so much. Thank you to the wonderful panel. I know this was our longest show ever, so thank you guys so much for being troopers here. Any women who want to be on the show, DM out whatever on Instagram. We will be live again Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific, and then we are going to be doing a Thursday show. So that's kind of out of the ordinary, but we got something a little special for Thursday. So be sure to tune in for on Tuesday and Thursday this week, 5 p.m. Pacific. 07's in the chat. We will see you next time. Good night, guys. Good night.
Whatever for president.